See, some of
Yeah,
the stuff we produce, they're better than the
the
stuff they
original.
make today.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bet the modern stuff.
Yeah, no, it's not near the quality. I think that's why I like old stuff. Everything is better quality and a little more, artistic, a lot more style, that kind of thing. I always like the older stuff, anything.
Curves and contours. Yep. Yes, man. That's what I love about them. Just all the bodies look the same nowadays.
I don't like the new cars at all. Don't like them.
Me either. You go back to the 50s, you can get them sexy fins still on your cars. I don't care if it's a Cadillac or a 57 Chevy. I like the older Corvettes too. They have some sexy body lines. I do some cars that some people might not like. Oldsmobiles, DeSoto.
Haven't seen too many DeSotos up here.
Yeah, in Michigan we'll hot rod anything. We'll make a drag car out of a Chevette. We don't care. I think that's one of the newest things with the COVID. People are in their barns more, doing more gear work, so they're trying to make the weirdest drag cars you've ever seen.
We have a lot of kids here now that do their street drag racing cars that are the foreign cars that they've nitrous up and all that and are tricking out and spending all their money. But we've had some really bad accidents because of that. We're actually, the city I live in is actually known in the nation for some of the worst stuff going on with the drag racing kids, teenagers. It's crazy.
I did a Etzel that came out nice.
I've seen a few Edsels, but I've never actually ridden one. Those are pretty cool cars too.
Yeah, they're sexy. I
I
like
like
the front.
I like the Willies though. The Willies that you showed the other night and the
Oh yeah,
Fairlane, those I like. Willies, I really like Willies. We actually had one, oh, and I like VWs, the vans, the slug bugs, because I grew up
yeah.
with them. That's what
I li-
my dad had.
yeah, that's why I like the Willis too. Same reason. My dad had a Willis, and he sold it. So when I seen that one, man, I put probably 1,000 hours in fabrication and body work into that Willis. But I wanted it. I wanted it to look just like my dad's. So,
There's something to say about that nostalgia. That feeling that you get, and the smell and the texture, and it brings back your childhood memories. That's the kind of stuff I like. I think that's why I like old stuff, because it just is the memories and the tactile sensations that you get from it. It's almost like a vibration you get out of these things. And of course, an
yeah,
engine sounds will do it for a lot of people too. But I just like the
yeah,
way it smells and feels, because that's the way I rode around when I was a kid. My parents couldn't afford any new cars, and my grandparents, they always had their old cars. They ran them until they couldn't couldn't even be a rusty body.
yeah.
That's just the way it was. And I don't like the new stuff. I like the old stuff because of the way it feels, the
I
sensation.
tell Yeah, I tell a lot of people when I'm working on a car, I'm competing with myself. I'm always trying to outdo my last build. But I find really that what I'm trying to do, I'm still competing with my father. Because I try to get a lot of the cars that he had, do them in a manner I think was better than my dad did. When I really think about it. My brother kind of pointed that out too, though.
Yeah, that's why we had the Model T before I got divorced, a year and a half ago, almost 2 years now. The Model T was something he wanted to replace from the one his dad had sold from underneath him. He was upset about that, and so we ended up finding one, and that was a lot of fun.
So it sounded like your old man's a lot like me.
Yeah,
I
he's an
pulled.
ex-old man though. He was awful.
I'm
I
with you.
found out he was doing bad things behind my back for years, and I didn't know.
That's how my 16-year marriage ended. I can understand that.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Now,
having to restart and live in an apartment instead of on the farm. I had 32 acres and was able to live out and garden and collect a few things and have fun. And divorce sucks.
it does. It does. You got to get to the point though where you don't give up on love and you say, "Fuck it, shit happens." Next. Don't give up on love just 'cause of one shitty person.
Nope, but I'm not going to rush into anything. That's for certain.
I heard that. I hear you there. I married my high school sweetheart, so like, I really don't. I got divorced. I didn't even know what dating was. Never really did it since high school. Just did it once. One woman my entire life.
That's a
It's
nice thing.
yeah, and if I would have had my way, it'd been forever thing. A godly marriage.
Yeah, that's
No
what I
men
thought I
set
had.
asunder,
I know.
right? Let
I
no
thought I
man
had
set
this.
asunder
No, you don't want that.
what God.
My parents were together until my mom passed away. So I had a good example. My grandparents were together. Nobody was divorced. Actually, I was the first one ever in my family as far back as we know.
That's funny. I fit that bill too. My mom and dad never got divorced. My brother's still married to his high school sweetheart. Here, look at this one. I own this. I did this. You probably like this.
Yeah, I like that. It's gonna be what color are you gonna? Ooh, very nice.
The
Nice Mustang.
Ethel's yellow and brown now. Yeah,
Nice.
my sister had one, so I had to get one to compete with her because I redid hers, and I was bummed I didn't own it when I got done.
No, I still like that Willis. What color did you call that on that Willis that you painted? What color was that?
It's like a Carmen red and a high pitch black.
It's a good color scheme. I really liked it. Saw your picture the other night and was like, wow, that's cool. That's a nice one. I hadn't seen one in that color scheme. I liked it.
Yeah, they use a lot of tans and greens and browns when they do them original.
Yeah, that's all I've ever seen was the earth tones and greens and things like that. So
Yeah,
that was the first time
yeah.
I'd seen in a red with the black and the white. And it looks sharp. I think it looks cool.
I thought it popped. I wanted it to look like pretty much like my Mustang, just a little darker. I put
It
black.
looks almost the same color as the Mustang here that you're showing.
Yeah, I put black racing stripes on that Mustang, and then when I looked at it, I thought, yeah, that red and black would look good on the Willis. A lot of times though, I'll let my daughters pick the colors. Depends, but I mean, I'm at that age where I'm like, well, the car collection is gonna be yours. I'm gonna keep this because I love it, right? So I'll probably have it when I die. What color would you like it when you own it? That around that. Not that I think I'm dying anytime soon, but more that I respect the fact none of us are here forever.
Nope. Nope. I survived a terminal illness, so I had my scare already once.
What, cancer?
They actually never did figure out exactly what I had, but I actually lost the ability to walk, move, do anything. I was totally bedridden for 10 years, even on a feeding tube at one point for 2 years.
From
Oh
vaccines,
shit.
huh? That was from
Yeah, pretty
vaccine.
much ended up with like polio.
Yeah, or a full body infection.
I'm surprised you. I appreciate it, and I'm surprised you're willing to come on and talk about that type of thing openly.
I bet
Somebody's got to
that
start
changed.
talking about it. It's the
Yeah,
real deal.
I
Got a
appreciate it.
lot of veterans suffering it, and they're telling them it's either Agent Orange, or they tell them it's burn pits, chemicals, and it's not the truth. They won't admit
Yeah,
it's vaccines.
that's what I was implying with the full body infection, Gulf War syndrome, chemical
Yeah.
inhalation, and they
Yep,
told
Gulf
us
War
that,
is definitely.
yeah, and they told us that it was the enemy we had to worry about attacking us with chemicals, right?
Yeah, I was pretty pissed when I figured out what had happened to
Uh,
me. I was pissed. I
yeah,
was very angry for a long time.
I'm
But
glad you can laugh at that because neither one of us laughed. But yeah, it is kind of funny. Just when you're the person that's been there, kind of hard to laugh at that one.
hey,
Have
well, I
you
can walk
guys
now,
seen?
not in a wheelchair. I can drive again. I can take care of myself. I was completely about to go into a nursing home 2 years ago.
Damn, so you're really happy now.
What were you gonna say, brother?
Have y'all seen Niemer versus Niemer? It's a case.
Niemer versus
I don't
Niemer.
think I've heard of
The
that one. You
vets.
want to cover it? Give me a
Doesn't ring a
brief.
bell.
That's part of the veterans case for Gulf War syndrome, right? Because we got a settlement
Yep.
for that. Yeah, we got
and Nom
Oh.
and
Yeah,
the
so
list is
Niemer versus Niemer finalized Asian Orange payments for the Vietnam vets who died slowly. Some died and never got paid. My uncle
My
got
dad died.
got his, and my uncle got his first settlement and died 2 months later. You know, and
I wonder
Asian
if
Orange
that's
just slowly killed him since the day he got exposed to it.
this is gonna sound petty,
something
but
you notice.
after this amount of time, do you think that's something that I could have pursue legally with the United States government?
What
mean
your
Yeah, my
for
dad.
payment?
Yeah, my father.
I
My
don't know.
father passed.
Are you talking
Yeah,
Agent
that's
Orange?
what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Vietnam
yeah.
vet. What war? Vietnam vet, Asian Orange. What did he die
He
of?
was Vietnam.
Did he step foot in country, or was he blue water?
He
Right.
was in country.
Then he can get benefits if he has heart disease, if he has certain cancers, if he has all kinds of different things.
Well,
We got quite a list.
I think
He died
yeah, I
actually.
think
He died.
he's already dead. Yeah.
If he already died, there's nothing you can get. Sorry.
No.
Once they're done.
The only thing would be the heirs, which is why I pointed out Niemer versus Niemer. If you're a veteran and you're alive,
Yeah.
that case can apply to you. If you've passed on and you have surviving heirs, they can actually go and take the case on your behalf and get your benefit. But it's fucking nickels.
Yeah, I think it's only a couple $100.
I bet it's one hell of a fight
No.
too.
It's like 30 to 60 grand, but it's still nickels compared to what they did to everybody. And then the fact that they're still lying about it, because if you look at the case, the list of symptoms.
Well,
ooh.
listen, my uncle got a payoff of $60,000, but then they were also awarded 20 years of payments to go
That's
with
what I
that.
thought it was. I thought it was the 20, the so much a month that you got for stipend until it was paid out.
So they give you, well, the total overall amount, I can't remember what it was, but 60 is your initial payment. Then you get the rest over 20 years, a lifetime. It's considered a lifetime payment. And they knew these people were going to die. That's the fucked up thing. But
right.
then
They threw them nickels after they injected them with shit that they knew was going to kill them.
Bro, I agree.
Absolutely. It's the same with the current veteran. Yeah, current veterans are dealing with the same
here's
thing.
the question. if you slowly rot from the inside out when you could have lived a natural life, what type of monetary value do you put on that? What's the value of your lifetime? A healthy life, enjoying your life with your family, or being on, having a pacemaker, iron lung, dialysis before you die.
Oh, it's miserable. And it's miserable, especially if you have any of the pain syndromes along with it, like I have had. It's horrid.
And
You
that's
want
one of the worst parts of the golf course syndrome is you can have all over body pains. There's certain people like you that just lost use of their body, their entire bodies. Some people never got it back.
yeah, a
Amazing
lot of
you
people.
did.
No,
And that's
they don't know how I got mine back. Nobody can explain it. I just tell them it was prayer and determination to keep trying, even though I was on hospice for 2 years.
what I was gonna say. Mind over matter.
It was.
Well,
And changing
something
diet, getting off all their meds. I mean, it was a bunch of things. Using marijuana. I mean, it was a lot of things that helped.
Think divine intervention led you to all those?
So what'd you say?
Do you think divine intervention led you to those other things that opened up doors to healing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have no doubt. I have no doubt anymore that there's a creator, even before I figured out flat earth. But also my illness gave me a chance to get out of the military and have time to think about things and figure these all the truth out. I got myself out of that system. And I don't know if I would have if I had still been well and still in. I don't know. So I'm
Right.
actually grateful for it. So
Well, sometimes he's got to knock us down to bring us back to him.
yeah, so I'm
So,
grateful. I'm grateful.
Job, for example. But you could argue Job never left him, but I would say it was the perception Job had of everything perfect in God and always be perfect. So God had to show him, no, you have to choose me in whatever status you live. Or it's not really a chosen, it's a fair weather fan. Even God knows what a fair weather fan is.
No, there's times that I would be praying for just to make it the next 30 seconds, trying to breathe and being in so much pain, writhing in pain. I even got up to 200 milligrams of morphine an hour. And I just wanted to die at one point, but I never felt like I
Damn,
wasn't talking to the creator or that he wasn't listening, even though it got that bad.
that's
I don't know. It was something, it was supernatural. It really was.
a lot of morphine.
That was enough to kill a horse. Yeah. I got up to that much though because they just couldn't control it. I was even on
Yeah.
fentanyl at one point. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was.
that's what I was comparing it to. Like, I give the livestock glass, and they weigh 1,300 to 2,500 pounds. Yeah, that's kind of how I was looking at it. Damn, I wouldn't give my horse that much.
No,
So,
no, nobody. That would kill most people right off the bat. But I had gotten on it and slowly it ramped up for so many years. I could tolerate it, but it wasn't covering anything. And I finally just threw it all out and got off of it in about 6 months. I think I tapered a little bit, but mostly just threw everything away at one time or another. I just started throwing all the meds out because they weren't helping. And I was like, okay, I'm going to try something different. So I went the whole natural route and herbal and, lots more prayer and asking for the truth and things. And then I got shown some things and started doing it and I got better steadily. I don't know how else to say it. It just was I was led to where I needed to go, but I also had to be broken down. So I wouldn't be the person I am today without that experience. And I'm grateful for it. I really am, even though I'm pissed at my country for doing it. And it makes me mad that other veterans don't even know what's going on with themselves and they're suffering. I can't
yeah,
stand
they
that.
could be suffering right now, and a lot of people are unaware of Gulf War syndrome and all the vast symptoms it covers. There's people right now that are suffering that were there that they don't even know that it's a possibility that they're sick because they were there, you know? It's
No, they don't know. They don't know. They don't
we gotta
associate it. They don't tell you, and you have to figure it out on your own.
we
It's
have
tough.
we have a Glover that comes in here. He's Bob, the science guy. He's actually a ex-Navy from Michigan who helped get veterans and made the VFW pay for medical marijuana and other things. Um, he's an advocate right now for awareness on golf syndrome for Gulf War veterans. Because there was nowhere in the lawsuits where they have to give notification. The people had to figure it out for themselves and then apply for their benefits, you know? And
Yeah, I
this
do
guy,
know. That's what I had to
before,
do. I had to figure it out myself, and there was no support. And they classify us, Iraq and Afghanistan, as Gulf War still because they haven't ended the date on that. But because they don't
well,
recognize it
yeah,
as the new Gulf War, they don't associate it with the right things, and so people aren't getting
yeah.
treated appropriately.
I mean, it's happened since 1990. We've been there since 90, and even before that, but under other guys, and we weren't insurgents. But we've been insurgents there since 1990. It's 2021, you know?
Longest stuff we've been doing. We haven't been out of war since when? I don't know. Most people also don't know that Korea veterans, a lot of my Korean veterans, when I was treating them, I found out treating them at the VA that they had been exposed to Agent Orange as well. It wasn't just people in Vietnam and on. It was actually some of the Korean vets as well. They were using that shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I don't
didn't
know.
know that.
Even in World War
Yeah.
II, there's some evidence. There's even some evidence they were spraying some of the almost same stuff around and doing the same kind of chemical stuff, and of course, injecting things. So, yeah, it's never ended. It's never ended.
Damn, they were doing that long ago, huh? With the same stuff. So they didn't just invent Asian orange in Vietnam. It was already existing. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it came under different names, different companies. That's now it's even owned Agent Orange. Now the company that was originally responsible at some point is now GlaxoSmith. No, not Glaxo. Is what's the name? Who makes Roundup? Same people that own Roundup now own the whole
Monsanto.
shebang with the
Monsanto.
yeah,
Monsanto.
Monsanto. Exactly,
Monsanto.
Monsanto. Yeah, suckers. Bayer and Monsanto and all those guys. Yep, same group, same people. They just hand it over and pretend that they're going to take care of it, and they don't.
Oh shit.
And they're in bed with the pharmaceutical companies too. So it's the same companies, some of the same ones. So it's all around. I mean, you just, it's surprised more troops don't drop, but a lot of them already have problems. But like you said, they don't associate it with anything they've been exposed to. They just think it's normal
You know,
life.
yeah, you know our veterans will be some of the first parts of society that'll be fully inundated with the COVID vaccinations too, right? It'll be part of their jacket. It'll be a
Yeah,
requirement.
they're the first guinea pigs almost on everything. It's just
They,
terrible.
yes, yeah. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah,
They'll
I
be
got
the first. They have no recourse. I mean, they
no.
do tell you, like when I was there, uh, you know, in a Desert Storm, it was in the middle of you were on the field. You might have been on the patrol, and CO come up and said, mandate, take this or don't take it, sign this one or sign that one. You know, either we signed to not take it and said, okay, I can't sue you for crap if the enemy pollutes me. So under the guise, if the enemy attacks me with chemical warfare and I didn't take your vaccine, then I'm not owed any benefits for that. That's why you took the vaccination, And then it turns out they're the ones chemically assaulting you. Ain't that the bitch?
It is. It is. It's catch-22, and they own your body. And yeah, I remember even giving out vaccines that we didn't even know what the hell they were. They were just listed as A and B or C or D. We had no idea what
Yeah,
we were
and
giving people. They were told to do it.
that's
We were ordered
actually
to, and here we go.
that's actually what we were discussing when I threatened my CO, because there were people who had adverse reactions to that stuff instantly, within weeks. You know, certain immune systems reacted really badly to that, and there were people already dying. They were already questioning it months after it was done. So our medic got wind of it, and he was talking about it, and the CO got all pissed about it. Like, we're not free to talk about how our bosses just fucked us.
No, when the anthrax
And I
shot,
was young.
yeah, you were. You didn't know what you were getting. Fight it. But no, they didn't care. They gave anthrax to even our pilots. We had a lot of pilots actually get decommissioned or give up their commission and resign over anthrax, because that sucker, man, I had 6 of those. Those are awful. It's a series of 6 to get your full blown thing, and nobody feels good after that one for a while, and some never recover from it. But we literally had $1 million trained pilots give up their
Oh
careers so they
shit.
wouldn't have to take it.
Yeah, I got great respect for the pilots, Air Force, who they put a lot of money in their education. Yeah, we all know that. They're some of the smartest guys I ever met in the world, too.
We always laugh in the Air Force. It's like, yeah, we send our officers to the front line over us. They're in more danger usually than any of us on the ground back at home at base. But that's changed a lot with the warfare. But we used to call them the prima donnas. Everything revolves around the pilots in the Air Force. But that's changing. That's been changing a lot over the years.
Yeah, a lot of people come in. I've had veterans come in that are mad about the way I see it, my service. I try to tell them, hey, it's not about how you see your service, about how I see mine. I'm not attacking you. I got one guy did it, and I found out he's like, I just went for the car. So basically, this guy just joined up for a combat ribbon and the opportunity to get away with killing somebody.
Yeah, I met a few of those sick types. That's what those are, and the ones that want to go back
Yeah,
repeatedly. They
and
forget.
then he wants to question my value when I'm actually a man of valor. And I'm thinking, you're a piece of shit. You're not even qualified to question me. I mean, really. Let's meet face to face. Let's have coffee. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, crazy guy.
Yeah, I became really anti-war when I was in combat. I changed my whole outlook on everything, especially once I figured out what this was all about. Realized I'd been lied to about so much.
It does
That's the
that to
turning
you,
point.
doesn't it?
It was a turning point. So yeah, some people are still, gung ho, rah, 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 but not me. Sorry. But I'm not offended by people that are. It's just that I can't be. Not after what I've experienced and been through and seen
Yeah. My
and
my
lived.
mom was kind of yeah, my mom was kind of bummed when I first came home. But my dad was already on his deathbed. 3 years when I got home, he had 3 years to live. I didn't know it when I got there, but you know, my mom was kind of bummed, and I couldn't talk to my dad about it. Then when he was bedridden, that's all he wanted to talk about it, because he wanted me to know I understood. So, well, he was a veteran too. We come from a God-fearing family. So whenever you got to take another man's life and you're a real Christian, you have to wonder about forgiveness.
Yeah, that's why I
It
was a
starts.
medic. That's why I was a medic. I wanted to not let anybody get killed. I didn't care if I was treating the enemy or if I was treating somebody. I just wanted to make sure they survived it.
Yeah, that's honorable. Yep, I thought I was cut out for it. That's why I signed up for when offered Raider Battalion. One from one MEF to a Jarhead to a Raider. Yeah. Well, I thought it was cool. I changed my opinion on that. I think the value of life should be greater. You know, only when our life is threatened, and not by any action of our own, should we take another man's life. Meaning, if we got to get on a jet plane and go across seas and then parachute out into a desert, and then we got to choose between their life or our own. We weren't really defending our life. They were doing what is their by nature. You know, one lion comes into another lion's area, and they're gonna fight about it because you're invading his area and trying to take it over.
Yeah, that's what I saw with urban warfare and Baghdad and that sort of thing. It was I couldn't believe that we were doing that to the people. We didn't treat them the way we should have, and then we were claiming to care about their freedom when we were treating them like shit in the middle of the night, tearing up their houses and shooting them and all that. It just not cool. Not cool. Not very much.
Urban combat, taking their guns, gun inspections. Actually, by their law, they can have 5 AK-47s. You know.
Yeah, they may have had a bad guy ruling them, but it doesn't matter. It's still not right to go over there and do that to people and to their children. Their children, I couldn't stand the having to treat their kids. That having kids with war wounds is not cool.
I know you had to treat them. Imagine being the guy when you look over and this kid's got a rocket launcher because you killed his father, and you're an insurgent in his homeland, killing his peoples, maybe his father and his uncle. So you got to weigh his life against your own and your fellow.
I couldn't blame them,
So,
and a lot.
exactly. How could you blame that kid?
Country like that, if we did that to them, if somebody did that to us, oh hell yeah, we'd fight back.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. You come over here and the whole damn nation will be fighting against you. Not just one sect. You know. You get Christians, Mennonites, Protestants.
Yeah, they didn't care what religion they were after they were dealing with us, and that was just, it was sad to see that, you know. Oh yeah, it's a bunch of Muslim terrorists we're going after. Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. We're just going after people. We're just going after people. Like you, me,
Yeah.
anybody. I don't care what religion they are. I don't care what they believe. They're not terrorists. They don't freaking care about what I'm doing over here. They're not going to come blow my buildings up.
Nope. I agree 100%.
We got to give them freedom. Don't you understand? They need freedom. They just don't get it.
No. Say it right. Freedom through democracy. And the democracy leads into the JQ, the Jew question. It's just give them a central bank, give them democracy, get them under the devil system like the rest of us.
That's all it is. It's all about the product, the profit. That's all it is.
Yep, that Luciferian system of economics, yes. Economics in a democratic nation. Demon.
That is a cool car. I really do like that one. I think it's very cool.
Yeah, my daughter likes that one too. She just wants me to put a system in it. I'm like, honey, they didn't come with a system. I don't care.
I want
Some
AC
more.
in it.
Yeah, she's like that. She claimed a couple of my Trans Ams. I told her to pick what you want in them. I'll modify them. I'm not modifying the Willis. There's
Here's my
only
question.
certain ones that,
Michael, I know you can probably answer this. So I guess I mean I had a kind of a debate, but he was completely lying to me. Completely lying to me. You said that. Let me get back to it so I can make sure that I'm telling you exactly what he said. He said that the word yucca warrior, I don't know exact translation, is to wraps around, okay, which means like a turbine or turban, okay, around your head, right? And he's saying that this type of word round or around means globe from the book of the Quran or whatever.
Quran, the
Mhm.
Suda, or the
Yeah,
Quran.
yeah. He posted it
Surah.
here.
Yeah.
I'll make it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude.
Here.
He just went off about it. I was like, you're lying your ass off.
So he thinks a hat or a turban or a
Yeah.
headdress is a indication of the shape of the earth.
Of the
They
shape
about
of the
shape
earth is globe. He completely said it's globe because of the round in that. What are you getting at, man?
I've never heard any of the Muslims that I've met say that. Never
And
heard them
I
say
even
it. They
asked him
believe in
that.
creation. They believe in creation and the flat model. Most of them that I've met.
And I asked him that.
Oh
Where
yeah.
in the book does it say that it's a globe? And he's like, he just said, "Oh, I posted it for you about the roundness." I'm like, so wait,
Did we
round
not?
means globe to you?
No,
Oh,
asking. Did we not lay out for you like a carpet to lay upon? Did we not stretch out the heavens as a
oh,
tent for you to lie under?
I should have said that. Yeah.
Yeah, like a tent. That's what I always remember both from the Hebrew and what the Arabs that I've met, the
Well,
Muslims I've met, said
yeah,
that. That's what they tell
that's
me.
from that's from the Quran. Yep.
Yeah, I just kept saying. I mean, round does not mean globe, though. I mean, like literally, what are you thinking? Round can mean a whole bunch of things.
It's just like the Christians always trying to say the circle of the earth, like they talk about, and they say, "Oh, that means it's the sphere, the circle, it's a sphere."
Exactly.
And I'm like, "Oh, come on, you guys!
Right.
How do you
But
make a
from
circle?
the
You need a
from the
compass. Come
Taspir,
on."
I
Surah
know.
8, Surah 8:247. That is, he spread it out, prepared it, made it stable, and made it firm by means of the mountains, immovable. They just you're wrong.
So, how
Give me
much
a
do you
minute.
know of the Quran? I mean, are you a student of the Quran, or are you just a kind of a light
Uh,
reader of it?
theology. I study theology. I do comparative studies for
That's why I asked
theology
you, Mike, because I heard
university.
you talking all about it.
Yeah.
And this kid does
You
not
seen
know
them
what he's talking about.
links I posted? Give me a minute. I'll find the link.
Well, I know who to go to then when I need to talk
Yeah,
to
it's
some of these folks.
good stuff to understand. I mean, we're all here. We're all human, and
Yep,
God is great. Okay,
he is the
and you
creator.
don't you may have your own type of God that you cherish or what. Who cares? But it's still a creator that you cherish because he was here for you,
Yep,
and
and
that's it.
I don't think we any of us know the real name of the creator. That's my opinion. I think we will
Exactly.
all be surprised when we find out what the real
Here,
name is. I
Yep.
think we'll be surprised.
I'll start posting some of these chronic verses for you, Justin. Livestream. Then you can just share them with him. Found a study on this once. I'm trying to find that.
So do you know Robert Eisenman? You ever read his stuff on the Dead Sea Scrolls and the James,
Yeah,
the Bible
actually,
Code?
yeah, actually, I think I have. I do
That's what he
read Bible
posted.
codes, but
He
you
posted
are.
that right there. That's the one that he
He
posted.
created the heavens a true purpose. He wraps the night around the day,
And then this is
around the
his
night.
reply on it. Here, I'm gonna post his reply.
So does that wrap around somebody's head stand up on its own? Or is it
Here
just
we
a
go.
wrap, which
That's
means it's
his
a wrap?
reply to the word right there. That's in quotes or brackets. He said that word yokawur translates into wraps around.
Yeah,
That's just like
I
the
think
And
he's
circle of the
full
earth?
of
it
shit.
must be the earth is round. Well, of course it must be the earth is round, but that doesn't mean globe.
No, it doesn't. Especially when it's a wide expanse.
And the fact that you see Antarctica and the fact that it goes in a circle the way that it should, not an island way, okay? Not around like an island would, but in the opposite freaking way.
Like a
People
clay
don't look at it
seal pressed down with upturned edge. That's, all these other descriptors, you put them together and I can't see globe ever in it. I don't know
ever.
why these people ever see globe in their stuff, because that's not globe either. Wrapping around, again, you wrap a present. You can wrap anything with a form. It could be, any shape, really. It just means to wrap around it. It doesn't mean that it's a globe or a shape that will hold itself by itself. I mean, if he makes it sound like it's, can it stand up by itself and be a sphere all the time?
It's amazing what they will say round means. I mean, oh. I mean, have you seen the way sprites look?
Yeah, I have.
Have you watched? Okay, when they smack that atmosphere like that, what we call it the atmosphere, right? Globers. It doesn't react like it would if it was hitting space.
Well, if you
You know what I'm
understand
saying?
if you understand how electricity works, it has to
It
have a
bounces.
barrier.
It
Has to
bounces.
have.
And it really does. It looks like it bounces off of a solid structure.
Well, you've seen those pictures where it has that back glow where it looks like it's even lighting up the
Yes,
dome. So
like a
you're
mushroom.
something. Yeah, it's awesome looking. Those are the best pictures. I love some of those. They're beautiful.
And you watch it live too. Those live ones. Wow. They didn't
Makes you
know. They
wonder.
had no idea what they were going to record when they went up there. They had no idea that they were going
Well,
to
it's kind of
record that.
cool when you understand how electricity works. It's just another proof. It's just like, oh, great, it makes sense now. And for
Yep.
them to throw out the firmament, a lot of these Christians throw it out and say it disappeared sometime after the flood. I'm just like, really, really, it just disappeared.
Wait. Yam is saying the same thing. No, it wouldn't. He's in the live stream or the lobby. Wrapped.
Yeah, he's reading somebody else's.
No, he said he's looking at the combo and he said word means wrapped, which would imply a sphere, and you started calling him a dumbass and was claiming about it. You should take a breath or something like that. And no, I actually explained to it 3 times that round does not mean a globe
Or sphere, if he likes that word better.
Right.
If it can't hold its form by itself, how could you confirm the shape as being a globe or a sphere? If I drop a wrap around my head and take it off, it's just going to fall down in on itself like a tent. So
Not one time has any Bible or book that is religious
Holy Scriptures. So when did you come into flat Earth, man? Batamon?
Me?
Yeah, Michael.
About 7 years ago. Honestly, just wondered how heliocentric model works with God's creation in Genesis and the firmament and waters above the waters. Well, I asked my grandmother this when I was a child, and she said, "Well, Michael, the Bible's got an answer for that. Let God be true and every man a liar."
Amen to that. She's right. That's my grandmother said the same thing.
Yeah, and she said her faith was so strong, she didn't let it be questioned by modern science.
Sounds like
She
my
just said,
grandma. Yeah. She's,
"This
it's the Bible
is
and it
where
is
we
so.
live. If Genesis didn't say it, then it's not so." And there was light before the sun was ever produced. If
Well,
you
yeah.
read Genesis properly, in the beginning God said let there be light, but it wasn't until the third day he separated day from night, night from day, and created the sun. So for 3 days there was already light. He was working in the light.
That's what drove me crazy about Ken Ham and what's his name, the other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the creationist guys, because they came to our church and actually did a whole presentation
COVID,
for a week when I was a kid.
and COVID.
Yeah, they all came to our church for a big presentation for a week, and so I was really, I think I was 10, age 10, I think when they showed up. Yeah, and that set me real firm on my being able to argue against evolution, but I still could not figure out their Earth model. It didn't match. They kept telling me, the Bible's literal and it's true and it's, but then they would, this disappearing firmament. And I was like, okay. And every ice I'll see him come when, when the sky rolls back as a scroll. None of these things matched with what they were telling me about the other stuff to believe. And then that stuff didn't match. So it was very confusing. So I became a flat earther within like a day. When I found the theory, I was like, oh, now I get it. Oh, it wasn't hard.
What's that guy's name, Justin? Where's he at? What is he in lobby?
Yeah, he's in lobby. Yam. He's now saying, okay, that's your opinion. He was sharing his reasons why he disagrees. Unreal. He was being dishonest.
Well, I'm gonna start posting them more of them verses.
So was he using that as the only proof that it's a globe, though? If that is it, with all the other evidence, should outweigh your just one that you might be like, well, it could be a globe, it could be a circle, but the rest of it also backs it up. So why would you just go with the one, making it, oh, that's the one. I only needed that.
Yeah. So I was looking for my notepad. It takes a minute for. I got like 30 of them. I got some good arguments for him. They're already written out, pre-posted. There's one where he says, "I made the earth for you," like a word that means my hand extended out, palm up. Well, palm up hand is flat, right? Or can you get a globe from an extended flat hand?
Probably roll off.
Yeah, don't ban him yet, man. Come on.
Cogdis.
I want him to read these verses. All right, here I'll just go to Cogdis and
Sorry.
argue with him. No, you're cool. I can just switch lobbies, bro. It's cool. Got it covered.
What is there, like
eh,
200 scriptures in the Bible that you could probably use to give a round, I mean, a circular or round, you could say round, as long as you don't think sphere.
right.
Lie to people by saying round is meaning globe, okay, or sphere.
Well, I
Yeah,
think. Well, there's other people who translate that word differently,
I
and
know,
they
I
say
know.
Abam Shahat. Because he's quoting from whatever they call. I can't remember what they call their damn leaders right now.
But does he specifically say anywhere in there sphere or globe is what he's meaning? No.
No, he gives references to open hand, closed hand,
It just
pillars,
makes no
mountains.
sense that they think that we are being dishonest.
well, doesn't the one in Isaiah also, within the same chapter or even a couple verses later, it says the word ball, has the word
Yeah,
ball,
that's
so that Isaiah obviously knew the difference between the two.
yeah, that's chug and dur. So they say Isaiah when he said use chug, which means to inscribe a circle on the face of something. They say that means sphere, but dur actually means sphere. It's for a ball. So Isaiah used the word for a ball 2 verses before he used chug to describe the action that they said God did. Inscribe a circle on the face of the deep. Well, it's only a flat, plain surface that has a face. A ball doesn't have a face. You can't inscribe a circle on the face of a sphere. The sphere has no face. And this is admitted by the heliocentric model. There's no up, down, left, right. It's all relative to a central point on a sphere, right? So
Right.
there's no face. So the Bible couldn't be saying we inscribed a circle on the face of a spherical circle.
And he used the word for ball just before, so he obviously knew the difference between
Hey,
a circle and
yeah,
a ball. So we know that
Justin,
they're different.
you see, he made no response to my translations because
Exactly.
I gave original root words, writings, and meanings, and he don't want to do that. He wants to make the Surah and the Quran adhere to modern translations of those words. And they say their language doesn't change that much. Well, that much implies a little. And some of the words that have changed are these words that apply to the description of Earth. That's the funny thing. So he's using modern definitions. He's not using definitions of the words as they were used
Yeah.
in antiquity. Yeah, he
so
made no. What's up, Pearl?
I just woke
Yes.
up just a few minutes ago, and I may be speaking out of school. Well, I probably am,
No,
but I'm just
go
gonna
ahead.
I'm just gonna put this out there. This thing that he posted that he's hanging on to so hard, it's like it's not even talking about how the heavens and the earth, or how night and day behaves with the earth anyway. He's talking about how the night behaves with the day and how the day behaves with the night. They can wrap around each other in whatever shape they want to. It doesn't have any difference
Yeah.
on earth.
Yes.
Like, I just
Well,
wanted to point out.
No, that's beautiful. Thank you, Pearl. Thank you.
Yeah. I was gonna say as a description, you can use the yin and the yang, how they
I
could wrap
love the yin
around.
and yang. Ah,
That's an example of how they could wrap around
I
each other.
truly never knew about that yin and yang. Literally, I thought it was just kind of like a. I'm not even joking. I thought it the whole time it was just a sex thing. Okay, I never even once put it together that it was talking about the sun and the moon. I never once ever until I got here. Not
Oh,
joking.
you mean like the yin yang rappers?
Yeah.
369, damn your
Yeah.
point. Let me rock it to you one more time.
And then the symbol
To the
6 9 with the
window.
white dot and the black dot on both
To the
6 and 9. You
wall.
know, come on, man.
Yeah.
To a naive person here, I didn't really research anything about it, of course,
Well,
but it's so
that's
opened
the
my
funny
mind.
thing. The 69 is kind of the yin and yang too.
It's
And
amazing.
I mean, if you're looking at it as a sexual position, they are polar opposites in polar opposite positions.
Well, you know.
So it's about polarity, but yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the young kids, that's what they think it means. It says sexual connotation or, evil
So
and
I
good
guess he
only.
didn't understand you. He said it was more like a statement to him. So he didn't address it, I guess, but he said he'll be
Yes,
back.
I
Whatever.
made a statement. I made a statement about a translation of a word, and I gave a specific verse, and I want a specific answer to it.
So okay, so might want to clarify that for him. Just tag him and clarify that for him, just because he said that right now. He said, "I don't see a question. It seems like a statement to me," and that's it.
Yeah, it is. The verse that says God made the earth vista.
Yes.
Vista, meaning flat, like an open hand with a palm up. It's flat. It's not a ball. But he can't answer it because it goes against what he believes.
What
and
he
I even
believes.
give
Okay.
I even give the original Arabic word for it. And other Quranic verses.
I just don't know the whole concept of switching it from round to globe or sphere. I mean, what is that? What is going through someone's head? I don't. I'm just seeing, they see a picture and that's it. Round means globe. When you say
Yeah,
round, it
I
means
gave
globe. It's like,
multiple
what?
verses that back. So it says God made the earth vista, meaning flat, like an open palm. Palm up, open hand. But in the end, Quahad, he will make it, when the judgment comes, he will make it Quahad, which is like a closed fist. The Quran actually says he made it flat, but in the end, he's going to wrap it all up like a closing hand. I mean, the book literally contradicts what he's saying in the Surah or the damn Quran. Most of them guys do. They're supposed to study and memorize all this stuff and know the multiple translations of the words. That's why I talked to Shekel and quite a few of them. MJ here. MJ really studies his Quran. He can break all this stuff down here. He's the one that led me to the source for this. Because it's an entire argument and it's worded well and it gives multiple verses. There's like 12 verses in there that dude isn't given an answer for. That's all there is to it. I did make a statement, but the entire point, the coherent, cohesive point of my paragraph, multiple paragraphs, is that every reference builds to the fact that it was made flat and it'll twist it up like a ball, like a crumbled piece of paper, when he sends his judgment down.
Not looking for that day.
Right, so I mean, how can he wrap it up like a closing fist on the day of judgment if it's already a wrapped up closing fist sphere?
Oh my
And
gosh, yeah.
then the Quran wouldn't make no sense because he's basically saying he's gonna do to it what he's already done to it.
Huh.
You're saying he made it the way it's gonna be when his judgment came. They give two different states that it was made one way, and in the end it'll be this way. And to build the whole entire path, that's why there's like 12 verses there. It goes from verse to verse to verse to verse. Because the Quran is actually specific about creation, man's act in it, and how it's going to get us from the beginning of Earth to the end, and then there'll be a new Earth. It doesn't really leave nothing out. The only way you can get a sphere out of it is to translate it by modern versions of the word.
I swear, Tyson, whatever his name is, or the guy for the globe, I swear he's using the word round purposely to confuse people all the time. It's round. Or it's slightly pear-shaped or fat in the middle.
Yeah.
I know, right? How did they get these beautiful pictures of the Earth being absolutely beautifully round, yet they say it's a pear shape?
I know,
I
they're idiots.
don't get that in any way.
Well,
And they don't
correct
even see it.
themselves
Like, no one sees that.
Though they correct themselves with slightly old bait.
Oh.
The difference.
Even that. Where is it in these NASA fucking clips? Jeez, guys,
know.
what are you looking at then if you're looking at the NASA clips?
Listen, if you look at that perfect circle, what their model says is left to right on that circle, at the equator, left to right on the axis line, straight across, perfect X from the axis line straight across. It should be wider than it is straight up and down. And it would be visual. The height of Mount Everest, yeah, it's going to be visual. You can see that it's wider in the center than it is from top to bottom, side to side. That's what they're saying. It's wider side to side than it is top to bottom.
I know, but you should see a deformity. You should see that in every single one of those pictures. Every single one.
I agree.
I mean, they're taking the picture at the equator too. Like, come on. Oh.
I keep wondering why we don't see it when there's an eclipse, if that's what the deal is.
Oh my God. Or on the moon. Or on the fucking moon. Come on. On the fucking moon. We should see that. If our Earth's shadow is on the goddamn moon, where's the damn oblique spheroid on the moon? That's like literally, I want to ask, I really want to ask a Glober that. I truly want to ask a Glober that. What is your thoughts on that right now? Tell me. Go.
Yeah, because they say we see a perfect shadow, a perfect circle shadow. Most of them say it like that.
Yeah, it's not dark covered up on the sides and lighter on the top and bottom. It doesn't match up with what I keep expecting a spheroid to kind of do if it's covering a shadow.
Justin, that's when they would finally gain understanding of that meme.
I know, right?
Benefited you. It's like they would understand it.
Finally. And I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying the truth here. Like literally, that's still like totally blowing my mind that I didn't actually look at that when I was a globe earther. They kept saying, "Oh, it's a little bit bigger at the waist there," but yet we don't see that on the moon at all. And the total eclipse, like, how is that even possible if our globe has a bulge, as they say? How is that even possible?
Yeah, it's the eclipse. I would think that you'd see it the best. That's what I was always
That's the
looking for.
next. Yeah, I'm gonna say that the next time they ask about eclipses. I'm gonna say, okay, well, isn't our Earth an oblique spheroid? So where's the eclipse then
that
of
perfect
the oblique
corona.
spheroid? Huh?
Yeah,
Please
that
tell me
perfect
that.
corona, and it's just perfect. I mean, it literally is perfect when you watch it. So I don't know.
Oh, it just blows my mind away every time I think about it, man. And then the fact that the light, I've never actually been told or never actually tested the light of the moon. And that triggered me so bad when I never actually knew that the light of the moon is kind of like 69. Just it goes back to the 69 where the sun is hot and the moon is cold, you know. Well, the shade of the moon is warm and the light of the moon is cold. Now, how does that work when the sun is supposed to be shining off of the moon and projecting that moon's light onto the earth? Now, wouldn't that be warm in the light? That doesn't make any sense. It should be warm in the light, not in the shade. It should be way cold in the shade. But it's actually warmer in the shade. That's just, that blew my mind away. And this isn't done with any kind of like human tests, like a diagram or a temperature gauge. This is done with me just going out into the shade, okay, staying there for not even a minute, and just putting my hand into the light and feeling how cold that light is. And you can tell if you know your senses very well, which you should. You can tell it's going down in degrees when you put your hand in the light of the moon. Same effect happens when you put your hand into the shade of the sun. It's colder. Yin yang. Anyways, it is pretty late here. I am gonna take off. It has been a wonderful night. If you guys were in that shit show over there that it was such an amazing shit show. I loved it.
You guys did a good job.
You heard a little?
Yeah, some of it. I got to hear the end of it.
Well, I got pulled into my own little private like admin lobby thing. He pulled me in there. I'm pretty sure he's like 20 or 22 or something. You know, the age in that thing was just so low. It really was. But he told me that I needed to stop. I needed to stop attacking the child that was in there. He's 16 and he was posting all these random pictures about flat Earth and you know predicting that this is what flat earthers say and it's not. It was he's like, oh, it's just a joke, and it's like, no, that puts it in people's minds that we're talking about flat Earth and an edge, and he just kept posting it over and over again. And I was like, you're absolutely lying to people, okay, because that's not what we say about flat Earth. And the other mod pulls me in saying to not attack him and call him a child when he is a child. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm not attacking him when I'm calling him a child. That's the truth. He's like, well, I don't care. Like, well, I don't care about you. And I left the admin, and he muted me. It was so funny. It's just they were all children over there. They literally were pretty bad. Oh,
Yeah,
Femboy,
that's
why are
not a
you
bad
muted?
It's not a bad thing though, because at least then some of them may actually start to think. The young,
Yes,
you have a little more chance maybe to break through some of the programming because it's not been so instilled for so many decades yet.
exactly.
Even if they're blocking it now, it might wake them up later when they get their aha moment, whatever that may be for them.
Okay, Femboy says his mic was muted because it was messed up last time. Hello? I got you unmuted. Can you speak?
Mhm.
Hi.
Heyo.
Awesome. So I don't know. I'm leaving right now, but I just wanted to open it up. You can start talking. Ask questions. We really want someone in here asking some questions. There's some people in here that would love to talk. Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, brother.
Well, I'm glad things aren't so hectic right now. Last time I was in here, everybody was talking at the same time.
Yeah,
Don't everybody else speak at once? Oh,
Yeah, it
Zan,
can get a
your
little
mic is
crazy.
kind of...
Yeah, it gets a little crazy sometimes. I agree with you. Sometimes everybody talks over
I
each
think we should
other.
have more... I think we should have more channels, honestly. Allow for, people to just sit down, chat it out, talk about some of the issues. But, I mean, I'm sure we should be able to do that in here. Who am I talking to right now?
I'm Damsel Medic. I don't know where Mike is. Michael.
Okay. Where do you line up on the spectrum? I presume you're a flat earther?
Yeah, you have brought any measurements of curvature, Femboy?
Who am I talking to now? Hello?
Well, I'm still here. I'm not sure why they didn't answer back, but yes, I would consider myself a flat Earth believer, and have enough evidence to know that it's flat. But I don't like, particularly, I don't like labels very much. I believe there's a creator, and I believe what I see and what evidence I've already seen for myself.
Yeah, I completely agree with you about the label thing. I don't think it's necessary to be like, oh, I'm a flat earth, or oh, I'm a this, or whatever. I believe it's a pony shaped. I mean, I think that's really irrelevant as long as you have the evidence to
Reason I
support
don't like
whatever your
labels.
position is.
Well, do you have the
I
evidence?
think it should be about science.
Do you have the evidence,
labels.
Femboy?
It's just
Look,
people
hey,
make.
look, who am I
Sorry.
talking to? You just
You're
this other guy just.
really obnoxious, right? I'm Roger.
I want to know who I'm talking to. I don't. It's not obnoxious to know who I'm talking to.
You're
Fine, I'll just go through the whole list. Just keep talking. Just keep talking.
Roger. It's Roger. I already
Okay,
told
Roger.
you it's Roger.
Well,
So
my
you're
mistake.
talking
I
about
didn't hear you.
science, right? You're talking about science. Do you have the science for a globe? Because you're holding a double position. You said I don't like labels, right?
Roger, is this just going to be like a interrogation?
No, it's about
Thank you.
you.
All right. Well then, here let's set out a
saying,
format
right,
here.
that you
Look,
have a position which you have the
I'd
evidence
like to
for.
make. All right. Look, how about this? We can go ahead and make a little opening statement here if you'd like. I can make one, you can make one. And then what we can do is just alternate between different points that we want to make, like about issues that I have with the flat earth, issues you have with the globe, blah, 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 or whatever like that. Is that acceptable for you? Because I think that'd be a lot more structured than what happened last time. Because last
You're
time,
not here you're not here. You're not a mod, right? You're not
you're
here
right.
to.
I'm not. I don't have
Okay.
any power.
So, okay, excellent.
But I
So
do think
my
that having a
question,
little bit of
yeah,
structure to the
what do you
conversation
think?
is good.
Doesn't. I don't care what you think, right? I just wanna.
That's a huge problem if we're going to have a productive conversation.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't care.
Look,
So
I'm trying to be polite. I'm trying to be
I
reasonable
am.
here.
I'm polite too, right? But yeah.
Is that what that
do
is?
you think so? If you're gonna be like this, man.
I don't know what be like this is.
Yeah, be like this,
Last
right?
last
Gaslighting
time
me.
there was last time there was I don't think you know what gaslighting is.
Okay.
Last time there was 9 of you, and I would say something, and someone else would say something, then I was accused of changing the subject.
Mm.
That's gaslighting. You know, let's
So
see. I
femboy, it's a globe with the
would
readings of
answer a
3959.
question,
It's
and
a
I was accused of what was that?
it's a globe, right? They tell us it's a globe.
Mhm.
So what evidence do
Well,
you
I
have?
appreciate it. I appreciate if you hold me to the or hold yourself to the same standard that you tried to hold me. Now, last time I was answering questions and
So
accused
I
of
don't make
interrupting.
I don't make any
I would
claims about
appreciate
being a
it
globe.
if you would not. I would like it if you would also not interrupt me. Would you like to, follow some sort of format here? Because otherwise, it's
No, I
just,
just want you to
haha, I got you,
I
aha.
just want you to prove that you're on a globe. That's what I want you to do. I'm not making any claims.
Proofs are for mathematics and logic. What we do in science is we accumulate evidence, and it's increases our confidence to the point that it
Yes.
becomes a
So science
theory.
doesn't prove things.
Um,
Science doesn't prove things.
well, it depends on what you're constituting as proof. Like I said, proofs are for the realms of mathematics and logic. In science,
So
we can only
why do we have the
ascend to
scientific
the level of
method?
theory
Why do we have the scientific method to prove
to
stuff,
come
right?
up with scientific theory.
Okay. So to prove stuff. So when
Theories can only be disproven. They can't be proven. They can only
you're going
increase our
into
confidence in them.
you're going into
No,
some
it's
realm where you say, well, you can't
mm,
actually prove
no.
anything,
Look,
right?
no. I believe you can reasonably conclude things and make deductions about the world, the universe in general, and I think things can be known. But I
Okay.
think that the
Okay.
terms that we use do matter. Um,
So
strictly
why
speaking, I
is it a
cannot
globe?
prove.
You didn't answer me. Why
Okay,
is it a
okay. Why
globe?
isn't it? Why isn't it a globe?
Is it a globe? Why is it a globe?
Oh, we can review some of the evidences that have led me to this conclusion if you would like.
Well, present anything you have, right? Let's see.
Yep. Now, first, I would like to address something that you seem to not be in agreement on. Now, I would like to ask one question. Now, the black swan image, why is it called the black swan?
It is because once upon a time they told us every swans are white, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You cut out after they told us that every swan was white. It was on his end, right? Other people.
Yeah, it is him. I'm
Okay.
not sure what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, he might be
Sorry, I had
having
a
mic
call.
issues.
Sorry, I had a call.
Okay.
So no, I had a call. So yeah, I
Okay,
need
that's
to go in like 2 minutes. So unexpected visit, but
okay. Well, we can discuss this later if
yeah.
you have to
So
go.
black swan, right? Every swan
Mhm.
is white until they found one black swan. So
Yep.
not every swan is white, right?
You're exactly right.
Okay.
Now, of course, they postulated once that every swan was white, and with every swan that was white that they found, it increased their confidence. Now, of course, you can't technically prove that every swan is white. Even if every swan you find is white, you can only ever disprove it by finding a black swan. Now, of course, something that needs to be considered, finding a black swan doesn't then mean every swan is black.
No, it's about the horizon.
In
It's
the
based on a claim. It's
now
based on a claim that
Yeah, it's about the
every
horizon,
swan
bro.
is white.
if somebody has to speak, would they try and make sure they're not interrupting someone?
Bro,
But go ahead,
bro,
King D.
stop moderating,
If
right?
I'm
Stop.
speaking,
Look, I think that
if I'm
having some sort
speaking,
of
don't
format to
tell.
this conversation is good.
Stop
If
moderating.
the black swan is based on a claim that every swan is white, right? But if
Yep.
you find a black swan, then that means
Then that
that
proves not.
claim
Yep.
is
false.
false. Yeah, pretty simple.
Yep. Not every.
Jamesy, you're
Now,
gonna
the
take this?
analogy.
I'm
Now the
gonna leave,
analogy
okay?
goes as okay. Well, we'll talk to you later.
That's fine.
The analogy for the name Black Swan in the image is confusing in some ways, that people conclude that it's evidence that there is no curvature, because there are still white swans, so to speak. There are still images, dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds, of things being obscured by curvature. The explanation for why that in the black swan image is visible from where it is due to refraction. I have a question. Why are all of these images of alleged black swans over water? Because those allow for the conditions to have the optimal refraction. No, there's land that's flat too, allegedly.
You're not gonna test. So don't be an idiot. There's valleys.
Why
there's
can't it be
mountains,
tested?
dips, and land. You dumb bastard. Because I could put my foot in the
Yes,
land
of
and make it a
course.
dip. So that dip wouldn't be level. Water is level at rest. That's why we use water. Don't be a dipshit.
But the principle should hold true if there's something that is beyond
Yeah,
the view
it
that
should
you
hold
should
true
be
for
able to
water.
see.
It should hold true for water. What it doesn't, which it doesn't. So, do you have any evidence it does?
I'm talking about the theory that things should be able to be seen that are
Yeah, you're
supposed
talking
to
about
be
the thing
obscured.
theory
If
that things are
something,
bending around in a
what was
fucking
that?
circle in liquid. You're talking about the idea that you're on a globe that has liquid on the outside bending back to itself, right? So somewhere on this globe, if the
Mhm.
whole globe is water bending back, should be bending somewhere.
Yes, I'm not sure where the confusion
Well,
is.
can you point that out? I'm not sure where that exists either.
I said where your
I saw a
confusion
waterfall.
is.
Can you tell me how a waterfall translates to a sphere?
I'm completely lost on your
Hello?
reasoning. You're gonna have to explain
Don't
this
be
one to me.
retarded. Draw a waterfall for us. How
I
about a
don't see
dam?
your point.
You don't see a dam's flat on all sides, top and the right
No, I
edge,
don't see your point.
top, side. It's flat. It's not curved. You fucking idiot.
I have a basketball here. It's
You're
round.
asking about? Yeah, okay. Is your head?
Look,
No.
look. Yeah. My head's pretty round
Are
too.
you?
Yeah.
No, it's not. You got 5 fingers that aren't round at all.
Yeah, they're more
Talk
cylindrical
about
shaped. Perhaps Earth
your
is a
hand's a
cylinder.
sphere. Perhaps you're retarded.
Look, I don't see your point.
Can
My
you
point
curve water around your ball?
My point is, unless you got bendy water, you don't have nothing. What the fuck?
You do know water does bend. This is
You do
observable even
know.
in a
Show
level.
us. Yeah, right. Show us, buddy.
Pick up a level. Water does bend.
A level.
A level. You know the things that you use to measure
Pick up a level.
levelness.
What
Yes.
does the word
You know there's an
level
air
mean?
bubble in there.
What's level mean?
Level
What's a
means
straight
flat.
line? Yeah, what's a straight line? Water makes a straight line. What is that? Tell me when curves are straight lines, buddy. Let's see when that happens.
Curves are not straight lines. Curves are curved lines.
Okay, water makes straight lines. So how can you have the two? Not possible.
Well,
Not possible. You can't fit a square.
I'm not
in a
sure exactly where you
You're not
conclude that.
fitting a square in a sphere peg, buddy. It's not happening. I'm not sure where you found curved water at.
You do know water does bend.
No,
Do
I
you
don't.
deny this?
Can
All right.
you give us the conditions?
I
Show us.
recommend. Here,
Show.
I recommend that you go to the hardware store, pick up a level. Now you see that little bubble in there? It's
That's an
round.
air
So
bubble.
what's?
That
Yes,
bubble
of
is
course
made
it's
of
an
air.
ear
That's
bubble.
You're ignorant.
Of
You're
course
really
it's an ear bubble.
you're ignorant.
Yeah, but why
Listen,
isn't what?
the
Yeah, but
air
the
bending on the
point
Alright, this
inside
is
of the
not
other
gonna be a
being
remains.
does
pissing
not make.
contest.
Listen,
Some of the ladies
retard.
are trying to
The
jump
air
in.
bending
Listen,
on
listen,
the
listen,
inside of the
Demo.
Hey,
water
Lemo.
does not
Some of
make
the
the
ladies are
water a
trying to
bubble.
talk as
let's
well.
let damsel say something.
So someone else wanted to say something?
Well, I
Yeah, I
was
think
just going to
damsel was
ask
trying to
him.
talk.
I was going to ask him what the constraints were for having a bend in the water in your model. When can
In the
you have
globe
a
model,
bend?
you're not referring to the.
I'm your model. So
Mhm.
when does water bend?
Around the curve.
Okay. Again, where do we actually see that though? What are the constraints for seeing the water bend?
What we would have to do is calculate it. Now, if there's an image that is obscured, that you would think is obscure, what we do is we make a prediction. We say from this vantage point, from this height, from this position, that image should be obscured by X amount. And it
Can I
is.
interrupt you for a second?
Now, go ahead, please.
Well, I'm going to ask you one more thing. Can water bend in a small container and a large container the same way?
I'm not sure I'm following.
Well, you're telling me that water can bend, so I want to know when it can
Yeah,
bend.
water can bend.
Does it
That's
always
objective,
bend?
of course.
Does it always bend in your model?
Water in default does bend, yes. When you have a water drop and you put it on a table, it's round. Now, of course, it is compressed
Okay,
due to the
so
pressures of
you're
gravity,
so
but as
so
default, it creates a sphere, yes.
okay, so if the water droplet is your model, can you make it the size of a VW bug and still hold that shape?
Depends on what sort of forces are acting on it, really.
We are on Earth, so I'm asking you to do it under Earth conditions. We are talking about the globe, your model. Can you tell me, can you make a water droplet the size of a VW bug and hold that shape?
The exact shape of a VW bug?
No, I'm talking about a bubble of water, like you're saying. I'm just giving you a size comparison. I'm asking you, can that be compared? Is water able to hold
Well,
a small droplet and a huge droplet the same way?
seeing as how there's a force acting upon it, such as
We
gravity,
only
which
have our forces here on Earth, so you have to go by
yep,
Earth
that's
forces.
gravity.
There's
Yeah,
nothing else.
gravity's acting
Whatever
on that.
force you want to call it right now, I'm asking you,
Yeah,
are you able to compare the two? Because the forces that we have on Earth don't allow for a bubble of water any size bigger than one you can put on your plate.
But it's not a bubble of water, it's a sheet around the surface of the Earth.
Right. Same principle. You're telling me it has a bend. You're telling me it has a bend probably in a small container. Is the Earth a small container?
I was using that to highlight the point that it does in fact bend. I mean, you do
Okay.
believe it's important to establish some simple truths, some things that
Yeah,
are
but we already all
objective and
know
observable.
right, but we all know
Well,
how
then
water
why was
behaves.
but then why was somebody earlier denying the very existence and of the fact that water bends? It's like people denying the fact that there is a downwards force. Now, of course, we can discuss whether or not it's gravity, but there is a
Because
downward
they're
force. You
talking
drop something, it
about
goes down.
not because they're not talking about a cup of water. They're talking about lakes and oceans, and you're trying to compare a cup
Well,
of water or a
my
test tube
point
of
is, I
water.
think that we should find things that we agree upon and then build upon
Well,
that.
can we agree upon the fact that you may see a slight meniscus, but it's not gonna bend upwards in a half dome. It actually is not that shape, even in a container.
You're talking about in like a cup or something.
I'm talking about any kind of container that can actually maintain a meniscus. That's because that's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say.
Well, if you pour it to the very top, it will move above the brim
Oh, sure, it can
and
have
still
enough
maintain
water
shape.
tension to get that, but a normal
Yeah.
meniscus would be dropped below, just like we're speaking in terms of lakes and oceans, right? So we have a common reference frame of the Earth, the globe, and we know some basic behaviors of water. So you're going to
Mhm.
tell me that a ocean or a lake can have the same effect as a small cup of water or a test tube. That's what you're comparing right now. That's what
No,
you're
what
doing.
this is what I'll say. I'll say water behaves different at different amounts.
There is a limit, though, isn't there?
There's a limit in everything.
No, not in everything.
What's there
But
not a
there is
limit
a
in?
limit. There is a limit in water and surface tension, is there not?
Okay, I don't know what this. There's not a limit in anything.
Well, I'm not going to
Point
say
you're
there's
trying
a
to
limit
make.
to everything because I don't know that. I can't say that. I can't confirm that. We're talking about
Well,
this
based
specific
on
thing.
everything that we've observed, there's a limit to it. I think that's
Sure.
pretty fair.
But again, I'm leaving that open because that's not the discussion. You're going off on a tangent here. We're talking about one specific thing.
Well,
Water.
my apologies if I correct you on something that seems to be
I
irrelevant.
understand, but you're going off on tangents, and that's
Go
where
ahead,
everybody's
ask your
having
question.
problems. That was my question. Are we getting the same behavior in a large body as we are in a test tube or a cup or any container that's small enough to maintain surface tension
Of course
versus
not,
the weight?
because the forces
Okay,
enacted on it on a
and
large level are different than what
that's
you
right.
might
So you have
observe
to,
in little things, such as,
right,
gravity. I mean, the surface tension of water is not sufficient to overcome the forces of
the
gravity
weight
in a large body.
and the weight of the water, right?
What's your point?
My point is you're arguing something that doesn't compare to what we actually observe on a globe. You're talking about a cup or a test tube
I'll
in
try
comparison. So
and
that's
make
why
my
that
point
no,
again.
it's not a
I
point.
was
It's that you need to
establishing
make
a
sure,
base
right? You need to make
fact.
sure
I was
you're actually
something that was
talking.
fact.
You're talking something that's irrelevant because again, you have to make
Well,
a
I
comparison
disagree
that's
with you.
actually. It's irrelevant if a test tube and a cup is not the
You
same as
think it's
oceans and length.
I
How
was
is
establishing
it
that water
relevant?
can bend. I think it is relevant.
It's
It's
not relevant in
important.
this conversation with a globe. That's where
It's
you're getting in
important to
trouble.
understand the behavior of water.
That's true. And you automatically knew the difference between a drop of water and a lake of water. So do we need to discuss this anymore?
Of
Because
course,
again, if it is a
but it
common understanding,
establishes that
no, it's a
water
common
does have a behavior. I mean,
only in
it's
very
pretty
specific
sticker.
conditions.
No, it always has a behavior, but those behaviors are often overcome.
They're overcome by your model.
Forces.
Stop. They're overcome by your model. That's where you're getting stuck. You're trying to argue something that isn't
Well, they're
relevant
also
to
overcome by
your model.
yours too.
No,
Well,
it has
listen,
nothing to do with
hang
mine.
on.
I mean, a drop of water in both models behaves the same way. The
That's
oceans
right.
in both models behave the same way.
That's
I
right.
believe that my model's a better explanation for these behaviors.
No, hang on, no. What you just said that
There's your
the
opinion.
oceans do not behave the same
Chad,
way. The oceans do not
but-
behave the same way in both models. In your
not
model, the
Okay, well,
ocean's curved. In our model, the ocean's flat.
Some of them.
Okay,
we
well,
move
let
on,
me amend
like
my
the points.
statement. Can I amend
Okay.
my statement for Chad's benefit?
Yeah, but as you do that,
Thank
I mean,
you.
you can do that if you wish. But I just want to
Chad,
point out before you continue.
go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll be quiet at this. I don't say anything else. Okay, but I just want to point out.
No, I want you to keep talking. I want you to keep talking. That's fine.
If you could just shut up, I will. Okay, like don't be dishonest in your approach in your comparisons either. Like you initially start out talking about oceans, then you move to little bubbles and levels, which are not equivalent, and then that's
To
you're making
establish that water does have
false.
behaviors.
You're making false equivocations to the both, and you're trying to say that because water can be bent, and how does water behave? Water behaves however you make it behave. It's what matters is what water does if it's left undisturbed, which is what oceans are. So stick contextually to it and don't be dishonest in your approach. And that's all I want to say.
The drop is undisturbed.
Because you're listening to you guys.
I disagree. I disagree that you think the default state of a water droplet is that of the oceans.
But it's already been overcome by oceans and lakes. So why are you continuing on something everybody agrees to? It has nothing to do with the
I
shape of your
don't
Earth. Your Earth.
necessarily agree with your deduction.
Then prove that, because if you can tell me that
Prove that I don't agree, or
no,
what am
prove
I
that
to
the surface,
prove?
prove the surface tension can make it curve on a large body of water, so that it has relevance. Because so far you haven't done
Gravity
that.
does that.
No, you haven't proved
Can you
that.
explain?
A word,
Can
a
you?
word on a piece of paper does that?
You're gonna have to say that again.
You saying that a word written on a piece of paper does
A
that
word
to
written on a piece of
water?
paper. No, the force of gravity. I
Gravity
mean,
is
we
not
could
a
have called
force. That's
yeah, we could have called gravity
you're
bing tittle tittle bong. It would still be
you,
gravity.
Right.
you're in the wrong pseudoscience. Even your priest says that they say the gravity is not a force.
No, you're not quite correct on that.
Are you sure? How positive are you about that?
The thing that you provided me last time didn't have any sort of technical explanation, and all it was a title, and it said, according to whatever, gravity is not strictly a force.
So your
I don't know
claim
what
is
sort
that
of got
gravity
you.
is a
I don't
force.
know what
That's
sort
your
of
claim?
got you level thinking that is.
So what's your claim? Is that gravity is a force?
Okay. Let me
Is
explain it
that
like
your claim?
this.
Can
Let
you
me
tell
explain
us
it
what
like this.
gravity is then? Please enlighten us.
Well, I think it's really irrelevant to this point, but I'll do my best. Now, of course, I think we do understand what gravity is supposed to be, whether or not it exists. Now,
You
of course,
understand.
think that it
You're
does.
saying you
But
do know.
hold up.
Fanboy, give me a
Can
citation
I
where you know. I want you to give me a
can I
citation
explain?
where gravity is a force, right? No, I don't want an explanation because you're
Mm,
yabbering all about.
you
Provide
don't. Okay.
provide
Okay.
citations of your claims and demonstrations which we can validate, right? Stop yabbering. Citations where gravity is a force, right?
It's funny that you
And
do
water
this. You
bends
speak out
conform
of
to a
both
ball.
sides of your mouth. Whenever I provide some sort of source, you're saying, explain it with your own words.
That's not
Which
what I
is it?
do,
Do you want?
right? That's not what
No,
I
What
that's
is
did.
what.
your citation that says that gravity is
That's
a force? Where is it?
which is it? Do you want me to explain it with my own words? And it wasn't in this conversation. It was in the last one when I did
No,
provide
it
some
doesn't matter,
sources.
right?
It does.
You're
No,
still
it does
going back,
matter. You can't. You're speaking
bro.
out of both sides of your mouth.
Citation where gravity is a force. Okay.
Even if I did provide you a citation where gravity is a force, how would you respond?
Where
It's
is
not.
it? I
Wow,
want to
the
read it.
obfuscation level with you is
It's not
really
obfuscation.
it's
Wait, I want to
Yes,
really
it
read it.
is.
annoying,
Come
I'm
on.
right?
making a.
I want to read it.
You're all.
No.
You guys don't need to all jump on me.
You're just making
Wait,
baseless
I'm waiting
claims,
for the
right?
citation for your claim. Come on. Where is it?
Now, I want one thing established. If I provide sources, are you going to recognize them?
Are you going to provide
We
them? Yes or no?
Answer my question.
you don't have to we don't have to do
We're going
anything
to
for
read.
you,
I'm
right?
going to read through them.
We don't have to do anything for you, right? You are making baseless claims here by claiming that gravity is a
Answer my
force, right?
question.
I'm not going to answer anything, bro.
Look,
Provide
you can look up gravity.
I want the the links.
You're
Come on.
about
I want to
you're
read it.
about doing
I want to read it.
research
Where is it?
independently on your
Where is
own.
it?
So have you
Look,
followed the live
you guys,
stream
you're
text?
speaking out
No,
of both
have you
sides of your
followed
mouth.
the so
And
you're
why
about to
won't you
get booted,
provide it?
right? You're about to get booted because I'm getting really
Because
tired of
I
this.
don't believe that you would actually accept it.
But
That
I
doesn't
want to
matter.
accept it.
You
Come
need
on. I
to.
want to hear it. Where is the links? Provide them, please. Kindly.
I'll do you better
It
than
will.
that.
It will be a back and forth. You need to provide it.
Okay. Well, I still say that you aren't going to accept it and you're not going to have any sort of
So if
recognition
I've
of it.
provided you multiple citations in the live stream void
Okay,
text
hold
where
up,
it
hold up.
says gravity is not a force, right? Do you accept it?
Let's go ahead and look at this. There's some
Okay.
sushi. There's I don't know what that is. There's some fucking Chuck E. Cheese's. There's a bunch of different pink.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do this, bro. Provide the citation where gravity is a force, or you're not be unmuted. I'm getting really tired of this. So this is your last chance, fanboy. Give me a citation where gravity is a force.
Okay. Let me continue to read this. Without a force acting upon it, an object will move in a straight.
No.
Dude,
I'm reading what you
let's
said,
relax a little
or
bit.
what you
Let's
sent.
go through the. Let's go through it. Come on.
All right, well, let's do it then. I still need the permission to send links in there.
Cancel link.
I still need the permission to send links.
You can send links. As VC verified, you can send links.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess it's just screenshots that I can't send.
Correct. You need special links and perms images.
Why is that?
Because trolls porn bombed the server. So you have to thank them, right?
Do you think I'm a troll, or do you think I'm going to porn bomb the server?
You gotta earn those link perms, so.
And what do I have to do that?
Be an honest dude, right? So citation for
So
gravity
believe in flat
is a
Earth?
force.
Would you just post the link, please?
Yeah.
Please, just post the
He
link.
could have done it, right? Like ages ago, but he's
Calm down,
he
guys.
wants to obfuscate and talk about how
I don't think you know
we are
what,
not going to
I don't
accept
think you
it.
know what obfuscation
Yeah.
is.
Deflect, obfuscate, I don't care, right? Fanboy.
See, you're going to
Do
go
it.
after people's definitions and all this stuff, but we are talking about flat Earth.
No,
you have
you're
made a claim.
making
Stop. You've made
insults
a
and
claim.
accusations.
I haven't insulted you. What are you talking about? I asked you for the links for the claim that you said.
No,
that
you
gravity is a
haven't.
force.
But
I provided a
whenever
bunch of links
Demok
right
says
here.
anything,
Demok is not speaking at the moment, bro.
That was Roger.
No, not at the
Don't
moment.
call
Thank
him.
God.
Roger.
So here in the live stream, I tagged your name. I provided links related to many websites saying that gravity is not a force. So if you have something to rebuttal,
how strong is the force of gravity on Earth? Gravity is a pretty awesome fundamental force. If it wasn't, blah, 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 blah. Look, it says it's a force in the links that you're sending me.
Let's see.
And all your things said is it expounded upon what gravity is, not that it's a force between masses.
Bro, listen, one
but
second.
that it's
I'm reading through the
Okay,
link
go
that
ahead.
you provided, right? It says, what question? What is gravity? Answer, we don't really know.
Okay.
That's the first in the answer. Look. Very simple.
I might recommend that you read a little more.
I mean,
yeah, it's going on to Newtonian gravity, but this is superseded.
That's the unboasted.
Superseded by Einstein, which says it isn't a force. So I don't know.
What is your point? Explain what gravity is, and also
That's not my
explain.
problem, right?
Explain what this downward force is.
That's not my problem. It's not
Look,
my claim.
you do think that things go down, right?
It's observably things go down, right?
Okay.
But also
why?
things go up. When I drop a helium balloon, it goes up. So not everything goes down.
Why is that?
There's a force that pulls things up.
There's not a force that pulls things up.
Well, then there isn't a force that pulls things down.
Exactly.
Things are only pulled down. They're just pulled down to a lesser extent than things that are more dense, have more mass.
So where's gravity if it's more dense?
If
Excuse
what's
me,
more dense?
sorry to disturb. Femboy Love, Pearl Love is posting about the paper that you posted, and it says that within there they don't really know what gravity is. So I just want you to refer back to the paper that you read. She's typing in chat right now, Livestream voice text. You can see it over there. But I'm just, excuse me, for disturbing. Go on.
Have you guys heard that tone music that says, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no"?
Yeah, I've heard that. So are you
There
willing
you
to
go.
concede it's not a force? Or are you going to cite something that refutes that? That's all we're arguing right now. Don't go anywhere else. Stay on.
What I'll do is say, and I will
This is not a
say it
negotiation
again.
like that. You made a claim. We've responded to it. Now
You've
you
also
have
made
to
a
either
claim.
no.
I'll tell you what the claim is that you've made, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Things go down and things go up. Why?
You're not past the first one yet. You have to finish this one first. Okay?
Look, this
You
has
made a
to go both
claim
ways.
that it's a
This has
force.
to go both
No?
ways.
Yes, it will move on once you are finished with the
No, your
first
gravity
point
only
instead of
goes
going
down
on to
downward.
something else. You
Okay,
can't do
for the
that.
sake of argument, let's just say you're absolutely wrong, right? It's not a force, it's blah blah blah, whatever. All right, let's move on.
So you concede.
For the sake of argument, let's say so.
No, not for the sake of argument. You concede.
I'm allowed to add qualifications to my statements, aren't I?
No, you either concede
I'm not.
or don't. You
For the
can,
sake of
but we're not going to
argument,
do this because you need to concede or not concede. And if you don't concede, go get your
why?
citation and then come. Because this is how you do a back and forth conversation or debate. You don't just go off all over the place. You take one point and claim at a time. You either refute it or prove yours and move on. It's very simple. This is simple.
You're about
And
the
you
second
think that you have sufficiently refuted it. So
No,
what alternative
you
model do you provide that
No.
proven a
explains?
globe in any
you're
way,
allowed.
shape, or form.
I don't think you know what proof is.
Yeah,
You
stuff
don't
you can
have to
touch.
go on to another point. You keep trying to make everybody, oh, he doesn't know what he's saying.
I'm
Well, do
holding
know
you
the
to the
definition
same
of a word?
stand. I'm holding you to the same standard
Okay,
that you're
No,
trying to
you're
hold me.
not. No,
Listen,
you're not.
let,
You're
Imagine if
doing
you
something
would have read the.
look,
Imagine if
look.
somebody were to have read the whole
don't have to
source, the
imagine.
whole thing.
Do you
Imagine that.
concede it or not? That's the simple question. Did you concede or not?
What is it you want me to concede?
No, you made a claim that gravity is a force, a known force. That's what you said. It's a force, so that's known, right? You made a claim.
But he's confused because he's parroting the wrong source.
Yes, I am
because he's
confused. I am
No,
confused.
Listen,
no,
you're
you're not.
claiming.
You're playing
Listen,
games with this, and
he's
it's not
claiming
funny.
gravity is a force because he's into Newtonian gravity, but that's the old and busted. That was replaced by
So
Einstein's gravity.
now you have to
So
refute the claim that you're not right. It's not a force.
And what is
That's been
Einstein's gravity?
That's been superseded. You either concede it
you
or you
tell
don't.
us.
And if you don't concede, go get your source.
Tell me, what are the implications of it not being a force in your mind?
Because
For
you
the
made a
sake of
claim.
argument,
It has nothing to do with
so it's
anything
just a
to the
gotcha.
claim. No, it's
So it's
not.
just a gotcha.
You made a claim.
Okay,
No,
well
no,
then
no,
what
no,
are the
no.
implications?
The whole point is the whole point is gravity. Even the source that you gave, they don't even know what it is. For you to
Of course,
claim
they're
what
honest enough
gravity
to
is,
say that
listen,
they don't have a
even
complete
Newton
comprehension.
didn't subscribe. Even Newton didn't subscribe to his own description of gravity. He didn't want this idea to even be attached to him. So why would you claim something like this, like it's something in reality when it's not?
Because it's the best explanation for this downward force that we have.
Okay,
Okay,
explanation.
can you provide the scientific paper
You
that
do
was
know
provided for
how
this?
science works. I mean, you're not
Do you?
ignorant. I mean, people postulate a theory. It
What is
explains
science?
different
Tell us. What
phenomena.
is science?
And all right, let's hear your other gotcha. You tell me, what is science? What is science? Tell me.
Tell us. You saying you know?
For the sake of
saying that-
argument, I'm going to say I have no idea what it is. Now explain it.
Oh, there you go. Why would you claim gravity? Why would you make baseless claims? You're saying
Why would I
gravity
claim
this,
gravity?
does that.
Yeah, you
But
claim
You know,
don't really know.
here's something to consider. None of these sources deny the existence of gravity.
They also say they don't know what it is, and they can't do anything to prove it. They don't have any
At one
evidence of what
point,
it is.
at one point we didn't know what lightning was.
That doesn't matter. Your job right now is to back up your claim. You said it was a force. Is it a force?
I think
It's
you know
very
my
simple.
position on this.
No, you have not actually conceded. You keep waffling all over the place or going off to a new question when you won't stick with the one you have made a claim on. And you need to move on from that. Once we move on from that, you can move on to the next question, but one at a time. You can't just jump all over. See, that's the problem. You don't seem to understand to have a back and forth that's honest and straightforward so that everybody's clear. You have to make a claim.
You're not willing to hold yourself to the same standard
Oh, yes, we are.
that you want to hold me.
First stop. You made the first claim. You were asked to provide a source. You never did. Somebody else provided a source showing what your claim cannot be because it says it's not a force. They're saying it's not with Newtonian. So you have to go
most of those things that
no,
most
it
of those
doesn't
things that
matter.
you
It
cited
doesn't matter what you think
said
it is.
gravity exists and also that it is a force, but not strictly a force between masses.
Your claim wasn't about existence yet. You can get to that if you wish later after you pass the first one that you put out there. You have to take care of your first one. It's very simple, man. You like to go around and around, but you don't like to take care
I've
of
been
business.
I've been on this pretty well.
No, you have not provided either saying I concede it's not a force or provide a
Look at this.
citation that
Look what I'm gonna claim at the
our
moment.
claim.
Demonstrate the
Saying no.
force.
Look what I'm gonna
Demonstrate the
look
force.
what I just posted and read through it. Your boy Isaac Newton. Let's see what he says about gravity, about this claim.
I want you to read it for me. I'm looking at something else at the moment.
I mean, you want to learn something today, don't you?
Well, I like to learn things every day.
I don't think you're capable.
Read.
I think you like a lot of circular play. I think that's fun.
Thank you for your contribution, Demonk.
Damsel medic is what you can call me. But anyway.
No, I'm
I think
talking
you like,
about Demonk, not you.
Either way, you seem to like to play this round and round and round. How about you just take care of the force, or either read this and be done with it and concede, or don't concede. Make up your mind, but stick with force, the claim that you made.
All right. This is going in circles, and I've tried to move us past this. You're the one taking us in circles. Let's just do this now. I've said this a few times. I'll say it again. The sources which you have cited say that gravity is not strictly a force between masses, and then you're just like, oh, it said it's not a force.
Okay,
done.
look at this.
Shut the hell up and
listen
present
to
your
this.
evidence of
Listen
a
to
force,
this. I'm
you
talking
idiot.
now. I got the mic.
I already did, and you
I
just
got the
didn't
mic.
listen
I
to it,
got
like
the
I
mic
said.
right now. I have the mic right now. I have the mic. So,
Certainly.
Isaac Newton, it is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the meditation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do. If gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it, and this is one reason why I describe you should not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum, without the meditation of anything else. By and through which their account, action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man has In philosophical matters, a competent faculty of thinking can never fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. So not even Newton wanted this ascribed to himself. So why would you claim it as something that is real when there is no even a demonstration for it to be real?
Newton's theory on gravity is something that we've grown upon and expounded upon, and we have a more comprehensive understanding of what it is. The more we
Do you
know, the
have a
more we understand that
demonstration
we
of
don't
it?
know.
Do you have
Do
like
I
a
have an
demonstration, a
illustration of it?
paper, a
No,
demonstration?
I don't. A demonstration? Like, I just dropped
Yeah, like
something
an
on my bed.
experiment. Can you
I
provide
mean,
the
I don't know
paper,
what
the
you're.
experiment?
I think there's a lot of scientific literature on there that you could just find if you were to
You
look.
think?
Yeah,
You
I
think?
am pretty confident. Yeah.
So you're laying in your bed, therefore gravity.
No, that's not the entirety of my
No, here
reason.
it
My
is.
point
Here it
is
is. I got a
that
question.
Hold on. What you're
I got a
basically
question for you.
no,
look,
hold on.
you
Hold on.
can't
This is not
monopolize all the
working.
time.
This is not
You
working.
cannot
I got a
monopolize
question
all
for
the
you.
time.
Yeah, and you can't moderate here, dude. Hold on. Trying to say something to you.
I try to
Because what
say
you're
one
doing,
thing and then another.
yeah, you've been talking for a while. So why don't you just listen? What you're trying to do is you're trying to mix Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity together as if like they complement each other. That's not the case. They're mutually exclusive. If you don't get that, then the discussion isn't going to go anywhere.
Now, let me go ahead and explain something. Someone has a theory about whatever, doesn't matter.
Listen,
This theory might not be
You don't
perfect.
even know what it's
And so
about.
someone builds upon it.
Why is Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity different? Tell me.
fuck all that. I got a question real quick. Listen, if I put you on a table, pull the table out from
God
underneath
forbid
your ass.
looking at any of my
Hey,
links.
retard. Can you hear me, retard? If I pull the table out from underneath your
So,
ass and
are
hit
you
the
gonna
ground, what
look at
force is that?
my link on gravity?
Yeah, I
Just
looked
answer
at
the
your
question,
Wikipedia
stupid.
link. It says gravity is
Stupid.
most accurately described by the general theory of relativity proposed by Einstein, which
Yep.
describes gravity not as a force. So what did you want to point out in your link exactly? Did you even read your
So
link?
continue. Yes, I did.
Right. So then,
Continue.
can we drop the force bit?
No, because let me ask him
Do
something
you
real
want to
quick.
continue? Do you want to
I want you to
continue
answer the
reading
question, or are you
it?
too slow? Are you slow?
So you're not going to continue to read the
So you're not going
entire.
to answer
Bro,
where the
I
force
gotta
is?
break it to you. Gravity's a claim. It has never been proven. It's just a theory. It's an idea, a concept. It doesn't
Everything's a
have
theory. It's
it
the
doesn't
highest
it doesn't
level
have a
of
concept. It
confidence.
doesn't have an effect in physicality. You can't do anything with it. It doesn't
Theory
do
is the
anything. It's just
highest level of confidence. Theory
it's
can
just in your
only ever be
imagination.
disproven, not
No,
proven.
it's theory
It's
ain't
At
shit.
least the one that they claim.
what was that?
Listen, the theory's nothing. If I sit you on a table and pull it out from underneath your ass, what force was added? Answer the fucking question.
Democ, you've been the least constructive
Answer
here.
the question, stupid. Can you not answer where the force is? If I
See,
pull the table out from underneath your ass,
I
see,
think
that's
that
why you can't
talking with
answer
you
it.
isn't very
Where?
constructive.
Because you can't
You've
answer the
called me
question.
stupid 3
Well,
times,
talking to
retarded
you.
another 4.
Listen,
Yeah,
dude.
because you are.
Listen, dude. Hold on.
But you fucking
Because
are.
this is turning into a shit show, right? So I just like popped in here 10 minutes ago, and I've heard what he's talking about, right?
You cut out for a second.
You can't even
You
answer
cut out for a
where the
second.
force
Last
is.
thing I
The
heard
point is, this is
was
turning into
I
a shit
heard.
show because you're talking like in different things. Like I've
I'm
heard you say
talking.
gravity is a
What 2
force, and then you
things?
were conflating Newtonian and Einsteinian. So I would just like really simply, can you explain the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian? Why they are different models? Do you have
I
any
have a
idea?
feeling you're
Or are
going
you
to
just
expound
are
upon
you just
that.
telling me to
Why don't
read Wikipedia?
I think that you should expound upon that? I think you must have a sufficient comprehension, seeing as how you read 3
See, he
sentences
doesn't
of it.
know. He doesn't know and just claims stuff.
So you want me to explain your argument to you? Is that it?
Well, it would prove you understand it at least.
As you understand it because you're claiming this, dude.
Yeah. What
That's
is
the
it?
point. You're claiming this, and then you're telling me to go find the evidence for your claim. That's not how
No,
it
I
works.
just asked you to read the entirety of
You
what I
think I
sent
haven't read the
you, so
Wikipedia
you
page on
have
gravity?
a.
I've read it. What about it?
I doubt. I must admit.
Right, you're just wasting time then. Can't have an
He's
honest
got no
discussion.
comprehension skill.
Well, you can't have an honest discussion, right?
I don't know why you assume everybody is not having the same kind of information that you have, or thinking, or understands a lot of the globe model probably better than you. Just explain your claim, give it proof, move on to your next claim. You made the claim, so you have to provide the evidence for your support. Then we get to either refute it or concede it. It's simple. I don't know why you want to go round and round, causing people consternation and getting angry at you and trying to cause you trouble because you're pushing people's buttons on purpose, it seems. I'm starting to think you're not real honest with yourself about this, or you're just, something's not right.
I have been extremely patient here.
No, you have
Well, in the 10
around
minutes that I was
and
listening to it, you
and
have
you're not
done
giving
nothing but obfuscate.
You've
Exactly.
obfuscated constantly, and you've made us impatient, waiting for you to provide your even citation. Then you won't even read the ones other people provided for your claim.
I did.
No.
And
No,
it
you didn't.
described.
No, you
You
didn't.
talked
Dude,
about other
hold on,
people
hold on.
that you didn't
Can
think
I,
they would listen.
because he is just straight up lying right now. Because when I got in here, there was something being posted, and he literally asked if someone could read it to him.
I know.
He didn't even have the time to go read what was posted because he was doing something else. So that should tell you the level of sincerity involved in the discussion here on his part.
He said that he had an Isaac Newton quote. I said, could you read it?
You made a claim, and somebody had to go find stuff and read it to you. And then you tell everybody they don't know what they're thinking, or they don't understand stuff.
No,
or they're not
I found
smart.
something. I sent it. As
And
I
you would not
expected,
present
you would not even
No, you didn't
review it
present
in its entirety. Something was sent to me. That's what I.
Is there anyone who wants to continue this discussion with him?
No,
'Cause I don't really
No.
see a point.
No, he's not honest. He's not honest with
At the
himself.
very start, I told him this. The very start, and then I got flagged from him, right? The very start, he went on going moderated the room. No, I want to talk to this one. I want to talk to that one. He's just a dishonest, lying
he's
piece
not
of.
honest.
Well, let's have it this way, because it actually looks like he kind of believed that this is an actual thing because he read it, but he hasn't actually realized this is just a bunch of baseless claims. So maybe he'll figure it out, but probably not at this moment.
I don't know if he really wants to, because he keeps trying to tell you guys you either don't know what you're talking about, you don't understand the words, you don't understand what you read, you don't know the difference between science, theory. He assumes that we are somehow not knowledgeable, I guess. I don't know. It seems like that's what he's doing. He's confronting everybody with, you don't know, you don't understand what I'm saying, but he never actually says much.
I mean, I have to agree.
This was the problem when he was on last time, too.
Look, in his citation, what is gravity? We don't really know. We can define it, what it is, as a field of influence. So he's being influenced for a description because we know how it operates in the universe, right? And some scientists think that it is made up of particles called graviton, which travel at the speed of light. So this is just imagination. This is La La Land.
It's all conceptual. That's all it is. It's nothing. It's just a conception. This is what we think might be happening. Well,
If it was a force and it's so easy and all this stuff's a force and everything can be seen and measured and tested, then he would have answered when I said, if I sit him on a table, pull the table out from underneath him, what force was added to bring him to the ground? None. There was no force. I mean, it's that simple. A 5-year-old can answer that.
certainly, but he doesn't want to answer that because then it's direct. He's not a direct person. He's absolutely trying to avoid everything.
Look,
It's a game of avoidance.
Right after they say this is something that scientists think, right? It says, however, if we are to be honest, so they weren't being honest before this, we don't know what gravity is in any fundamental way. We only know how it behaves. So it's all imagination. It's just all make believe. They don't know what it is. It's just a bunch of baseless claims. What do you think about that, Fanboy? Nothing.
I don't really understand somebody that wants to avoid the directness of a conversation and would rather obfuscate, go all over the place, ask another question while we're still trying to work out the first claim. I just don't get it. I don't know what kind of joy he gets out of that because
I don't think it's like joy. I think it's more like he knows that he doesn't really know anything or enough to really have this discussion. So he's trying to avoid having to have the discussion.
well, I know that when he first came to the Discord that he claimed that he had argued with flat earthers at some point and that that he loved going to the political debate rooms. And that's the problem, I think, here is he doesn't understand this is not a political debate. You have to be concrete.
Oh, I'm unmuted.
No,
That's incredible.
that's fine.
Yeah, I unmuted
Maybe
you.
for a moment. We'll see how it goes.
I appreciate that.
You've been unmuted for more than a minute now.
No, I just noticed. Why was I muted in the first place?
Because it's getting tiring going around with
because
conceptual stuff that doesn't mean anything to the argument of your theory telling us why it is a globe.
All right.
Not
Now, I would like to address something that you said. You say it's just theory, it's just conceptualization. A lot of scientific theory is that that's how it does start out.
But
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
not evidence. But that's not evidence. And if you want to play this game of just arguing,
I think it's important to distinguish between evidence and proof.
You think everything's important, but guess what, man? Not everybody.
No, I do
Stop,
think a lot of this stuff
Stop. Give me a chance.
Go ahead, please.
Please.
I'll give you the chance that
Not
I
every
wasn't
detail
given.
of
Go ahead.
every discussion or every subject needs to be covered because you think that we don't know certain things. If we can agree that we all basically know what the basic physics of our realm is, and then we argue the point, is it curved or not? Why are you going everywhere else but dealing with what you make claims of based on that alone, that we are talking about, is there a curve or not?
Can you name one unrelated thing that I've tried to redirect the conversation off of?
Stop. That's what you've done. You've done unrelated things.
Can you
everywhere.
name one thing that's unrelated that I've
About
tried
gravity.
to get this?
Your first thing was you wouldn't deal
That's
with the
what
fact
we've
that
been
somebody,
talking about.
whether you
Real
are
quick.
emotionally upset at somebody calling you names or not, but when somebody asks you what happens when you pull out the chair from under you and you will not answer it because you've got an emotional thing going on.
You fall down.
That's right. You could have said that, but you didn't.
You asked me that, and you asked, and I believe it was a genuine question, but
somebody else asked.
No, I know. Democ asked me that,
but it
and
doesn't matter. See, you're making this personal. See, that's the problem. You're frustrating people.
no, I'm drawing some boundaries.
No, you don't have the right to draw the
I think we have
boundaries
to
here.
define
This is not
something.
your
I do.
This is not your room. You came here to interact with us. And this room has certain rules. And it's not dictated by you. You either agree
What
to
are the
come in
room's
here and
rules?
play by the rules, which is not to keep going off on every tangent. If you make a
What
claim,
are the
answer it.
room's rules?
Has nobody dealt with you here? You want them to go over them again? I'm pretty
Femboy,
sure
can
they
you
went
please
over them
scroll to the
before.
top
Nobody
of
ever
the
told me the
server?
rules.
Dude, right now, scroll to the top of the server. There's a welcome page. Go to that channel,
Did you read the
scroll up a
rules?
bit, and there's a notice on 27th of April 2020. Voice chat etiquette. Gish
27.
galloping will
At
not
what
be
time?
tolerated.
Stop
We will
and
strive
listen.
to cover single topics to their logical conclusion. Refrain from continually interrupting, or you will be muted, etc., etc. This is why we have this kind of thing in here, so that we don't get people who can just obfuscate and not say anything and have no argument
Or try to
talking in the
dictate
live
to
stream for an
people.
hour because they think they come in here to moderate.
Where are these?
I told you the
At
top
what?
channel welcome page.
You can find
Scroll
them.
up to
What
where
was
you
the
find
date? I
27th
didn't
of
quite.
April 2020.
Long
27th
before
of April 2020.
Yeah, what you're
Femboy,
doing is gish galloping.
What's that?
Femboy, I have to point out. I have to point out something for you because I think you probably don't know
What's
this, but
gish
there's something
galloping?
called. Go ahead.
Your sentence underneath where it explains what gish galloping is. So I suggest
Gish
you look
galloping
on
is a technique used during debates that forces an overwhelming an opponent as many arguments as possible. I don't think that applies.
No, it does to you because you can't stick to the one question, deal with it, and then move on. You kept trying to
That's
ask
not what
other
gish
questions,
galloping
or
is.
yeah, it is.
When we're going in circles, on a
No,
topic,
don't tell
don't
me
you
what it
think
is.
that it's beneficial to move on and
No,
go past that?
no, not unless it's absolutely
We
pertinent
can
to
beat
the
each
fact
other's
and claim you
brains
made.
out.
Real
No.
quick. I want to point. Guy, can you read this? Can you read this that I just posted?
Read the rules.
No, can you read this in the live stream voice text? I just posted something. Do you know the difference between science and pseudoscience?
Why don't you tell me?
No.
Can you read the
Oh,
definition of
did you put
pseudoscience?
something in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just look it up. I'm not sure where you posted this.
In the live stream voice text.
I'll just look it up. It's fine.
Pseudoscience. I'm gonna tag. It tagged you.
A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. So simply put, it's a conclusion
does that ring any
someone
bells?
presents as science that does not follow the scientific method. Yeah, it rings a few bells, yes. Not on what you might think, but yes, it does ring a few bells.
Like in the gravity that you believe it was a force and you just believe and believe, but it's not even.
Let's just.
It's
all
not.
right.
It's not the current. It's not even the
For
current.
the sake of
pseudoscience.
argument, let's just say that it is not a force.
It's not science.
At the very. Okay.
You have to be affirmative or negative on this. It's one or the other. It's not for the sake of anything. It's either or. That's the difference with a actual scientific debate. You got to concede one way or the other. There's no middle ground. There's no.
I'm saying that even if you're right, it's just semantics. You're like it's not a force. Now what was described?
But you made a claim of force, and so this is the refuting of it, and now you've been refuted.
No, it's semantics, I said.
No, you made a claim and it's been refuted. Do you concede? Do you not understand the rules?
I concede you think it's been refuted.
No, you have to concede. So you're not being honest. So you're trying to hold back. You're not willing to give up an inch because you think you have.
You're not willing to look. You're not willing to look at it in its full
If there's
context.
anyone who isn't
the very
willing to,
links
hold
that
on,
you
no, hold on,
sent me.
hold on. I'm gonna interrupt you here because the only one who isn't willing to look is you, because you're
That's right.
distracted and you can't even be bothered to like look at the definition, or you want to be read the information, right? So you need to start looking at things. How about you try going on Google and seeing why Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity is different? I'll give you a hint. It has to do with the speed of light.
Okay.
We're talking about two things that are mutually exclusive. You can't have Newtonian gravity and also have Einsteinian gravity. It's either a force by mass or it's a curvature in space-time.
Okay, let's say it's curvature in space-time.
All right, cool. How can we demonstrate space-time to exist?
I'm not sure. I'm not extensively read on it.
Right. So that means you don't know anything about this topic or the current model of gravity. So why are we
I think we
talking
need
about
to
gravity?
address. I think we need to address something on a principalistic level here. Now, a lot of flat earthers believe that the only
Obfuscating again. A lot of flat earthers believe. This was about
making a
you.
point.
You're talking
No,
about
look,
gravity. You are talking about
look.
gravity. And you are
I
ignorant
have
of
a
the current
point to
model of
make.
gravity. So what
Would
is
you
your point to
like
make?
me to be able to make that?
No,
Okay,
no, I
thank
don't
you.
want to hear your point about a lot of flat earthers, this and that. We're having this conversation right now.
This is a part of the conversation.
No, a lot of flat earthers are not a part of this conversation.
If
I'm
you're gonna
talking to you now.
if you're gonna speak
All right.
about a
Well,
specific point about one
okay.
person making a
Can I do?
You were
claim,
Okay.
talking about a
Let me.
specific
Okay, you're
point.
right.
So
You're
the
right.
current
maybe we
model
Let's
of
can
do that.
gravity.
maybe
Let's
You've been
do that.
talking about gravity for
maybe
half an hour, dude.
maybe we can talk about the
Let's.
shape of
Can
the
we do
earth,
that? Can we do that,
measurements,
guys?
stuff like that.
Can we?
Let's talk about
Are
measurements.
we actually
Want to talk about
allowed?
measurements?
What I want to do
You're not
is be able
allowed
to
to
speak.
just, act like you
You're
own the
you're
place in
dictating,
here. No.
sir.
And if you keep it
You're
up with
Look,
this
there's
attitude,
6
I'm
or
just gonna
7 of
boot
you
you.
here. You could
You're
probably
dictating.
even ban me from the server if you wanted. I could literally do nothing. But let's
No,
try
you're
and be
trying
fair
to
here.
dictate.
There's 6 of you. One of you talk, then your next one talks, and I try and say something, and the 7th one jumps in and says, "I haven't had a time to
All right.
talk."
So I was talking to you, so you can reply to me and I'll keep talking. So you've been talking about gravity for a while now. You
I
seem to
was
be
talking
ignorant
to
on the
someone
fact that
else.
gravity
You're the
is.
one changing the subject. I was
I'm not
talking to someone
changing the
else. I was trying
subject.
to make a point.
You came in, you
Well,
were talking about gravity, dude. Were you or were you not talking about gravity?
someone else was mentioning it, and they omit
Oh, so you
the fact that
you
they.
didn't post a wiki
I don't.
definition of gravity. You weren't arguing that it was a
No,
force. You
I
weren't
was
ignorant
talking
of
about it.
the
I don't believe I
Einsteinian
was the one that
model. None of
initially
that.
mentioned it, though. I
You
don't
were
believe
just
I was the one
completely
that
dishonest,
initially
dude.
mentioned it. Completely
Listen, we were talking
dishonest.
about
Yeah,
How do
completely
you
dishonest. How do
determine
you?
we were
this?
talking
How about
about
this? How
things
about this?
going
Go back
down.
on the live stream and listen back to what
Mm-hmm.
was said to you and what you said and how you said it.
I'll
We
have.
were talking about things going up or down, and you said gravity. Gravity is the cause of all this. You made a claim. You said the force of gravity causes things to go down or whatever things to go up. So there you go. That's why we're talking about gravity, because you made a claim.
That things go up and down, and that's your claim. And I said it's
No,
best explained by
That's
gravity.
your
to be
And you said,
specific, it was
"Huh?"
about water. It was about water. You claimed gravity was pulling water down, right? Then we put,
Imagine that. So it was a related topic.
yes. So we were talking about gravity now,
So I
right?
would like an apology for being accused of what,
No.
glish
You
glopping.
made a claim. You made a claim about
Don't want to
gravity,
concede
and you
anything.
don't want
wanna
to
what?
Not
concede
even
to it.
that you were mistaken about how we got in a topic. Okay, that's
We were letting you make a claim and you made it. You've been obscuring that whole fact this whole time. That's all it's been about. Your claim.
Yeah, I'm done with him, Martha. Good job. The moment he came in, I warned him, but he went on and on and on.
Well, I mean, if I don't mind like if he's talking about stuff. I mean, that's a good thing, but at least know what you're talking about or respond to the person that you're talking to, right? Because he just I don't know. They try to do this a lot. Like they try to be like word wizards. They try to be clever with words. Like a politician, they don't really say anything.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's used to political debate, and this is not the political site. It's not. You
He's
can't
used to
just
this, filling up an entire
do
story
that.
with, "What did you say?" Well, I didn't say anything. That wasn't the point. The point was for me to keep you talking. Yeah, sorry about that. Just popped in there. I was like, what the hell is going on here?
We can handle it, guys. There's not much to do at the moment. Come on.
Well,
Royal got
like
this.
if you want to bring him back here to talk, that's fine. But I think we should really do the one-on-one thing then, and not have random people jumping in, etc.
I agree. I
So,
agree,
Certainly.
and I
Certainly.
apologize.
But he's going to go
because
around
that's just
and
not going to
around.
go over.
Yeah, he's going to go around and around with you, though. He's used to political debate. That's what he wants to do. He's looking at all these angles that he thinks he can, just make claims and don't have to have anything substantiated and concepts. And, oh, this is how you do the experiment. Well, we know how experiments go. We're not talking about that.
I'm gonna ask him, where you at, bro? Where do you go?
Oh, you let me back in here.
Yeah.
You keep
So
kicking me.
hold on. What's gonna happen is pretty much everyone was done talking to you because there's
Well, if someone
not
wants
really
to
a
talk
very
with me
productive.
one-on-one,
I'm still talking. You're over
my
talking me again.
apologies.
Right. So most of us are pretty much done with the conversation at this point, but Jemsy has stated that he would like to continue the discussion with you. And I think it would be a good idea to stop people from interrupting while you're having the discussion. So please let
I think it
each
could be
other
more
finish the
productive.
sentences and let Jemsy make his point before you start cutting in with, yeah, well, I think and feelings.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, yeah, I think that's good. Is it going to be both ways?
I mean, I can. It doesn't have to be necessarily mean. If you're gonna make some claims and provide some evidence, we can talk about that. But
Okay. Here,
if anybody
I have a
wants to talk
recommendation
to
if you
him
don't
about
mind.
maybe we can bring it to a specific point or topic, maybe curvature of the earth.
Could
motion
I
of the
make a
earth.
recommendation, Gemsy?
My recommendations will be curvature of the earth, motion of
Could
the
I
earth,
make a recommendation
sure.
about
I only got 3, and then you make 1, right? So
Okay,
curvature,
thank you.
motion, and gas pressure. Go ahead. What's your recommendation?
My recommendation would also be stop trying to moderate the conversation.
Somebody has to.
Bill. Yeah, but it's not you.
Would you moderate? Would you moderate, Marthoth?
That's kind of literally what I was doing at the moment.
No, you keep kicking me. You're not a neutral moderator. Would you neutrally moderate?
What do you want to
He
talk about?
is
What do you want to talk
moderator.
about?
Man, can you speak about argument? He is moderator, okay? Now?
See, this is already falling apart. Someone else is
No,
interjecting.
I'm telling you. Can you speak
Hard
about
because you're-
arguments, man?
Oh,
I will stop to speak. I will only want to hear arguments, nothing else. That's it.
No feelings.
Then be very patient.
I'm patient 5 years, man.
Thank you. Anyways, I have a recommendation. If somebody does have a point that they'd like to mention or bring up, if they would put it in the chat, and I'm sure Gimsley would bring it up for them. I do think this would be more constructive if it is one-on-one. Obviously, people can still interject if they want, but when somebody else brings up a topic and says, what about blah, 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 and then I get accused of changing the topic, yeah, I don't appreciate that, of course.
Let me get back to the point and stop talking about feelings.
What I'm talking about is some format for this, because either it's one-on-one and we allow for an organic conversation.
This is our format. We just have a conversation here, try to stick to the logical point that we're discussing. We're not going to turn this into some politically correct clown show that you're used to.
Politically correct clown show? A formatted discussion is a politically correct clown show.
So let's bring it to evidence.
Look, I do think there needs to be parameters for this discussion. There needs to be parameters for this. Look, if there's not going to be any parameters, how can we discuss it?
You're discussing about discussion.
See, we have 2 other people already jumping in here.
See, I'm jumping again and telling you.
Moderate, Marthoth. If you're going to actually moderate, then do it.
And I have to
Thank you.
moderate you because you won't shut up and listen to what's being said to you. You keep obfuscating from every point that's made. And now you're talking about the discussion, how to have the discussion rather than just having a conversation. And this is the problem.
I recommend you
because it's
look up
not going
obfuscating
anywhere.
one of these days. All right, let's get it on topic.
Yeah, let's get back to
a
you
discussion
trying to
that I
moderate
would
the
like.
chat. It's not going to work, dude. The discussion you would like, the conversation you would like to have, in the way you would like to have
My
it. I
thought,
think you need to find a different
if you're just
server
here to
for this,
beat your.
So, anyways,
Can I make a comment to him? Maybe he'll listen to this for just a second.
yeah, go ahead, make a comment.
Young man out there, I don't know if you realize it, but you are telling everybody how it's going to go for you like you own the room. It's not yours. You're actually an invited guest and you're acting like you have to have everybody behave the way you want. How about you try to bend to everybody else that you're invited into the room? That means you have to be a little humble. And I don't think you're humble. That's part of the problem here is you think you know what you're doing. You think you know everything about what you're going to talk about. I think you've decided that you can tell everybody what to do. And you're invited guest here. So please act like an invited guest. Be respectful and you will win points. You are not winning points here at all. Even if we did not agree on the shape of the earth, I don't know if I'd want to talk to you because you tell everybody what they have to do. And the rules have actually already been set up. You were asked if you had read them. You did not. You've been here before. So please read the rules, follow them, and be humble as a guest. And then you get to play the game.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That's right. That's nicely put. Well, I mean, it's just like if you were walking into a stranger's house and you took a crap on their sofa and were like, "Hey, go clean that up. I want to sit there." It's like,
and then put the boots on the table,
and then complain when they kick you out. Yeah.
I don't know how old he is, but yeah, that's what he's doing. He's coming into our house and taking a crap and won't follow the rules. So, and he's not humble enough to say, okay, I don't know anything about that. Or I can see I didn't have that right. Fine, let's move on. He's
There
not
wouldn't be a
humble.
problem if you enforced the rules with yourselves.
Stop. You are coming into our home.
Here we go
Our
again.
home, not yours. And you're dictating and all this craziness doesn't happen with everybody else. Have you even listened to other people come in here and have a calm debate? Have you?
I've heard some of the debates, but the people end up getting banned.
Because they behave like this. You're coming in here and trying to dictate the rules when the rules have already been written down. You did not read them. Then you wanted somebody to
I
read
thought
them
there
for
were
you.
chat-specific rules. No, I
They
did read
are.
those rules
They
earlier.
are, but they're also debate rules, and they are followed here if everybody agrees on it, because we do. If we're in this house, we're agreeing to those rules, but you're not following them, and you're not being humble. I'm sorry, but you're not. It's okay to say, I don't know. I'm not up to date on
There's
that.
a
Or I
lot
can
that
see,
I don't know,
stop.
and I've said that
You may say that,
several
but
times.
you're not saying that within the argument, and that's the problem. So we can't move on to the next point. And to be a mature young man, you need to be a little more humble because you're coming off like you think everybody doesn't know as much as you, and that you have
No,
the
there's a
perfect
lot of
way to
people that do.
Stop. You're interrupting. You see
I'm
that?
interjecting.
That's okay on some things, but don't do it all the time. You're doing it all the time. You don't have to correct everybody. That's part of maturity, is letting some things go and knowing when it's a valuable time to interject and not. That is a skill that takes practice, by the way. Doesn't come easily, and all of us struggle with it. So we have to be forgiving with each other. And you're not being
Your condescension is really winning me over.
Yeah, or you're doing it with intentions, right? It's a tactic.
And that's the problem. You're coming in here not willing to back and forth with honor, respect, and clarity of the point you're making instead of you're jumping all over
I
the
have
place.
been more than willing to do this
You
back
say
and forth
that,
when
but
one
every
person.
I have
It
listened
only
to
gets
many.
complicated when 5 or 6 of you jump up.
That's because you spend so much time going over the point that finally people get frustrated and they jump in and say, they try to make it maybe so that you understand it from another point of view. They're hoping that maybe one of us will get through to you. Nobody's getting through to you, man, because you're not allowing it. You're not being open and honest with yourself, but not with us either.
Thank
and
you.
that's the problem. So if you want to impress us, be
I'm
mature,
not
be
my point.
mature. It doesn't matter.
But go ahead.
A good opinion of you is important in this world, no matter where you interact. If you interact on social
completely
media,
agree.
then if you do, then hear me and start acting like you would want to be treated, because that's not the way you're
Thank
acting.
you, Mom.
That's what you. That's right. Because moms know best. We've done this. So get over yourself again.
Thank you. I'll let you continue.
No, I'm just saying.
Can
Don't
I
come
ask
in
him
our
one
house
question?
and take a dump, which you are doing.
Did you think
I
that was
disagree with the
respectful?
analogy.
Did you
No,
think
I
that
don't
was
think that
respectful?
Damsel was
That when
respectful at all. I think it
no,
was very
she
condescending.
Think your mom was sarcastic or honest?
No, that was sarcastic, in case it
right.
wasn't obvious.
Why was sarcastic? Thank you, mom. And she was so honestly speaking with you.
She was so condescending.
It wasn't.
I am not being
It was
condescending.
advice.
Do you want to
It
hear
was
me be
advice.
condescending? I could be condescending
Sure,
to you.
let's hear
I
it.
could say,
No.
you're an idiot, you're stupid, you're immature.
That's just insulting now.
Yeah, I could insult you, and that's not.
Yes. You could try.
But she can be sarcastic all the time with you, you know?
Yeah, this is getting really old and tiresome.
I
fanboy.
completely agree.
We
The
want-
past 5 minutes, 10 minutes have been really tight.
So, who kicked him?
How are we to discuss? Why you keep kicking me?
I don't know.
No, you're here.
I think your Discord dropped. So, fanboy.
There is an audit log of this. You do know that, right? If
Are
you
you
ban me
going
from
to
like a chat and
again
modify my
moderate
permissions,
this? Are you going to again moderate this? No, right?
will you?
I'm here to ask you, right? Where's your validation of all your baseless claims you made?
I think that
You made a few of them. Where's your validation of these claims?
I think that there's something we need to go over again. It was something earlier on.
No.
Okay. All right.
I think that you need to change
I'll
your
let you
attitude
talk.
if you want to have this conversation.
We were talking about gravity, right? And the fact that you want
Case in point, whoever just said that.
You wouldn't concede, right? Concede that it wasn't a force.
I meant point taken. I don't know why I said case in point. Anyways, point taken.
Okay, so we were
Kinda
talking about
tired.
gravity. You wouldn't concede that it wasn't a force anymore. Okay?
I
Are we still
qualified
at,
my statement.
are we still at that point? Are we still at that point that
I'll
you
say this
want?
again. I'll say this again. The sources which you provided to me expounded upon what gravity was. They said it's not strictly a force.
Right, it's not a force.
Not strictly a force.
So if it's not a force, it's a pseudo force,
Not
right?
strictly.
It's not really a force.
Look, whether it's a force, a fucking rain dance, or a bowl of chicken noodle soup.
Now we need to be specific here, right? So
I've
if you
tried to
want
be specific, and then I was
were
told that I was discussing irrelevancies.
you were talking about Newtonian, which was superseded by Einstein, making it not a force anymore. They're not the same, right? They're not the same.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so
they're not
gravity
the same.
is not
That's why
a
they
force.
have different names.
Gravity. Oh my God. Gravity is not a force in your model. Okay?
Okay.
Do you concede?
The sources which you showed me said it was not strictly force. But it still has an act, and it interacts with, has an effect on objects.
It's not a force.
It still influences the physical realm. We can get into the
Well,
semantics of what a force is, and scientifically, in the strictest definition, it might not be. But I was trying to keep it simple, and in the general understanding of what force is, it would be construed as such.
No, it's
Does that clarify it?
It's not a force.
Is it a thing that acts upon the object to create a movement?
Well, that is something for you to validate now, right? So if you concede that the current rhetoric is Einsteinian,
I think we need to go over what scientific theory is.
Explain.
Scientific theory is the highest level of confidence. Now, the more and more things that we find that support the theory gives us a higher level of confidence, but theory can only be disproven.
We've already been through this,
I mean,
so we cannot prove anything, right? We cannot determine anything in this way.
Not in the
right?
strictest scientific sense, because you're right, because
there you
proofs are
go.
for
So there's
mathematics
no
and
proof
logic.
for a globe. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Is there any proof for a flat Earth?
We were talking about but we were talking about.
I mean, let's say one thing really quick. Can I say this? Look, I try and make a point. You say it's back and forth, but then when I say, let me make a point here, you're like, no. So can I make it? Okay, well, I'm not hearing any sort of objection, so I'll take that as a yes. Thank you. All right. Now let's just say everything that you said was correct about everything, about the curvature, about this, about that, about whatever.
You're switching topics now,
No, I'm not. I'm making a point. An equally logical conclusion would be that the Earth was just 100 or 1,000 times larger than it is. That's an equally valid conclusion as a flat Earth. How do you? Where's the logical reasoning to take us to a flat Earth? Where is that?
So you switch topics. I told you did. Now I'm not. I'm making a point. You see?
Okay, what topic are we on now? What topic are we on now?
We're still on gravity, right? You claimed that if it wasn't a force,
look, my interpretation of it.
Your interpretation doesn't really care me. It doesn't really care, right? It's about what we can prove through the scientific method. So who has validated your claim? Who and how?
It's validated because it explains phenomenon that we observe, something that you can't do.
So who has validated gravity?
When you make predictions
again, a baseless
about
claim.
something, and then
again a baseless claim.
I think
you just said
I can't prove anything to you.
Hold on. I think the point you were with, you said explanations. So it explains the phenomenon. What does that have to do with it?
It explains phenomena.
Explanations are irrelevant.
And if it makes predictions about something, no.
For fuck's sake. So look.
Oh my God.
Oh, really? You left now because I wanted to speak to you? Jesus Christ. Welcome back. So the point with the explanation part of that is, look. Oh, really? He's just gonna not even listen to me?
No, we're gonna ban him. If
he wants
to do that.
Get permabanned. What a fucking waste of time.
I just have to say, he was condescending. He's condescending to you guys.
Yes.
He's taking the shit. That's why I was getting. That's why I was getting a little annoyed, because he's just taking the shit out of us.
Yeah, he's the one that's condescending. He's actually projecting that on me. That was not the truth. He condescended.
We can see through that.
Holy crap!
You can see through it. We can see through it. We do entertain people sometimes, and it's possible that some people come through, right? And maybe with the conversation, some people just calm down and try to actually have a conversation honestly. But he wasn't having that. He's playing some type of character. So
yeah, I don't know if
he's not gonna get out of it.
I don't know if he's got a narcissistic personality or something, but he's the one that's doing all that. He cannot stick with it. He just won't. I don't know why. I wish he would. It'd be really an interesting conversation because doesn't sound like an ignorant person.
I find it hilarious when he said, "Thank you, Mom," because that's the entire point. He's being childish.
He's being childish and condescending and rude.
And
you hear me out there? You're rude.
These guys, these guys, maybe he comes from a political server and comes here just to train his tactics, right? That's what these guys do. They want to go into some kind of forum and train their tactics.
I have to laugh because he thinks he's being logical, but he's got no straight logic. It's all over.
Yeah, but that's the whole problem, because if you look at, like, if you take the political discussions, that's all about sophistry. It's not about truth and accurate definitions and science and all that. It's literally about bullshitting each other.
That's right. That's all it is. That's what political debates are. Look at our presidents when they get up there and try to play us. That's all it is. Same thing. And he's trying that trick here, and it doesn't work because this is a harder foundation. You have to have logic, and it's just not there.
Well, I mean, like, the goal with that political, like, sophistry stuff is just, to play it on the feelings of people, get them to agree with you based because it makes them feel good, right? But that's not really the argument here. Science is not about feelings. So.
I believe, I feel, I think, you are this, I am that. Yeah.
Right.
It's a great thing, I guess, if you're in politics, but I really actually hate politics. I hate it. Because it's not solid and it's not truthful most of the time. It's just based on whatever somebody tells you. It can be complete lies and nobody cares. Nobody cares.
He was just being dishonest.
Well, and he's not being polite. He's not being polite. And I wonder if he doesn't even see it. That's what I'm wondering. If he's young enough, or this is a personality thing for him, and he doesn't see it. He thinks everybody's doing that to him, and he's actually doing it to everybody first. And they finally get fed up. That's all it is. I don't know what he wants to learn or prove. Not sure he wants to prove anything because he never has gotten past what are we at? Still
I got the idea. It was just here to have a discussion for the sake of having a discussion.
Well, arguing back and forth about a semantic is not a discussion. Sorry. I could do semantics on all kinds of stuff, but is that worth it? See, I don't know if he knows the worth of his words. I don't know. I don't know if he knows the worth of time and words. If we all have the same understanding that it's a force means force, whether it's got strictly on it or force, concede it.
But listen this, if I'm not listening to you, whatever you say about gravity, blah, blah, any argument, and I want only say my point, what the point of conversation is.
Can I explain to you? Can I explain to you, please? Can I explain? Can I explain?
Yeah. That means that people are not listening anything what you want. What are you saying about, like, what he meant with that is not a force? But let's see if somebody proved that. Let's see if we have experiment. Let's see this. Let's see that. No. Everything is a fact. We are wrong, and whatever we said will be wrong.
That's why I said he's not very humble. He couldn't even admit that a minor point of it's not a force and just get past it and be humble and say, okay, I concede. I wasn't correct. It would have been that simple.
Yeah.
So move on to the next one. Could have had an interesting argument about the next one.
It's funny.
And what we are the cult who got the message from the God that Earth is flat. That's our point. Every one of us, in one moment, felt the God and said, "Okay, I think it's flat," and that was the point. That's all our point. That's our mission. That everybody look into ourselves and to see God, and then it will be flat. or we find out something else.
How many minutes did he go around like that? How many minutes was that? That was hilarious. Why would you do that to yourself? I don't know if he values his time yet. Like I said, I think he's kind of young.
You woke up?
Anyway, anybody has some more questions? Something to talk about? Feel kind of drained after this guy. Oh my God.
I would have been done with him a lot quicker if I didn't want him to actually have been able to get past it. I really wanted him to. Wanted to see some maturity there. You know, I was hoping. It was kind of fun to hope.
He didn't want to.
No,
we all
tried in our own way,
you know, and it's sad. It's sad because he could really, even if he never agreed with us, he could really benefit from it, just like a lot of other, you know, Glovers do. You know, we all benefit. It's sad that somebody wants to go around that long on one point.
This is why I asked him in the beginning, if you come here to prove your globe. Well, proof is for math. Bugger off.
Yeah, I'm gonna sound like a mommy when you're acting like a little kid. Sorry. Just the way it is.
It is. You did well. You did well.
Well, it did start out with him first trying to compare a drop of water with the same as oceans and lakes. So we started with that first. We did get past that at the very beginning with me. So
Did we?
kind
Because
of. I mean,
because we went.
he switched. He switched. I'd have to say he did switch. We didn't concede that a drop is not the same as an
Right.
ocean and a lake. But he was
Exactly.
getting the point that it wasn't going to be a real good argument. So he moved to another.
Exactly.
I see that a lot. I see almost everybody that thinks that water curves a significant amount somehow think it's beyond a cup. I mean, literally,
Right.
it's no more beyond a cup because of its own weight. I mean, just simple.
Exactly.
And surface tension can't do it. So sorry. But they always want to argue this curving thing and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, you know what? It doesn't work on the size of the thing you're talking about. So it doesn't work ever. And he wasn't even willing to concede that outright.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever. He wanted to explain how that was important to know that it only works in the small cup then. Oh.
Could I say something?
Sure. Welcome, Ildiko. How you doing?
Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, I listened to that attempt at a debate, and I've listened to many others, I guess, of similar tone in nature. And it may be my imagination, but I have a feeling that these are not random people coming from some political server where they're trying to hone their debate skills, because I've noticed that they are almost identical in tonality, how they deliver the arguments and how they obfuscate them.
Yeah.
I think that they are trained to do so. Deliberately trained. That's just an impression I have. I don't know if anyone agrees.
Well, that's what I was picking up on and why I had to finally say something to him, that this is not okay. It's not okay to behave that way and expect people to then to treat you kindly and maturely.
Yes, there's a method by which they try to make you emotional.
Yeah.
By using tactics that are deliberately stupid, so that you get frustrated with their stupidity, and then they accuse you of being unfair. You see, so it's this tactic that runs through all of their arguments, and even their voices sound the same, as if they were the same individual, as if they were like cloned,
Yeah, you could be true. Could be.
Sorry. Yeah.
You're exactly. Yeah, I understand. Makes you, because then it was, oh, you're just paranoid. You're just paranoid. You think everybody is against you, right? But yeah, these guys it's just almost obvious that they come here, and that's why I said he just wanted to hone his debate skills. But you could have a really good point there, Ildiko.
No, just an impression of not just him, but because he seems so absolutely similar to so many others in voice tonality, in delivery, in tactics. Everything about them is exactly the same. So that's why I am skeptical of their individuality.
Could be, man. Could be. Yeah, absolutely true.
They are like robots sometimes.
Yeah, there's a mod lock you can look into. Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Hi there.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Great,
Recharging.
great. Did I maybe hear something about accounts getting into this server and they are kind of sounding familiar to each other?
Yeah, that's what Ildiko said. Could be.
Well, we call that kind of thing networking. So it's a real thing.
I would really like to follow him wherever he goes to next. It would be interesting to find out if he goes to an area or they go to a.
You're cutting out quite much.
Oh, I just saying I would be interesting to follow him and find out if they meet up somewhere and discuss it and work it out and decide who comes in next.
Well, in the past week, I looked into it, by the way, because it was so obvious. Because I'm around on different servers regarding Flat Earth and Globe Earth, and well, I know exactly where they are coming from. So some people call them actors. Some people just, call them trolls. But neither is actually true. It's just a little group of people whom were taught to try to go into servers of Flat Earth and try to, well, basically destroy the community.
Yeah, they don't do it just to flat earthers too. That's the really part that shows how sick they are. It's virtually anyone they disagree with, like religious servers or I don't know, like anything they don't like. Right wingers, conservatives.
Oh no, that's not the kind of thing I'm talking about. It's not political.
Oh, okay.
This is very very much orchestrated purely against flat earthers.
Troll.
Well, it's a little bit deeper than that, by the way. They are, for example, also trying to dox anybody whom they can. So it's a good practice for everybody whom is trying to go into these kind of communities to use some VPN.
I'm glad I have one.
Do you think if you identify these people immediately, that it would be wrong to simply dismiss them and not to engage in conversations with them, or is it even beneficial then to engage them and to try to get to some kind of delivery of truth through that? Or is it just impossible for the truth ever to appear from a conversation like that?
No, it's impossible. It's not about that. It's not even a conversation, by the way. I literally exposed another server altogether, which is one of the biggest servers besides the 24/7 one. That they actually are some kind of networking people, you know, whom
That's what it
whenever
sounds like to me too. Exactly what it sounds.
whenever you bring up the flat earth stuff, it doesn't matter what you write or what you say. They're gonna attack you with something else. And I literally have been able to expose them by acting like I was talking about a certain topic, but they didn't realize that I wasn't. And they were literally replying to me in a manner as if I was talking about something else, but I actually wasn't. I tricked them. It's a very simple thing. You talk in a manner in which you usually do as if you were bringing up some flat earth topic, but you actually don't. I showed them a little picture and I didn't say anything about it, literally nothing, and they kept rolling on and on and on. And at that point, it was obvious to anybody who was listening in that server is basically a bunch of accounts whom are probably interused accounts, which means that sometimes this person uses this account and then they switch it around and another person uses the same account. And it's quite obvious.
I was
But,
thinking,
you know,
maybe
yep.
maybe they are members of the new Space Force of that's just been created.
It's not even that. They don't need that. Do you know the debate flat earth Discord server?
No.
Maybe. No. Well, it's in my opinion, and as far as I can tell, is the second biggest Discord server regarding flat earth stuff. And there are two people basically whom in control, whom are in the main mod role. And one of them is called by his real name in real life. And as far as I can tell, if it's true, if it's really him, then that person is actually a son of an astronaut.
So literally Space Force.
Well, basically, but he is not in the military. He never was in the military. He is actually a script writer in LA, I think.
Actually, every one of them is actually that. That's all they are. Script writers.
Well, he actually is a script. So he works for TV shows.
You know, that profession is what they all actually perform. They're script writers, or they script performers.
So he is actually in the field of making up stories. So
yeah, but
it would be easy to him, you know, to carry out
field.
something like this.
I'm just saying they all are in that field of making things up.
Well, yeah, sure, you're right about that too, sure.
Yeah.
But when I found out about that there is an astronaut's son being on Discord talking about flat earth stuff, that already spun my head because it doesn't make much sense.
A shill. Well, there are many people, I think, in the community also who are double agents. Let's just say double agents.
Well, they're literally agents. Yeah, the kind of agent you can find on social media, they are that. Yeah.
Yeah, they are that. They give themselves away through the performance that they they perform exactly the same argument the same way, the same tonality,
The same way.
the same voice, the
Yes,
same
yes,
everything. Everything is the same. So you can't
yes,
distinguish one from the other. That's, I think, how you identify them immediately.
yes. You're very right. They are obviously following the same scripts. Yeah.
Obviously, most obviously. So yes, but how to get past being triggered by their insults or just their outright stupidity, That's
Well, I've been called, for example, a child molester 5 times in the past 2 weeks. So,
well, that's
you know,
beyond
they
reasonable.
they try to very much trigger you so that you leave the community.
And why would one engage with someone who had the morals of a sewer rat? Huh? Why?
Well, the problem is that on that server where it happened, no one did anything. The admins didn't do anything. The moderators didn't do anything about the persons. So I decided to record them. And now I literally have I don't know, 20 different recordings of them calling others, including me, but not just me, child molesters over nothing. Over just, arguing about flat earth. They just suddenly tell you that, oh, this guy is like a child molester. You shouldn't touch kids. You shouldn't be a pedophile. Have you thought about not being a pedophile anymore? These kind of comments they are telling you.
Dear God.
Wow, that's pretty extreme. That's why I was trying to tell him I don't think you're honorable. I could tell he just wasn't being honorable. I think that's probably what we just, I don't know, pick up on that and call him out. You're not being honorable. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Well, that's why I recorded them, because they were even trying to lie about it. They tried to, when they wrote something like that, they tried to edit the comment. For example, I've already, how do you call it, reported some people, some accounts on Discord. And that's when I found out that they probably have some deep connections in the Discord support stuff also, because I literally have recorded everything. But the email that I got from Discord after reporting the persons whom actually slandered me in public, they said, the Discord staff said, that they cannot do anything. And I was like, are you fucking serious at this point? So you're gonna let, people on your biggest platform to just slander others?
Well, that tells you the quality of the human being you're dealing with. If you can call him a human being at that point.
It's not even about that at that point, because again, I was reporting them directly to Discord with every evidence that I got. And the answer that I got from Discord was that they will not do anything.
That's pretty sad for Discord should handle it. That's not good for business, I would think.
Well, if it gets out, for example, if I send it around some people, then yeah.
Well, I have to bid you adieu, and I wanted to say thank you for letting me speak. And jó napot kívánok.
Hello.
Servus.
Servus.
It was good to talk to you. I'm so glad you brought that up, though, that you thought they sounded like the same people. Same thing. I think you're right.
No, they are, really. I literally looked into it. I talked to some other servers admins, and one of them was quite open about it. It is a network. There are a few people on the top, and there are many on the bottom, and the ones on the bottom are going around in every Discord server regarding Flat Earth, and their main object is to try to destroy the community of that server.
They will fail.
Well, it's not about community. Regarding flat Earth, it's not about the community, by the way. It's about the idea. It's about the basically the truth.
Yeah, that's
And
why
it
they'll
is
fail.
spreading.
Yeah, and they will
Yeah.
fail. Whether we're, a community or not, doesn't matter. Like you say, it's not about that, but the truth will prevail. They're not gonna stop it.
It always prevails. Yeah.
They can try.
dead air.
Mm.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. Na no ni na ni no no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a flat line curve? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Globers. So, where is it? Everybody quiet at the moment.
Yeah, kind of.
Crit. You've been, sir. I will do something. Femboy. Did he got banned? I thought he wasn't called this. Let's see. Ban. Hmm. I'm gonna unban him.
Who are you unbanning?
Well, the young one that was talking to us earlier.
You want to unban him?
I did. Sure did. I know we were talking that there might be people infiltrating the server and that kind of stuff. I don't think that was the case with it. It's just, the tonality in the beginning got a little heated. He was actually talking to you, Medic. He was like, like in the beginning asking you something. I don't remember what exactly. And you were gonna give an answer, but after that, everything got like a little heater and heater after that. Because when we talk about the Earth, many in here, many of us in here, we, we kind of take it. We're passionate about it, right?
Oh, I'm
But
passionate about it too. But yeah, no, I was trying to get him to
yeah,
open up because I had dealt with him a week ago and I already knew kind of what he was probably going to do.
yeah, it's fine.
And I wanted to see.
You wanted to see what?
I wanted to see if he was different than the last time I interacted with him, and he wasn't. He was completely the same. I think they got through maybe 2 points, and it ended up in this. A lot of people yelling at him at some point, and upset. It was funny because it was the same thing.
I've seen that happening many times with certain people. Some people might do okay talking to one or two persons, but I'm not giving excuses for them, right? I'm not giving excuses. But if if we can keep it like in topic and maybe one or two people, many of these kind of young people can do better. But it did get a little heated because he was making a bunch of claims, he wasn't backing them, and we said do this, do that. It got out of hand. It could be managed. It could be done. We could do it a little better, and I definitely myself, I have to improve myself in communications, and I want to learn from all situations. And I think we can still talk to him eventually, and maybe try to progress. Because I don't think it was a big deal. I think he can definitely do better. He can learn as well. He sounded young, and he has to improve. But I think he can eventually get to the point that we can get to the conversation, go through the information, and maybe he can take some of the stuff that we already realize for himself.
I would be
Hopefully.
willing to see the attempt one more time for a third strike and you're out, but I'm telling you, he was exactly the same as last time. And it started out very calm, just like it did at the beginning of this one. It was very calm. And then he just started the same thing where he would not stick with one point. He kept trying to direct everybody about what they're going to do. Yeah, I don't know. My feeling is he is who he portrayed himself to be. And you're probably going to end up with the same frustration again. But hey, third time's the charm, right? And we can always improve. It
But you know
improves us.
something? We have Crit in here. We have El Boricua. We have Globus. Get to be get. So.
But
Crit, are you busy?
the last time he was here, he started out with a group for about 2 hours. I think it was almost 2 hours. And it got to that frustration level. So the next group took over that came on board. I think it was the gold and silver people. And they tried with him for a few minutes and it turned into the exact same thing. It was like he was waiting for a new group of people and he would try the same game on them and see if it would work. And they found out the same thing because they thought we were being hard on him too by the end. But he had pushed it to that point. People were upset again and it was obvious what he was doing. But he did the same exact thing. I mean, he didn't change a thing. It was interesting to go through again to watch what happened.
Femboy,
He's back.
welcome back, Femboy.
Can I ask him a question?
Good morning, family.
Good morning.
He's there. Oh, he's muted. Oh.
Hey.
Can I ask you something?
Well, I appreciate getting unbanned. I must admit there's some confusion about why I was banned in the first place.
That's all
who
fine.
was it that claimed that they talked to me last time? I don't recall.
A lot of people talk to you, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Just
who
talk
is it?
to Big Pearl
Well,
right now.
we'll put that in the
Before we
past.
continue,
That's
before we even start, I don't want this to happen a third time. I've had
that's why
like the
I wanna
person
ask you
mentioned.
questions.
Do you mind if I finish?
Well, if you're gonna stay in the past, I recommend probably not doing that because you
No,
seem
I'm
to use
making a
that as an
recommendation for the
excuse.
future.
Sure.
Of what?
Now, I think it, Damsel, I don't recall, said that it started out reasonable. Hey, it started out reasonable this time, started out reasonable that time. I completely agree. It only got a little excited when 4 or 5 people jumped in. Is there another VC channel that we can go to, like 2 or 3 of us and whatnot like that, so that way everybody in here, because I guess people got annoyed that like the things that they wanted to talk about weren't being talked about or whatever like that. After all, I am only one person. Somebody brings up a question, has a topic to talk about, and then someone else does
Yeah,
I would
there's
like
many
to dive
chats on the
into like.
server.
Yes,
Okay.
we have
Here,
the
Where
arena, we
are
have the
they?
secure
people
chat.
people will be very specific about some topics. So in here, you're gonna get that kind of, kind of conversation because it's an open forum, and many people in here are just gonna open their mics and make comments, and that's how it works. There's
Yeah,
also
I
like a
understand that.
chill
Maybe that's not what
VC,
I'm looking
and
for.
yeah, maybe
Yeah,
there you could
chill
go to the
chat,
Flutter beginners,
arena.
learning
Okay, I have
curve
a few
kind of stuff.
questions first. So somebody talked to you before you came in to
I'm
speak.
gonna be moving to another chat, but go ahead and ask your question.
That's fine. I just want to confirm a couple of things. So you were talking to somebody before you came on to the main channel here, right?
What are you talking about?
You were talking to somebody before you came in and started talking with the main group here on the live.
Which time?
Like just now?
At the beginning today.
Just now? Oh, at the beginning of
No, I'm talking at the very beginning, a couple hours ago, when you first came in. Where did you come?
Are you asking when I initially joined the server?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it from the World of Conspiracies. You're linked in there. I think it was the original Flat Earth server.
Well, when you came in, did somebody introduce you to me? Because I remember you came into the room and somebody introduced you.
I mean, you do sound familiar, but I don't remember. That's why I ask people's names. You might not have mentioned your name last time.
No, I did.
This is your mom.
I don't remember.
This is your
Well,
mom.
either
If you
way,
remember.
I'm talking about today. Did somebody you
Okay,
talk to
what's your
somebody before
question?
My question was, did you talk to somebody before you came into the group area? Were you
Like
talking?
in
Because you
another
were
VC?
interested.
Yes, there's another check-in that people usually go through before they get to the main.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I was
So
talking to someone.
You talked to that person, and then last week too, you were also brought in that way, the same way.
No, I've been
Or,
in here for a few days.
Oh, maybe
I
it's
don't
been a
believe
few
I
days.
was. Yeah, I don't think
Whatever.
it's been over a week. But what's
Well,
your
whatever,
point?
a few days. No, I just wanted to know if anybody had told you to read those rules.
Now, when
yes,
no, I did initially read them. When somebody is talking about the rules, I thought there was like some specific chat rules or something like that. Yeah, no, I read
but
those
you know something?
initially.
At this moment, if I mean, there's some people in here. If anybody have questions or wanna talk about something specific?
Yeah.
'Cause,
No, I just wanted to know if you had actually read them this time and understood that's the.
I read them the first time. There was a little bit of confusion when somebody said, "Oh, have you read the whatever rules?" I thought they were talking about like specific rules for this, like there was another channel or something like that, or debate rules or something. So
No, just the general rules of how it's expected to kind of go, the foundation, instead of trying to create a new one once you come in.
Well, I think there should be either some format or it should be just a general kind of open discussion. This is an open forum after all.
Sure it is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have you been listening to it for a while before you jumped in and decided to converse? Have
You're
you
talking
been
about just
listening to
now?
others? No, I mean all
Oh,
this
yeah.
time before.
Oh, in general? Yeah, no, yeah, I've been listening a lot, yeah.
And have you heard successful conversations, you think?
I've seen a lot of conversations ending in someone getting banned, like I did. That seems to be a common trend. No, I might not have been on when there have been successful conversations happening. No.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move on because anybody want to talk about the shape of the Earth or anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna be moving to another chat because honestly, I don't want what happened the past two times. Like we start out chill, we discuss some of the topics, we review some of this and some of that, and then
That's
like 7
fine.
or 8 people jump on. So what's another chat that I can go to?
Use go
Any
to
chat
Learning
you have
Curve.
access to.
Yeah, I would say Learning Curve.
Okay,
is the decent one.
what chats should I have access to right now? Because I
Yeah,
think
you
I
got.
only see 2.
Oh, you don't have any roles. Yeah, you have to get roles.
Yeah.
I don't
You're
or
VC
SC.
verified.
Yeah, I think I am. Yeah, I'm in here. So.
Well, yeah, you don't have. Someone just moved you out. So, do you agree to follow all the silver rules?
Yeah.
Right there in
Yeah, I
welcome
don't
thread.
think this. I'll review them again, but yeah, I didn't see anything that was in there that's like
Okay.
weird English. Let's see. Please keep it
You
simple.
don't have to
Try
read them
not
out
to
loud.
post.
Listen,
Blah blah
dude.
blah. Yeah, I'm just briefing over him. Calm
Yeah,
down.
you don't read them out loud, okay? If you
Oh,
have any
I'm not.
questions,
Oh,
yeah, if you have any questions
these
about
are
them,
the
you can
rules
ask.
you're referring to, though. Like no
Yep, right there in the
racism, no
welcome thread. The first
spoilers.
thing you see.
Okay, first thing I see is these kind of.
Okay, it doesn't need to be read out loud. If you have any questions, you can ask about them.
You guys are practicing dentistry early.
Destiny?
Maybe you guys could just move him to a different channel.
Dentistry.
Can a mod just move him without him trying to navigate?
The other VCs are
I don't know what he
the
can see
Chill
or what he can't.
VC. He can see the other channels. Flutter beginners, TC, Flutter beginners. FE
Earlier he said
beginners.
he could only see 2.
Yeah, he doesn't have other. Now he should be able to see him with VC verified.
He got it.
Yeah, he
Go
can
over
move.
there with me. We can talk about it.
I'll ask you a few questions if you want to go to beginner or curve. You pick
All
one.
right, let's go.
He said he'll ask you a few questions.
Dentistry,
me-
Gemsy, because you guys were pulling teeth.
Oh yeah.
Do you want me to go with you?
He's so
You can
annoying.
go.
I checked him in the other day, and he said his uncle is a flat earther. I'm like, why don't you bring your uncle here? He doesn't use Discord. I'm like, pfft. So if his own
Oh,
uncle
the secret
can't
uncle,
convince
yeah.
him, yeah, but I mean, if it's true and his own uncle can't convince him, nothing's going to convince.
That's not a warning sign. The secret uncle that I know that taught me about flat Earth, but I can't bring him on here.
Right, bring him
That's a
on,
warning
man.
sign.
I welcome him.
We locked him in the basement. We don't let him come out in public.
Yeah.
He's my crazy uncle. That's what it is. The crazy uncle.
Yeah, it's funny, guys.
I got to go feed him some crackers right now, but yeah, I can't get him on Discord. So
Isn't that where we fall into that? Like the crazy people are the ones that see reality, right? Like we're the crazy ones because we see things as they are, but everyone else is stuck in their matrix. It's insane. We live in an insane world.
I'm gonna have to go to FE beginners because since I unbanned him, I'm gonna have to keep an eye for now.
I'm gonna go with you, Gemsy.
I'll be there.
Maybe he'll see through it. He seems like he's curious enough.
He appears that way, but he never gets anywhere, so I don't know. We'll see.
He doesn't make the connection, yeah. Just goes right over his head.
No, actually, he came to a new subject, a new knowledge. He never had it. And just because it sounds like it challenges every belief that he has already by now, he's not giving any time of researching, reading about it. So he's just picking out his own beliefs. I mean, he's in the soldier mode that he has been trained. That's all he's doing.
I happen. Oh, sorry. I happen to agree with you, though. I really do. I think they're going to find the same problem of it really quickly. I think they're going to run into the same problem. I don't think he's genuine, honest with himself. So if he is being even honest with us, I don't think he's being honest with himself about his behavior and the way he acts.
I know
I'm
him. A
surprised.
couple of days ago, we talk about 2 or 3 hours in here, and you know, in all that time, um, a lot of flat earthers came in, went out, and we spoke about a lot of subjects, like everything, you know, Black Swan, 3 points. I got with him even into all this gravity stuff. And I told him, dude, for your claims, once give us a citation, if any, you know. And when he was shooting out all the terms up and down, I asked him, dude, name one term, give us a definition, something. Nothing.
Yeah, he only
So,
knows like a loose grasp of his own subject. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
He hasn't even researched the globe. Like, how is the globe
yeah,
supposed to work? He doesn't really know all that
yeah.
detail. So
I've seen old ladies, for example, that they go to the church and they are given this little icon. Sorry, be right back.
Anybody want to take bets on how long it'll go before he doesn't ever? Because he didn't give a citation last time. That was the biggest thing. We argued about that and begged him to put a citation last time, and he wouldn't do it. He just would every reason not to do so. I hope he succeeds, but I have a bad feeling that it'll probably be the same thing.
he's set in his ways. He thinks he knows it all, but he doesn't know shit. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know how long it takes. I'm surprised how long he stayed. I'm like, wow, this guy's still here.
Well, that's kind of why I wonder if he is an agent, like what our friend over there was
Post-show,
telling you. Yeah,
like
that
post-show, yeah.
And
he
that's what
may
we
be an agent, because why would else would you keep wasting that much of your time to not get anywhere at all? I mean, literally, not even post your own.
Well, the thing is, there was no other people here that were like globe earthers at the time. Like, he was just here by himself, so he wasn't trying to influence other people. I just think he might just be like a clueless. He came here to troll or whatever, but then he's like, wait a minute, they can't be right. No way can these flat earthers be right. I can't let them be right.
Yeah, because his uncle is a flat earther, right? So it gets him in his family, right? It's his honor. I'm gonna
Well,
prove all these flat earthers wrong.
he's probably the only smart one in the family. The rest are probably like him.
Well, that's what I kind of feel like, is he's trying to prove more than just his theory. There's something more. There's something there that
You know what? I have one nephew, and he's 9 years old now. But since he was 5, we told him that the Earth is flat and there's no such thing as Santa Claus. And I asked my brother first. I'm like, should we tell him? He's like, yeah, I don't want to lie to him about anything. I'm like, awesome. And you know, the Zoom classes, right? The kids were doing Zoom classes because they couldn't go into the classroom. They did it. They did a remote class. And
Yeah.
I had the AE map on his wall in the background. See it in his Zoom camera when he's at school. He's got a big AE map on the wall. It's Gleason's. I have hope in the next generation. Not his generation, the femboy, but the one after him. I think maybe some of the Zoomers. I think he sounds like he's a Zoomer, that kid. He's probably like, I don't know. Sounds like he's in his late teens, maybe 20s.
at the most 21, maybe.
Yeah.
That's pushing it, I think, the way he comes off, especially when he called me, "Thank you, mommy, you're being condescending." Yeah.
Oh God. some of those kids are smart, like these America First kids. They were into the Nick Fuentes thing, mostly like anti-liberalism, and at least they cared about stuff. You know, they cared that the country was devolving into a shithole. They just don't know. They just haven't figured out there's no way to really solve it politically. We can't vote ourselves out of the prison. It's going to have to be changed another way, because the system is set up to keep us enslaved. It's, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, let's have the prisoners vote, and then that way they won't be so prisoners won't be so rambunctious. Let's let them vote and decide, like, okay, let's let them pretend they have some self-determination. You can vote on the warden, but you're still going to stay in jail. You know, that's kind of our situation. We're still in the prison that we can't just vote ourselves out of. Unless a critical mass of people wake up and say, I don't want to be in your prison. I'm not going to comply. I don't want to do this shit. I'm out. And I think that day will come. But it's not going to be easy. You see how hard it is just to talk logic with someone. It's almost impossible.
Unless we can pull them away from some of the technology. I mean, this is a great technology, but I mean like television, things like that.
Most
even the
people
video
don't watch
games.
television. Most of this, I would say, even people 30 and under don't even watch television.
Yeah, it's either that or the video games. And the video games are another way to indoctrinate and take attention so people don't think. They don't think about it. They don't give themselves time to think. And then he has the young age, so he has no background in, as we do, where we know that just because you go vote for something and your guy gets in, doesn't mean shit will change.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean things will get better. They don't have that history.
At least they're doing something proactive. They're trying to affect change. They think they're going the route. They're using their energy positive. They're not just wasting energy doing nothing. They just have to redirect it into something that can change things. Like some kind of a mass awakening. I think now that they're pushing the Project Bluebeam, we're in the early stages, because I'm hearing them talk about UFOs. And I'm like, they're prepping the groundwork for a fake alien invasion. It's like, there it is. I see it happening.
Oh yeah. I've seen it for years. I've been watching that for years going, oh crap, that's not going to be good if they really buy it.
And all this stuff, like Jeff Bezos has his fake space program. Elon Musk has a fake space program. There's another guy, Virgin Galactic, has a fake space tourism plan. It's like, they're really pushing it hard. If we could pop their bubble and just prove to them that they're all a bunch of fakers, it's going to be tough, because I would say 90% of people are probably like Femboy. Maybe not 90%, but I'd say he's more on an extreme level. I'd say half of the people are a lot more reasonable than him. He doesn't seem very reasonable. He seems very determined to be right, regardless of the evidence. Determined, I will disregard your reality. You know what I mean? Like, that's hard to reason with people like that.
Yeah, he's not ready to be wrong and be okay with himself in that wrongness. It's okay to be wrong. He's not okay with that. Not once. Not even for a really minor thing, not even for a really
anything. Would you agree that water is wet? What do you mean by wet? Okay, we can't even say that.
Yeah, exactly, Wolfgang.
And then I have to tell you a theory of how it's wet and explain it to you all, because you don't understand wetness.
And that's the problem. It's not, you can't have a legitimate conversation with someone like that. That's why I'm like, dude, this kid's so annoying. But at least he might be entertaining. Just don't, because sometimes we don't have anybody that will carry the globe side for that long. And I thought he would have given up yesterday. He was here yesterday for how many hours?
But
or was it the previous day? Was it Friday?
He's not even carrying the globe model. He's not even carrying the globe model because he refuses to cite. He's only making baseless assertions. Yeah, well, I dropped something.
Oh, right, right. That's what I said. He doesn't even know the globe model that he's defending. It's like, wait, why don't you learn that first and see if it sounds legit? Learn how
Gravity
they tell
is
you.
a force. Gravity is a force. That was his
No, it's
mantra.
not.
Yeah,
You know
but
what's funny?
then we cite it. Yeah, but it says it's a pseudo source, so it's still a force.
You know, my nephew said there was a thing, there was a questionnaire on his little test. It says gravity is there was a blank. He said theory. I'm like, well done. It's like the teacher wanted him to write a force, but no, it's theory. It's an unproven theory, but I think the next generation, what is it, Generation Alpha? That by then it'll be too late. It'll be too, I don't know, like if they'll already have implemented their stuff, but as long as there's people like us, there's a little bit of hope that the message is getting out there. As long as we have a place to share stuff. Like, I'm worried that YouTube is probably, they're hiding it with the algorithms, but at least it's still up there. We can link people to YouTube. If you have to use like BitChute, a lot of people don't go there. The videos are slow to load. It's just it's more tedious than to just click on a YouTube that has the better bandwidth. But I look at my library, my playlist, like half of the stuff has been deleted. Half of it. I'm looking through all these different folders, my playlist. I'm like, dude, gone. There's gray boxes everywhere. I used to clear them out and delete them, but now I leave them to see how many things have they deleted from the stuff that I thought was relevant, worth saving on a playlist, and about half of them.
Yeah, I'm afraid we may have been set up all along to get everybody sucked into YouTube, have it be great, make the great algorithms at the beginning so they could figure out who was who and then slowly shut it down and then maybe someday completely yank us. And then,
What
people.
it got bad? Before Pizzagate. Pizzagate is when it got really bad. Pizzagate got, like, it went viral, and then they started cutting it down, and then again after there was a
9/11.
shooting in Parkland, and they went after more. They cleared
Yeah.
out, and then it was the Las Vegas shooting, and it was just every time they did something like that and people exposed it, they knocked it down. And this last one with this Corona
TV.
stuff, they knocked it another
Yeah.
time. They purged. They
Yeah.
went on another purge.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but back in early last year, I remember the algorithm looking like it was allowing a lot of people to catch stuff again, and then they took it away. And I kind of wonder if that's kind of planned, though. Again, that we're marked. They find out who's going to listen and who's going to do what and who's going to react, and they're using a lot of data to figure out who's what. And so they open it up when they want to see who's new to the and okay with the new these ideas, and then they take it away again, and then they'll do it again. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. It just seems
good.
very, very
Before YouTube bought it, it was excellent. Or, I mean, before Google bought YouTube, now it's like one and the same. It's like when Facebook bought Instagram, they're gonna buy up all the competition. They don't want any competitors. So it's like Discord will get bought up by Google, or Microsoft was trying to buy it. It'll be one of them. Google, Facebook, Microsoft, one of these tech behemoths. I think like Amazon bought up Twitch. So it's like any place that's successful, it gets bought up and then it gets destroyed once these big corporate communist corporations, they destroy things. And they can't have any free competition. So I hope Discord doesn't sell out. It's kind of like Craigslist. Craigslist, you could sell things for free, whereas eBay, you have to pay your listing fee, selling fee. But Craigslist is not really competition for eBay as far as like on a national basis or international basis. It would be good if they did have something like that, like something where you could do an international, say you had one item, like one unique item, like a sports card or whatever, and you wanted to get the most amount of eyeballs checking it out. The only place is really eBay where you're going to get that market. but they're gonna take 1/3 of your profit, maybe more. Depends what your profit margin is. If you
And
have a
that's
10% profit margin, they'll take all of your profit.
yeah, and that's the problem with these bigger platforms is they don't want, like you said, they don't want the competition. So, and
Yeah, they don't seem to
Craigslist
understand. Like what
doesn't have
not
the
everything
range.
has a big profit margin, right? Like sometimes let's say you buy something like a car and you sell it, and you might only the car, let's say the car was $50,000 and you're gonna make a 10% profit margin. So you're like, oh good, I'll make $5,000. Well, if the fee on eBay is 10%, they've taken your entire profit margin. Like, do they really need to charge you that much on an item that expensive? There should be some kind of cap. It's just irrational how much they charge to place an ad. It's
They have a
excessive.
captive audience, and there's nowhere else to go. So they'll do whatever they want. That's
Yeah, it
just the way
just
it
sucks
works.
for the people that have to live. Like I used to do that as as my source of income, and it's like I got so sick of it. I'm like they're making all the profit. I'm doing all the work, and I'm losing. I'm making nothing, or some of this stuff I can't sell it for that.
Well, what do you think YouTube is, especially since they can put ads on now without any permission, and you're doing all that work, and you
Oh,
can't make
they'll
any
delete
profit?
you. They'll
Yeah,
delete
they
your
can.
channel too. Like if you say anything that they don't want you saying, your channel's done. Like you don't even get the 3 strike thing. Like, oh, why don't they don't just strike the video? They'll strike videos that are like 5 years old. You get
Yeah,
okay, 1,
seen
2, 3,
them.
you're gone. There's no
No.
there's no appeals process. You just get like an automated appeals process. You don't get an actual person. It's a gulag. It's terrible.
Oh yeah, it's like the ultimate, like an artist trying to sign with the record labels. It's even worse than that because yeah, you're working for free. It's slave labor if you even get paid at all. Because yeah, if you're banned from being able to be, given any ad money, they still put ads on you, even if you can't get money.
What do you think we should do with all the people? We have such a large community here of flat earthers. Like I think we need to organize ways to like get it out to the public better. If we could have like maybe some kind of events, like each of our towns have events, because we're all spread out, and that's a good thing. We can do things in our local community and make it go viral locally.
Yeah, we're ready. Good morning. Was you there last night for the crossover or the meet and greet slash conversation at the Chatterbox?
Was
Yeah, I heard
I
about
just
that one.
watched it.
Oh, you just
I
watched
wasn't
it.
there.
So that's just a showing of how how far we've come as a community, because it's like when we do get to talk to normal people and it's not run by a whole bunch of trolls. Like granted, there was a couple trolls last night, but ultimately when you start speaking to real people, they don't have any answers. And I think exposing people to that conversation is the best kind of thing. And I think that's what the censorship is for, because they know that they can't stand up to the information. So they have people saying, "Oh, I'm not going to talk about it." But look what happens when you make people talk about it. They realize they don't have anything.
I just find it funny that they'll hold so firmly to with no foundation of anything. They just, and they can't see that it's faith. It's so funny. But,
That's
I
a
kind of was
reflex.
that way, but I was never that hard on my stuff. I've never been so bound to anything that I couldn't, if I had good enough evidence, I could switch my mind. And I did. I do.
You know
And
what it is?
some kind of
It
openness. I'm willing
it
to
was a
follow the
gag
truth.
reflex. When you hear it, you initially reject it, like you're gagging, like, oh no, it's like a reflex. They don't even even before I knew all this, I still like when I was a Globetard, I'm like, I thought it was so fucking stupid that it wasn't even funny. I'm like, this is not even because I thought they were trying to subvert 9/11 back in the day. This is before YouTube was subverted so hard. I was into stuff that people would call conspiracy, and it kept being recommended. I'm like, oh, okay, they're trying to infiltrate with this nonsense and delegitimize the 9/11 truthers and other truthers. They're trying to infiltrate with this nonsense, and some people will buy it. So I never gave them any clicks. I'm like, I'm not giving these guys any clicks. Screw them. But I kept seeing it everywhere. I'm like, what? People who watch this also watch this? I'm like, I don't buy it. They're lying to me.
Let me make
But
a
the
statement
algorithm was
and
legit.
then ask you a question.
Who asked
So,
me a question?
no, I'm saying let me make a statement and then ask you a question. So, when I got into this, I had no idea this was a conversation. I was watching Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan at the time was one of my favorite people to watch, and he had on Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo said the moon landings were fake and the Earth is flat. There's no pictures from space. That was the first time I came in contact with the possibility that the Earth is not a globe. I didn't have any knee-jerk reaction. I said, "Huh?" And then I said, "Okay, well, let me Google this. Like, what is?" And then I Googled it, and I was like, "Oh no!" And I had a huge smile on my face. It was just one of those awkward smiles. It was like, "Oh no, not hell no, hell no," right? But it wasn't hell no like I won't look at this. It was like I need more right now because this is looking kind of fugazi, right? And so my question to you is, how did you get exposed to it? Because I often find that the like people react in the way that the media teaches them to react. If social media is talking about something like in mass, it's because they saw it somewhere in the media somewhere. So did you see like people ridiculing it before it just came across your desk?
No, it was I was looking into different alternative theories about 9/11, and there was also like Sandy Hook and things of that nature. And I knew they were hoax. I knew like Sandy Hook was a hoax. The fake moon landing, that stuff. But going from one to the other, it was starting to show up on my 9/11 stuff. I'm like, this was a really good video about 9/11, and why is this showing up as recommended? People who watch this too. Like, I'm like, I thought it was a subversion tactic. This doesn't make someone's trying to infiltrate it. And they didn't delete shit back then. Like YouTube was pretty free and open. They didn't purge anything, and they even left up like the Pizzagate stuff. And that's when things got a little bit more restrictive with the algorithm. But reflexively, I thought it was. And the thing is, I knew that the moon landing was fake, but I was kind of like how Owen Benjamin, he was banning people. He was saying the moon landing is fake. It's 100% fake. He knew it was fake, but he was banning people who were flat earthers. He's like, don't lump me in with these fucking retards. Don't lump me in with them. I'm not one of them. I know the moon
I
landing is
remember
fake, but
that.
this shit is crazy. What's that?
I
I was not
watched his
that.
conversion.
What's that?
I watched his conversion. It was hilarious to watch his conversion on Owen Benjamin. I just still remember that. I can still remember.
I wasn't that dead set against it. I just thought I didn't want to give him any clicks until one day I was just bored because after seeing so many times recommended, I'm like, let me see what this shit is about. Out of curiosity, and I wanted to have a laugh. I'm like, these people got to be the stupidest. Before I even looked at it, I just thought they must be the stupidest people. I'm like, let me see what one of these flat earthers is. Like, I think, and I started watching them. I'm like, some of them were stupid. They're stupid, like debunking videos, and then there's some legit stuff. And I sorted through. I'm like, wow, this is pretty crazy because, like, these claims they're making, I would check the claims, like, okay, and then I couldn't come up with any proof to debunk what they're saying. And I actually didn't sleep for 2 days. I watched everything I could find. I was reading stuff on the internet. I went everywhere, and I'm like, this doesn't, I can't. It was very uncomforting because I had no one to talk to about it. This is back in 2015, and there wasn't a lot of people that were looking into it. And then even after that, even a couple years after that, I would only bump into people on random YouTube live streams. Oh, I'm a flat earther too. Awesome. And I would subscribe, follow them. Sure, let me friend you. So, and then we would share things like, oh, there's another live stream with some flat earthers, and there'd be like 10 people watching it. And then some of them would be bigger, like let's see who had a bigger one, like Dell. Dell used to stream, but he just got repetitive and boring real quick. There was a guy, Jamie Brown, he used to do it, but then he kind of flipped. This is, I think, in 2016 or 17. It was just there. I didn't, before we had the Discord, the old Discord was like heaven when I found it. Yes, there's flat earthers here.
Quick question while there's a break in the talk. Could somebody provide me a link so that I could watch that thing that Elijah was talking about?
What are you talking? The link for
the chat that he said happened
Chatterbox?
yesterday or last.
Yeah, that's on Helios live stream.
Okay.
They got thoroughly. I don't want to use the word destroyed. Like I want to stop using these things because in essence, like if we're attempting to talk to normal people, like we don't want to keep treating them like staunch Globers. Like so, but yesterday, I mean, it was really well. Actually, there was a couple of staunch Globers there, but I mean, for optics' sake, it was really bad, man. Like it was like listening to 5-year-olds go, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, but what about this? No, I won't accept it. I'm not listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not answering my question. Even though people were answering their question. I mean, it was the most bizarre thing ever. And I was like, this is like when what's it debated Team Skeptic.
Oh, that was funny. That was funny.
Even better when he debated Vegan Gains. Remember that one? Like, cause
Yeah,
they have no idea that this shit is like a thing. Like, it's like, oh my god.
It was worse though that after those things, the people that are on the other side think they won, and all their comments. I go through and read a lot of the comments of those who are on the other side, and they think they've won when it's very obvious that they were destroyed.
How many people watched that live stream with the Chatterbox?
Not sure on that one. I'd have to go look.
Was it on YouTube or was Helio streaming it on his
It was on
channel?
YouTube, and I think Helio covered it, part of it maybe. I don't remember. I know I just watched it on YouTube. Just the end of it.
Did the other side have their own YouTube channel? Is what I mean. It was being streamed on 2 places.
I'm not sure.
Because sometimes there was a kid that came in and Helio did an interview with him. He was on Twitch, and he only had like 20 people watching him on Twitch. But he came in and he talked with Helio for, I don't know, about a half hour, and they had like a decent conversation. It wasn't too bad. And I think we need more of that instead of like jumping down people's throat and turning them off. Like once you do that, you've kind of poisoned the well. I don't think they don't want to hear anything, and they dig in their heels, and whatever you say from then on is just, they don't care.
Well, that's where I'm at. I'm at no name calling, no getting upset or taking it personal unless I'm too tired, and then I should probably get off. And standing in honor, so that I always stand in honor, even if I was wrong. At least it's not going to be wrong. Maybe my information's wrong sometime, but at least I'm not looking bad as a human being towards another human being that didn't get it, just is lost, because a lot of these people are just really lost.
I could say from personal, like I said, my older brother is not a flat earther. He doesn't get it, and my younger one is. And I don't try and force it on my other brother. I'm like, you know what? And sometimes I wish I didn't know. Sometimes I wish I could be like him and just ignore all the drama and just be like a normie blue pilled person and enjoy sports and stupid stuff and not have this burden of knowing what's happening. You know, like it's a huge burden knowing what's happening and having not much you can do to stop it. It's like
Yeah, I have
I
the
don't know, it gets exhausting.
huge burden like you do for family. I only have one family member that doesn't think I'm nuts and treats me with respect, and I can even talk to about it because they've become a flat earther too, but only one out of all my family. And so what I do to fix that a little bit so I don't feel like I'm ineffective and I'm not making any difference with this truth, I come on these places or I go to other channels or, I try to do it for somebody else because it's hardest to get your family to listen to you. But somebody's family is like yours. Your family is having the same struggle I am. And if I talk to your brother, maybe he would listen to somebody else better than you. And you
You
could
know
do the
what?
same for mine.
One of his best friends is also a flat earther. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and it was funny. I went somewhere and his friend Kevin was there, and there was another. He had a couple of his other friends. There was like two of my brother's friend or three of my brother's friends, and one of them is this guy Kevin, who's a flat earther. And I started talking to him. He brought up Tesla, and then from Tesla, somehow it got to flat Earth really quick. He's like, "Oh no, not another one!" It's like so me and him bonded.
Yeah.
Me and yeah, like one of his other friends, like, "Oh no, not another one," because they didn't want to hear nothing about flat Earth. But it's like, whatever, dude.
And you do have to be careful about ganging up on people because then they do get defensive. They just do.
No, we
Name
just
calling.
ignored them. Whatever. We let them drink their beer. But
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. At least we got one other person, and he had a P900 camera too. Like, yeah, I've got the same one.
That's so much
He
fun,
made,
though.
yeah, it was fun. And this was a couple years ago. This was like 3 years ago. So maybe his other friend, those other guys, maybe they woke up by now. Sometimes it takes a little while.
Yeah, it's never at our pace. It's got to be at the individual. Nobody can do this for them. They have to want to know the truth themselves. If they're not ready for the truth, they're not going to hear you.
You know, it feels. You know what? When I learn, I'm like, I feel like I have to tell everyone time is of the essence, and it's like I just burned 5 years. What did I do? I wasted 5 years, and I didn't really accomplish much. I'm like, what the fuck? Maybe I. That's where I wonder. I'm like, am I better off not even knowing?
Nope, you're better knowing the truth and just planting seeds and then pray that they get watered by somebody. If it's not you, somebody else. And it'll happen if it's meant to, but they have to make that journey. Every one of us had to make a somewhat of a journey, no matter how long or little it took. Me, it only took a day because I was already prepped so hard for just being open to truth. And as a science background person, with my degrees, I was like, holy crap. It only took me a few hours to figure out where I just knew
See,
it was
there's
truth.
another
I
guy.
couldn't deny it.
He's a scientist. He's a PhD chemist, and he's a flat earther. And his brother doesn't get it. His brother's like totally blue pilled, and his brother's also really smart, but he's like he just doesn't get it. So if you're talking to other people with a scientific background, what are they hung up on? Like why is it so difficult to convince those people?
The investment that they did for that degree. It's the time invested that you can't be wrong after that many years of giving and sacrificing to get whatever you've got. Even if you're really smart, it takes time and effort to get through those programs. And the respect, all these things compound in the loss of respect that you're going to have if you go this way. The fact that you've been wrong for that long. See, people have a hard time with that. that's an ego killer, and they have to be, willing to give up their ego for a minute. All of you had to give up your ego that you absolutely knew the truth. You had to tell yourself, I don't know shit.
That's
And I
my
got
older
tricked,
brother,
and I was
right?
lied to. Yeah,
My
that was
older
lied.
brother is an engineer, and my younger brother never went to college. So it's like it was so much easier. I think the more college you have, the more difficult it is to undo the damage. Like they inflict a lot of mental baggage where it's like it's difficult to crack through that crust. It's like everything that I learned because I studied this in books and I spent years studying this. So you must be wrong. Like you didn't do what I
But
did.
they,
So your
You
information
didn't
is null
spend
and
all
void.
that
but they didn't
money.
spend, but
You
they
didn't
didn't
do all that
spend
time.
years. That's the thing. Like, I was having a conversation with someone, and they were like, "Well, what about science? What about all of the all of the um damn it, I'm coming up blank." But they were saying like, "What about these fields that do science?" And I'm like, "Well, science is gonna stay science." So, we're not deniers of science. We love science. There's a difference between pseudoscience, something that no one really does anything but write about fan fiction. But everyone else, biologists, everyone else is gonna get on the same way they've been, except maybe they won't accept things like planned obsolescence and all these things, because now they're allowing themselves to use their brain instead of when they're hitting that political wall or that media wall, just going, okay, you know what? Never mind. That's the thing we really need to break so that we can actually advance as a society. Whatever that may, I don't even know what that looks like, but we're not throwing away science, but people think that that's what we're talking about. So it's
That's
like
the
a whole re-education that has to go on.
Yeah, that's the undoing of the indoctrination, because they indoctrinate you when you get into these college programs, especially in the upper levels, once you get past your bachelor's, that you are special. You know more than anyone else. You have this, you're instilled with this authority, and to have that challenged after that much work to earn that, because there is an initiation that happens through these to get there. And so you're having to break down past the initiation to get out of the brainwashing. It really is. You're brainwashed into thinking you know more than you really do. And then you add a spiritual component to it, like for a lot of people, it's either atheism, or agnostics, whatever they want to call themselves. And because that's what this isn't just science, it's a spiritual journey as well. And so for a scientist who's an atheist agnostic, it's even doubly hard. It really is. Because
That's what I've
you're pushing
noticed.
that button.
The more years of indoctrination or education, what you want to call it, the more difficult it is to reason with these people. That's my personal experience.
They are indoctrinated to come up with an excuse that fits the book answer every time. That's what we're doing. It's part of the years of rote learning, assuming that the people that came before you, they indoctrinate you over and over. The people that came before you actually tested everything that you've learned, and that it's been tested, peer reviewed. It is absolute truth. The problem, if you have something happen like I did, I had some things happen that made me see through my programming, especially when I was practicing medicine, and I started seeing things in the real world that did not match up with what my medical school taught me, with what I was seeing with patients. So the real world conflicted with the indoctrination I got in the books and by the professors. And when that started to happen, for some reason, I didn't reject it. I was like, crap. Yeah, they taught me all this stuff wrong, and this is what really happens with people. This is what I'm actually observing. And maybe it's because I was always a scientist at heart as a kid. I loved to experiment. And once I saw that the evidence just didn't match with my indoctrination, I had to let it go. I was ready to let it go, because a good scientist is supposed to let that stuff go. It's never settled science, right? It's never supposed to be settled. And in medicine, there's so many things that get proven that are wrong. And then if you're practicing clinically and watching what happens to people versus what the book says and what the professors say goes on, if you're open to that idea that it's not settled, you might be able to break out of it like I did. I saw the evidence and I went, holy crap, there's
How
a
did you
problem.
break out? Like, how did you catch what little nugget led you on the way to flat Earth?
Well, flat Earth in particular, I wasn't resistant to truth. But what happened to me was I had time. If I had not had the time to look at this, I would have been so busy with my practice. And that's another thing with professionals. A lot of times they're so busy with whatever their profession is, they don't have time to research or think beyond what they were trained. And so, or whatever they're researching currently, that's their sole dedicated focus. And so sometimes, especially in clinical practice, you're so dang busy trying to see tons of patients so the insurance companies can pay you so that you don't lose your businesses and licensing and, you know, all that crap, life, that, you know, there's no time to look at these subjects clearly. Take the time, take a deep breath, really involve yourself into what the other side is saying, because a lot of times I see the problem is the not knowing our beliefs. They don't know what our theories are. They have no idea because they've been indoctrinated either with their own thoughts or trying to put the flat earth into a globe model universe, so it doesn't match. And that mismatch makes it ridiculous then. So, you know, it's, you can't do it. But
how
for
did
me,
you wake up? Like how did you
for me,
get,
I got
yeah.
ill. I went to combat, came back, finished my PA degree, practiced for 4 years. It was 2012 when I think that's when my son showed me YouTube. Yeah, I think because I started getting on YouTube and I saw that flat earth thing flash by, and I knew 9/11 was a mess after being in the military, going to combat, coming back, and then I got sick. So I had time on my hands. I was disabled, I was at home, and I had a lot of time to sit and think, a lot, because I couldn't do anything. So I spent my time researching subjects that I had never looked at before and was interested in or just was entertained by, because I was bored and in pain. So I need some kind of good distraction, and I had the time. And so I took advantage of it and started hitting every subject I could think of, and then stuff started popping up in my YouTube. And I hit my first flat earth channel. I can't even remember what it was. I have no idea. And it might have been actually I know it was a 9/11 one. Loose Change was one of ones that really got me into that. And then the moon landing, I think, was the next one. And then there was a flat earth that came up, and I watched it come up for several months on my, you know, my feed, and I kind of just laughed at it. I just laughed. I thought it was kind of funny. And then finally I was bored one day and I said, oh, come on, I'll go on there and have a good time and see if it matches up with all my science knowledge, and I'll see if I can debunk this and whatever. Or just, I thought maybe it was a joke at once. You know, I just thought it was a joke at first. And then, yeah, that first video, I went, oh no. Oh no, I'm in real trouble, because it brought back a memory that I had from a childhood incident that I remembered something, and I went, oh crap, this is true. And it was a mirage I kept seeing from our house that was in Washington. We were on the east side of the mountains from Mount Rainier, and we would drive up and go 240 miles to go camping at the base of Mount Rainier every year. And then on clear days from 240 some miles, sometimes you could see Mount Rainier. And when we would drive there and drive back, you could see it sometimes going all the way back home. And I was like, okay, well, that's weird. Why can I see it one day and not the other? And I asked my dad, I think it was 6 or 7 when I asked him, I said, how am I seeing this mountain that we can't see most days, but on a clear day, why can I see it? And he said, oh, that's just a mirage. That's just a mirage. And it just didn't sit right. There was something, it nagged at me. I was like, a mirage? Really? That far away? It just didn't make sense. I never could quite get it to work in my brain how that could be. And then when the flat earth showed up, the first thing I went to in my memory was that day that I asked my dad, why was I seeing this so far away? And that's what triggered it. It was like, oh, it's definitely flat. I made a mistake. I got
That's what
conned.
the news guy said. Remember, he said, what you're seeing here when he was showing a picture of Chicago across Lake Michigan is what you're seeing is actually a mirage, and that's, I think your dad probably had the same answer. Someone else probably told him it's a mirage.
Yeah, because he had lived there all
insane
his
about
life.
mirages?
We lived on the our whole lives, and so did my mom and my dad, and they saw that year after year on really clear, crisp days. And they always thought, they were told it was a mirage, and so everybody thought it was just a mirage.
And what did they
But you
tell
know
us
what?
about
You know what the most
9/11? It
crazy
was
thing
airplane.
the mirages?
What was
Sorry,
that?
well, you know what's crazy about mirages? Like
They're usually
it
upside
needs to,
down.
and in order to have one, you have to have a surface that can mirror what's actually there, which means you can't have a curved surface. It has to be a flat surface.
Yeah, and that's why it
Like
just kept bugging me,
just
because
a miss.
because Dad said it was, it's way behind the curve of the earth. It's just a mirage, and I was like, oh. But we were in the desert, and this is clear into the mountains. 240 some miles that we drove, and I just couldn't figure it out. There was that nagging. Well, that don't make sense.
Wolfgang,
Yeah.
I got another idea. Yeah, and one day we're gonna implement all these ideas at once because they're really good ideas that we've been talking about like these mornings. But I know we already do it, but I think that we should do it with purpose, and that's interview. Like for those who don't mind, because hearing your story, it would be nice to have it in a 30-minute segment. I'd love to tell my story. I don't think it'd be that riveting, but whatever. But someone like I like your voice. So maybe you as an interviewer, Wolfgang, because of your voice, it works. I think that you could do like 30-minute sit downs, like coffee talk or something. Coffee talk about whatever you call it. I don't know. Helio can be an
Awakening.
interviewer.
Flat,
Awakening.
flat Earth awakening. What was your awakening moment? Yeah, because there's another channel that does that with different things, and they've actually spent 2 to 3 hours interviewing people about their whole journey of how they got to their awakening to truth. I've heard people do that, and it works really well because people will like to sit down and hear, and then they can feel connected with that. They feel like maybe they're not alone and they're not stupid for thinking these things or considering it. Sometimes that can help.
You know what's
Yeah,
funny?
that's the main part right there.
We all
Humanizing us.
found it out
Because
of
people think
boredom.
that we're like, yeah,
Like
go ahead.
you were watching something because you were bored. You're like, you know what? Let me watch this. I'm kind of bored. I want to laugh. He was watching Joe Rogan, like entertainment. Owen Benjamin is a comedian, like an entertainer. Like everybody was watching this because they were bored and they wanted some entertainment. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the angle we should approach this at. Maybe like I think talk radio is probably good. We talked about this earlier with Elijah and Helio. We're like, let's bombard the morning talk radio stations, and if you could record it, great. You could come back here and we'll share it. But if we all do our local communities and get the local talk radio host to like talk about it even once or twice in a year, we'd be making progress. They'll be like, remember we had this flat earther guy on and whatever happened to him? But not the stupid flat earth guy that goes in a steam rocket, right? That was there to like poo-poo the whole subject. These guys are stupid. Look, he was in a steam rocket. He wanted to see the curve of the earth. Why not go in an airplane, right? It's stupid. The logic wasn't there.
The guy steam power. He was more about just getting a name attached that would give him the notoriety and the coverage, the media. That's what he was looking for. He wasn't.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he was a real flat earther, because I actually met somebody who knew him and talked to him somewhat, and they were both into steam power, and that's what that guy was more into, and he just used us.
He was not a flat earther. Yeah,
Actually,
he
it
was
was the control opposition sacrificing one man.
I don't know that he died though. I think that was a hoax.
He
I
was
don't think
pushed. He was
But
pushed to do that.
yeah, we
But I
were
don't
being
think he
accused.
actually went in there. I think that
Yeah.
there was probably just a dummy in there. I don't think anybody would be that stupid
Yeah.
to climb in there.
Yeah, I don't know if he
Believe
was
me,
a real.
there are enough people in this world so dumb enough to push them do something like this, because they give you money to build yourself that rocket. Yeah, they finance you.
Yeah, no, he had big backers. He
Yeah,
had lots
yeah.
of investing going on from these people with money,
Yeah.
and he was really into his steam engines. And the only reason I know is I made a connection with somebody who actually had this connection with him and met him.
Mhm.
So and was shocked when he died. But I was like, he was the weirdest thing. Why would you use a steam rocket when you can know it? You're not going to get any elevation. I mean, none, or
And
at least not enough.
he got 100 times more coverage than any legitimate flat earther. That's what makes me think it was a hoax. It was controlled opposition, like he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was using us. Absolutely. We were being used. Whatever his motivation, I don't know, but somebody definitely paid him to set that whole situation up.
See, if it was a normal guy like Dave Weiss, he can explain things very well, they would never give him that much attention because he would wake up too many people.
He's doing a pretty good job right now with his method of getting on.
His app? Yeah, his app is genius. I like that.
Yeah, the app is genius, along with him going on all these podcasts and giving his presentation. I wouldn't call it a debate. It is kind of a debate, but it's usually he talks them into saying, you know, can I make a presentation? You guys can ask questions and all that, but it's not a hardcore debate. It's him presenting. So, and
Once
you get to ask questions.
Once you place it like a debate, then there's a winner and a loser. It's, I think, just a conversation, just a discussion is a better way.
Right.
You know the guy High Impact Flicks. What's his name? Brian, whatever.
Yeah,
He has the channel.
Yeah.
He did that interview on D Live, and me and Helio were bombarding the link to come here. Like, come over here, guys. There's 21,000 flat earthers. Come here if you got questions. I don't know if any people came that day, but we tried. We put the link in his chat. He had 700 people.
Here's my thing. I like Dave Weiss a lot. I think we can do it better. And no, that's not a dig at anyone. Whenever people have like true competition, good things happen. And I'm saying if Miggy, or if any, or whoever takes up what Miggy, well, I don't even know if I could say he established it, but he kind of did. And the way that QE came up with the Black Swan and put it into like this format, even though, you know, Nathan Oakley's been doing it on his show, the way Miggy does the 3 points, the 3-point takedown, like if we could format that into actual conversation about how there's no earth curvature, how there's no detectable movement or motion, how space is a medium that we don't know we can travel to or even exists as individuals. I think if we pose these thoughts to people, that would be really genius. I wish Dave Weiss was doing that. I like this box, that box, both box. I like that thing, you know, the diagram or whatever, but the 3 points are really important because it gets people thinking about the things that most definitely should be on like soon as you Google it, these things should all come up and it should be no question, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of good approaches, and that's what I mean. There's thousands of us, and we all have a different angle. So what works for one person might not work for another. Like when you've seen that, those, you know, like Miggy's approach, you're like, boom, that's it. And someone else might see something like the Mirage, you know, like, oh, there's Mount Rainier, there's Chicago. That might click for them. So that's why we have to use lots of pieces of evidence. You never know which piece is going to work. But you know, if you have like 100 different proofs, one of those might connect with that person for whatever reason.
Well, yeah, you know, we got individual, and everybody has a different learning style, and so if you can hit those different even as much as you can. And I know that's what Dave's doing with, you know, his talking, as well as, you know, having people ask questions, but also presenting a lot of videos and stuff like that behind him playing so people can see it. Because I have a hard time, people have a hard time imagining what the flat Earth model looks like in their brain, you know, and being able to see it in their own mind. They've got a, or they have a preconceived idea that's so whacked they can't make any sense of what we're telling them. So you have to have a visual aid of some sort for those who are really challenged on being able to see it in their brain.
When I seen like a it was like a little video with all the constellations on a dome and then over a flat plane Earth. When I saw that, how it was like a clock and everything's moving, and it was just like music, like din, 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 and they're playing this and they're showing it move. I'm like, holy shit, is that like what we actually live in, this glass dome? It's like, holy shit. That's why the stars move all at the
Oh,
same speed.
Ron,
Like, it was freaky.
Ron, I got a video right up your alley. I was just watching a video such as this morning on Facebook. Now, it's not about that. It's about the moon. And it has this really creepy music in the background. And it's just saying these are different people capturing the lunar wave. And it was like the creepiest thing I've ever seen, because they're like, this isn't a camera trick. This isn't something that's wrong with the camera. This is what's happening. And it's like, when you see that, you're like, well, I mean, rocks, buildings, these type of things don't do that. But the one thing that I know does do that are hologram projections. That's very hard. I don't know. It's very hard for people to think about that. But I mean, shit, I entertain it all the time. But one thing I do know is you shouldn't be set up with your camera looking at the moon rock and then seeing like these waves. That makes no sense. It creeped me out. And this is me watching it today, you know? And I'm like, man, I gotta get me a P900 or something. Because I gotta see this for myself.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
pretty cool too. That is a
you
cool
need
thing
good,
to see.
the good weather conditions too, because I think they're bombarding us with chemtrails. If you live too close to the city, there's light pollution. It's hard to get a good zoom on it. But actually, the moon with a P900, you can even zoom in on the daytime and see a lot of detail. I've zoomed in on the daytime. With the moon is easy, but some of the stars, you need a really dark, clear sky to see them. But when you do, it's badass. They move. The star is like electric. It's just moving. It's like, it's hard to explain. It looks to be I don't know, like alive or whatever. It's
Alive
like
and underwater.
cymatics.
Yeah, it's cymatic looking, definitely. But if you put that to good music, that you're right. That's one of those thrilling things for a lot of people if it's got a really good visual, and especially something real, and then some really great music behind it to give you that extra oomph of emotion. That can make somebody wake up.
And you know what? If you do get a camera, probably the P1000, like, because once you have a 900, you always want a little more zoom. It's like, man, I wish I had just a little more detail. If I just had another 10x, you know what I mean? You always want a little bit more zoom. So yeah,
Now,
even though
check
it's
this
bigger
out.
and clunkier.
You know,
What's that?
who's that guy? Who's that guy? Who's that guy? He's in here. He's in here. He has the red Discord. I forget his name, but he is very confrontational. He had a few run-ins with QE. I'm forgetting him right now, but he's had conversations multiple times. Oh, he's the guy that was like, you know, everyone talks about the gradient, but they don't talk about how the water vapor is relevant, and how it's the water content that is a big
It's
part.
Jimbo.
You know,
Jimbo.
Jimbo, yes, Jimbo, and you must have been there, Roger. Hi, you're welcome. You must have been there.
Yeah,
When
multiple
he was
times.
talking about, he basically said, "Fuck the P900." He's like, "I got a camera. All you got to do is put a was it a 30 something millimeter lens or something like that on, like just get an attachment for some basic camera or something, and it has better quality than the P900, better zoom than the P900." I wish he was here to speak about it, but it's just one of those things. It's like when he says it and he gives the information, I'm like, that sounds really good, and everybody goes, okay. The same way you would say, hey man, Beats by Dre, it's just a name. There's better headphones out there, and people go, okay. Hey, could you get me those Beats over there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the feeling I get every time he spoke about it. So there could potentially be a cheaper option that's much better, but for whatever reason, we've been marketed this product. Even as flat earthers, we fell victim. There could be potentially better products out there for cheap.
You're right. There's, people that know cameras can tell you what is the better lens, what will work better for what kind of viewing you want to do. So, and they're hard to, it's hard to get good at a camera too, and it takes some practice, but it doesn't mean it has to be. But I like your idea about maybe somebody doing a show or something, or, a break between the debates for something like you said, an awakening. If you had an awakening show, that'd be pretty cool, I think. You might draw some more people in.
Maybe if we even kind of host it, like you know how they're doing takeover Saturdays, that's getting pretty big, with the silvers and the gold, and the ladies night, that's big. I think that if we had like a day like that, we did an interview, and maybe there's like two interviews set up, so that it runs for like an hour every week. I think people would really tune into that too. It'd be a different kind of feeling, like where people can go, even if they come in thinking, oh, okay, these dumb flat earthers, here they go talking about their lives. Something might click with them emotionally that they never connected to before. Like you said, like people just have to connect and identify with us. And I don't think we're doing the best job at having that happen. And I think this is one of the ways that we can really help our PR, you know?
Well, it also, it would help people not think that we're just a bunch of idiots, fools, not real, because that's what they do. They come in and mock a lot of the flat earth before even know, they don't even think that we're real people or have emotions or why we think the way we do. They just mock. And, I've watched what Mick Toon, he just, man, the way he treats flat earthers when they get on there to talk or do whatever, it's insulting. And you counter that. It would be a good counter.
I think we need to show making fun of them because their argument's crap, absolute crap.
Yeah, you take the higher road though, and make it somewhat entertaining without degrading everybody. I think it would be a good thing.
Honestly, I'm digging my idea because that's more of the kind of person that I am. But when you just said that, that coupled with your voice, if you had a segment or a show making fun, not of them, but of the arguments that people put forth, that would be awesome too.
Well,
And
yeah,
your
I
voice
wasn't
would be
meaning
such
to
a
direct it at anybody. Like, I'm not saying that you should say this person, like, but the arguments that they have are complete crap.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but that gets shown in the debates a lot. We're talking about, giving a little different side might draw some more people in to listen and maybe turn to flat earth. Maybe, some of these people would actually sit there and yeah, they could mock behind the screen, but there's some people that might wake them up. People need to make connections a lot with different. Everybody's different. Some people connect to a truth through another person, especially another person's story, and that they can relate and go, "Oh, that's what I'm like." Okay, all right. And then get some truth at the same time, maybe some of the facts, because somebody's going to explain their story. They're going to give some of the proofs of why they changed. And I don't know, it might help. I think it's a good idea. I'm glad you brought it up.
I've noticed that repetition, a lot of times people just don't hear what other people say. So the more times it's said, it takes time to like seep in for some people. So
Yeah.
repetition's a problem too.
Yeah, and that's, there's, like I said, there's different styles of learning, and the repetitions really covered a lot in the debates. If you multiple debates, you're going to get some of the same information. Like you said, the top 3 things you guys cover, and that really helps people get a foundation started. But if you can grab them emotionally in another way, you might change some. Might.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to say with the humor part, because I don't know if there's really a lot of like flat Earth channels that are strictly like comedy based.
Yeah, I only see that on the Glober side, and it's really insulting kind of humor. It's not lighthearted and not personal attacks.
Yeah, they're a bit vicious, you know. Well, a little bit more than a bit.
Well, it's just a mean spirited, and I think people are sick of the mean spiritedness of this world. We got enough of it already with all this other junk going on in our world. Why do we need that again and again and again? I mean, it just gets old, and it's really negative. Low vibration, it's negative, and I think people would love something that's a little more uplifting.
I think you could make a great discovery for us, Damsel Medic.
I never would come up with this idea. I'm surprised anybody thinks I sound like good.
No, you're a great addition to the servers. Every time I
Yes.
hear you talk, I'm like, I don't know who that is, but she's awesome.
I appreciate that. I try to keep humble though.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing. But with your
And you have a good
expertise,
background, That's the thing. Like, now nobody cares about what I do, Like, sometimes people care about your background before they listen to you, So.
yeah.
I kind of have a pretty diverse background, which is kind of interesting. lived a lot of life, especially once I became disabled. It was nice to have all that so I could sit there and remember everything. Like I said, that's where I got the time to even do this. I don't know if I would have gotten the time if I hadn't had that happen.
It's better for your soul to be saved than anything else, my guess.
I would rather know the truth than just about anything. I love the truth. It's one thing I can say about myself. I've always loved the truth. I hate liars. I hate lying. And yeah, that's probably the most important thing, to have truth.
That's what I hate too. I mean, the way I see the lie is actually the thing that is killing the man, the liar, and those he's lying to. Not instantly, but little drop by little drop. Every lie spoken is actually consuming your soul and everyone's close to you.
Slow
Not a
poison.
good thing. Yeah. And certain, like guaranteed.
I guess more than I hate the liars, though, because like, you know, some of them are innocent. They don't know. So I don't hate them particularly. I hate the fact that they're lying, but I don't particularly hate them. But the real hate for me is I really hate the evil ones behind all this. Who did this to us? I'd like to meet them and kick them in the
Yeah,
shin.
that's the problem.
Yeah, you can tell. Like last night, there was maybe that first initial guy where I was like, I don't know about that guy, but the guy with the bad background, with the all of the white noise, like him, he was for real, and he sounded, kind of emotional and sure of what he knew, and this is the kind of person that I don't think is being deceptive. The young kid that kept asking questions about, I forget, but there was a young kid. I don't think he was trolling either. I think he's another person that's reachable that just didn't really get exposed enough to, reasonable conversation. Like there are a lot of people who are just reacting to how flat earthers are now. They're not talking to us when we're talking like this. They've probably seen a debate between, I don't know, somewhere on Team Skeptics channel or something like that. And they're like, oh well, I'm gonna root for my side because there's that energy. And it's like I want to diffuse that energy and just get people like really communicating and thinking about what they're saying and what they believe.
Yeah, it might be interesting. Would definitely make some variety on the channel. That would be always good. I don't think that's a bad thing, but that's up to the channel.
Yeah. So I got this. I get these messages sometimes, and one of the messages I got was, "What is turning on the moonlight, and what's turning it off, and what's turning it back on again? Also, it's
Yeah,
turning red." So
I
he's
saw
talking
that
about
one.
he sent it to you too, or they sent it to you.
I saw it. He posted it. He was posting in the chat or something. When you guys were debating, I was hearing you, and that was coming up. So I know who you're talking about. I don't remember the name of the person, but I saw the question, and I was like, that's kind of hard to explain right now.
And then he says, 3 days later, how come we can see stars in the same direction the sun went? How come we see the stars and not the sun? The stars are clear across to the other side, or are they stuck in the middle? So here's the question that we, I think, would be good to ask, because we have to redirect their attention. So I ask, are you asking because you know it's flat and you're curious? That's an interesting question, because are you asking because now that it's flat, you don't understand what you're looking at? Because I know that feeling, right? That's a real feeling. And
None of
maybe
us
this is
do.
how they maybe this is how they feel, but 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 they're falling back on, well, there's no answer for that, so I'm going to stick with what's comfortable. But if we ask in that way, we have to go back to, well, it there's no convexity of the surface. The model that was given to us, it's it's been shown time and time again not to be accurate. It doesn't line up with reality. So that being said, are you asking because you know it's flat and you're curious? Because me not having an answer for that doesn't all of a sudden mean there's convexity, and doesn't all of a sudden mean that the model works, because we just had a conversation about how it doesn't.
Well,
Yeah,
I think
and
it's a matter of mechanics, and I mean, it is things that are spinning. And as a mechanic, um, I'm always aware of this thing, a wheel within a wheel. It's such a
yeah,
big word phrase.
well, it's a the thing is they've been told how to think their whole life, and the minute that
Yeah,
you crap on that belief, they want to make you their new priest. You need to give them the answers,
yeah.
and you need they need to be brought out of that mindset. Like, we don't have the answers, man. We just know what's not true.
Yeah.
And
And
And if you
then
but
the
say
they
that,
it's
searching
then
begins. The searching for the truth begins.
they demand the truth to be coming from you if you try to deny their dream, you know?
Yeah, they have a bunch of delusions about how shit works, and then they want to come back with,
Yeah.
if it was flat, it couldn't work this way. Uh, right. You're so right. It does not work that way because it's flat. You are wrong, and the people that taught you were wrong. You
By the
know,
way, Elijah, I want to ask you one question. Are you still here? Mic check.
Yes.
Um, how did it go, the conversation with that guy, Andy, from Chatterbox?
Um, we didn't get to continue. You talking about the guy that was talking about quantum mechanics?
Circuits, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't get to continue the discussion because,
Yeah,
well,
I know they were interrupting and stuff.
and then the moderator, and then they now I'm just gonna say they were crying to the moderators, And so the
Yeah,
moderators, like, eventually, like, moderators kept saying, "Come on, man, we're trying to be fair. It's an interesting conversation." Like, but it is their server, so you know, at the
yeah.
end of the day, the moderators are like, "Look, if we can't have a civil discussion, like, then we're just gonna have to end this." And that, I don't know if that's what they wanted, but I mean, we kept saying no, we want to have the conversation, and they kept going. I don't even know why you're letting them speak. I don't even. So they kept it real, real. The conversation was just very hard to have, and so ultimately
I
the
know, but
moderators stopped it.
what
So
I'm
we couldn't
curious
even
is
finish having the discussion.
if that guy is gonna come here in our server, for example.
I wish he would.
Yeah,
I don't
me
even know what
too.
his name is. I would have. I didn't. I didn't even send him a link directly.
It was something with Andy. Andy Soul something.
I would like to point out something though, is that when they start asking you about how this works, that works on a flat earth and stuff like that, remember you're talking to the child that was lied to when they accepted this heliocentric model. That's the kid coming out in them. The like Santa Claus is real, damn it, you know. So that's about like the only time you need patience with them.
It is the child's religion, even. It's harsh. It's hard for them to give it up.
You know, it's sad, but at the same time, like, I find it hard to relate because I just gave it up. I just went with the information.
Well, you're like me. Yeah, I gave one day, but I was ready. I had enough prep. I don't know. And the way I've thought about things all my life, I wasn't as indoctrinated as everybody else either. So, in some things. But, I have sympathy for these people because I watch them just wrestle with it and fight like they're going to die. Like they're losing something to death and they don't want to let go. It's like a death. They definitely go through a cycle just like if they are losing, a friend or something.
I guess that's fair. Maybe I do have a bit of an interesting story because you're right. I didn't just see flat Earth in my normie world and go, oh yeah, that thing. All right. Like what happened to me was, well, first I live in New York City. I always knew something was definitely wrong with 9/11. Like I always, because I was a kid when it happened and I only had basic television. So I only had the first like 13 channels or whatever. And so I couldn't watch any of my programs, any of my cartoons, my shows, anything like that, because all that was on was the news 24/7 about what happened with 9/11. And by the third day, I was like, wait a minute. On the first day, you said this. Now you're saying this. And the story just got worse and worse. And I didn't understand it. As older, I looked at Sinister definitely happened. And so it wasn't until later that I was like, well, what the fuck is wrong with the world? What's going on? Maybe I get into politics. So I started looking up all of these independent media sources because I wanted to know where the news was coming from. I didn't want to watch it from CNN or MSNBC. I wanted to know where they were getting their information, and I started seeing articles that they were reporting on, and they're reporting on the title, and then they have their own spin on it. And then I would read the article, and then at the bottom of the article, it would expose that the title isn't really true. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, so that happening all the time, me getting into politics, me wanting or you know, having a political leaning. I was a leftist, I guess. I was just a Democrat because I was born to think I was a Democrat. So it's like, okay, I didn't really know what that means, but they said they had XYZ values, and I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense, kinda, you know. And so when Bernie Sanders came up and he was like, you know, the banks are corrupt, these people are corrupt, I was like, hell yeah, where's this been? And he's like, Hillary Clinton's corrupt too. And I was like, oh shit. Like, he didn't really say that, but he said enough. Like, she's taking money from the from Goldman Sachs and all of this. And I was like, this is insane. This is what I've been looking for. You know, I started campaigning for him. I went out and I connected with the people. And I started talking to people. And everyone had the same idea. Something is wrong. And all I know is I woke up now because this crazy haired dude is talking about some stuff. Now, what woke me up though was that he went against everything that I thought he stood for.
Yeah.
And then the next election
Crushed
came
my
around.
daughter. Yeah, that crushed my daughter too. So I know what you're saying because I watched her go through that because she was like, sounds like you. She was just about Bernie. And it sounds like you weren't wedded to the emotionally to the mainstream story like somebody like me who was in the military at the time in uniform watching those towers fall and having been prepped by the military for years to be ready for bin Laden. We were told, I actually said the words bin Laden as I watched that tower fall because they had programmed me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, when I saw that,
so
sorry,
just to finish.
go ahead.
Just
Go
to
ahead,
finish.
Elijah.
So
Yeah.
this was the biggest thing I had ever been a part of. Like, I got videos of rallies with thousands and thousands of people. I went to 3 of them. Or was it 2 of them or 3 of them? I went to at least 2 or 3 of them, and there was just more people in support of these ideas. Like, I wasn't married to the person. I was like, what he's saying is right. But then you can't say all that and then say, well, you know, we need to negotiate with the people that don't have those interests. I don't understand that. In
That
fact,
was soul
it's
crushing.
worse than
Soul
that.
crushing.
And it's worse than that because with the independent media sources I knew, or at least knew of, like, they were live streaming 24/7 election results. And I saw them before the election results. They were talking about these dudes. I forget what the dude's name was, but there was a Russian guy who's #1, and then there was a #2, and that was the narrative. These Russians had hacked into the emails of Hillary Clinton, and it was about it was 2 different things going on, but people kept conflating what Bernie Sanders said the emails were, and I was focused on the other stuff, like the WikiLeaks stuff. And I'm like, why are you guys talking about this server shit and all of that? Yeah, okay, maybe she wasn't supposed to do. Who gives a shit? Look at what they're talking about in these emails. This is unforgivable. There's no way that this is happening. And then it went on from that to the elections and her winning certain counties with coin flips. And I'm like, what? And there's certain videos that I saw, I think it was Nevada, when they reported on the guy throwing a chair, but he never threw the chair. He picked the chair up, and then the guy was like, come on, chill out, man, don't do that. And he put the chair down. But he was frustrated, and they never talk about why he was frustrated, at the fact that the delegates for Bernie Sanders were shut out. They didn't get to voice anything, and even though the voice vote, which was unusual, was in I forget now because it's so long ago, and they scrubbed this stuff to the internet on the YouTube, so I can't go back. I'm trying to remember, but I just remember the lady banging down the gavel, and she's like, "The ayes have it, the nays didn't, or whatever." And I was like, "That's exactly the opposite of what just happened. I just saw it. What are you talking about? All this weird stuff that was happening, and Bernie Sanders didn't stand up for any of that." And I said, okay. And then this election came around. Oh, no. I'm sorry. After he quote unquote lost because he didn't actually address all of the weird shit that was going on during the primary. And I'm like breaking my fingers doing the air quotes right now. Everybody just said, yeah, maybe there was some funny stuff, but Hillary Clinton won fair and square. And I'm like, there's no fucking way. Even in New York City, nobody was talking about her. There's no way. And
Yeah,
so the
with
whole thing
Biden,
is before Biden, I'm just setting it up. And I know I'm being long, but bear with me. So
it makes more sense.
When Hillary Clinton lost, they switched the Russian shit from Bernie Sanders supporters, from trying to take down the DNC, which still has a lawsuit out there, by the way, by my man Nico House and a couple others. I forget their names. But it switched to this whole, they hacked the election to help Donald Trump win. And I'm like, how are you gonna do that? Like, I was heavily into the Russian stuff. Not because I believed it, because I was like, how are they trying to say that the Russians had something to do with Seth Rich and all this extra? Like, they were throwing it on everything. And then they threw it on Donald Trump, and I was like, this is bullshit. And then this election happened, and Bernie Sanders was worse, and yada yada yada. I don't want to, get into the whole thing, but this is
I
what
just want to
really
point.
wakes me up, and that's why when Flat Earth came across, I was like, I fucking knew something was up. That's why. That's the whole reason I was telling the story. Anyway, sorry.
I was just wanting to point out that there's a reason they built all this infrastructure for communication. All these, there's a reason there's a TV in prisons and jails. There's a reason for these things. Controlling the information that people receive is control. If people believe they only have two choices, they're going to choose between one of those two, and that's what they've done. And like they did the same thing to the Republican Party with Q or QAnon or whatever the retards. There's evil people in the government, but there's good people too that watch those bad people, and they're going to help you. Just believe in them enough,
Yeah,
So
the Q people
it's
who
on
think
both
they're
sides.
truthers, the Q people who think they're truthers, but don't realize they're in the biggest psyop ever.
Law facts.
Yeah, like my father-in-law, God rest his soul, he got mad at my wife because my wife made fun of him for being in Q, because she pointed out, like, you really think that these people that watch these so-called child molesters molest children for years are all of a sudden going to stop them? Is that what you believe? Like, if they're doing it and these people watch them do it for years, why are they going to stop them now?
Trust the plan. Trust the plan.
Do you guys know that the guy who hacked Hillary Clinton is in prison?
Well,
saying?
the QAnons are telling me that they'll break him out any day now, so I'm not worried about it.
If you're talking about
No,
Julian
but
Assange, he most
which
definitely
prison is that?
If you're talking about Julian Assange, he most definitely.
No. No, the guy who hacked Hillary Clinton's email.
number
That
two, because I
guy,
think number one got killed, but it's number two, right? What's his
uh,
name? What did they call him back then?
Gucci Fur. Gucci
Gucci
Fur.
for 2.0.
Yeah,
Right.
he's
Yeah,
a
he was the
Romanian guy. And he was deported from Romania to USA for the trial. And then he was sent back and he's in prison here. And they call it was a Russian. It was the Russians who hacked Hillary. You know, it's very funny. I've seen on mainstream media here in Romania this news, but when I looked in American news channels, I haven't seen anything about him. Yeah,
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah,
When the
That's a
information,
really good point, man. Like the
yeah,
different propaganda that they put on each country.
yeah,
You can clearly see it.
yeah. And with 9/11, for example, I'm Romanian, and in that day when it happened, like 11 o'clock New York time, it was quite late. It was evening in my country, and I did heard they were guessing on CNN it may be a terrorist attack, something like that. You know, they were assuming. Nobody ever made any statement like confirming it was a terrorist attack. So before I even heard Bush or anyone, that night I went to a internet cafe. I had a friend. He was a student for Microsoft, and he was connecting himself to this platform at Microsoft where he was taking all these lessons from Microsoft experts, specialists, and stuff like that. And at that night, they were talking about this 9/11 thing, and they were saying that Microsoft is involved in it. They knew about it, and those guys were showing how you put the airplane flight number into Windings and convert it to Windings character, and they were showing an airplane hitting two buildings, a six-pointed star, and skull and bones head. Like, very obvious. And next day, I just heard on all the channels, yeah, it was a terrorist attack, Bin Laden and stuff. But before I heard that, I knew it's actually something else. So, yeah. I mean, the guys from Microsoft knew a lot more about it than the mainstream media.
yeah, we were all at different parts of our journey. And it's just
Yeah.
interesting how that seminal moment in history is imprinted on anyone who was alive at that time. And has it affected them till today? Every one of us is affected by that crazy thing and all these other ones too.
Yeah.
And here is COVID, same thing. Same thing, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of false flags, and I don't talk about this often, and I don't talk about the ones that most people bring up. Because I did, like I said, I was a Democrat. I was having none of this crazy talk, right? Until I saw the Florida nightclub dude. I say dude because I don't want to say like the word on the live stream.
Yeah, right.
That right
Rainbow.
there woke me up, and that was right before Flat Earth. And it, like all of these things primed me. So now, number one, it was very weird that that the president played golf. I mean, this could be. Listen, the president played golf in the dude's hometown, supposedly, right? And I'm like, why is he playing golf over there? What's over there that's so special? Like, what's that about? And it,
Fun
like
place.
that was very fucking weird to me.
Yeah.
There were a lot of videos on YouTube giving the whole layout of the street, of the club, and I was like, this is very sketch. But I remember the morning that it happened, and when everybody remembers the Instagram, was it Insta? No, no. What was that other
Snap.
Snapchat? I think I can't remember what it was, but it was one of those. And the girl, it shows, the different videos of her partying, having a good time, and then next thing you know, she's ducking. She's like, "What's going on?" What? Like that's like when it all starts. And there's a time for when that started. So a guy pointed out, how come when I go through the search results, the incident is reported before the time in this girl's video? And I said, nah, no, that's too obvious. It's no fucking way. I Yahooed it. And damn sure enough, the Time on Yahoo reported it before the girl's video dropped. And I said, no fucking way. Sorry, false flags are real. This is insane.
Yes.
So much weird that went on with that one specific thing. I paid so much attention about how there were no emergency response vehicles. Like who the fuck is picking people up in pickup trucks? That just made no sense to me at all. The cops were like 3 blocks away, and the
Oh, it's
people were
so
being
dramatic,
shuffled
though.
towards the club.
Don't you know you got to have that drama? I mean, it's the drama of it that starts to. That I think that's what really I spotted was it was too dramatic. It didn't make sense. You notice all these little things like what you're saying. It didn't make sense. It's kind of like on 9/11. If any of us had caught the Solomon Brothers building falling while the reporter talked about it, well, it wasn't falling yet, but it was fell after she started to report on it. That was a clue for a lot of people who were watching. I didn't catch that, so I never saw it. Truthers who did, that woke them up.
There's the guy that got shot like 4 times in that nightclub shooting, and he crawled through glass, and then the next day they had a press.
Yeah, and he's fine and smiling. Yeah, you start to pick up on it, but they're so blatant. That was the thing. It was so blatant. I don't know. It's weird.
Boston Marathon bombing is another one that's very, very obvious and fake.
My girl is super hip to that. Like she's still, well, I wouldn't say she just has her own ideas. She's not a flat earther. But that was one of the things that she pointed out to me was that shit was so fugazi it makes sense. Everybody's waking up.
Yeah, even when I go on the street and talk to other people, not all of them know about flat earth or stuff. I mean, in Romania, quite few of them, but they still have issues like, hey, the government this, the government that. They have skepticism. They accept that they are lying, and then I start telling them how the media is lying and all this stuff, but they don't, how do I say, they can accept that some news are fake, but the others are real.
Here's
And
what
I
drives
try
me
to
crazy.
explain to them that all of them are fake. It's a show, it's an orchestrated circus, and they don't like that.
If you ask people, do you trust the media? They say no. You ask them, do you trust the government? They say no. You ask them, do you trust
Yeah.
big pharma? They say hell no. But then they'll say the vaccine's the only way back to normal.
Yeah, yeah. True.
Well, they're still plugged at a different level than we are. I mean, they're still plugged into that matrix. They haven't snapped out of it enough to pull away from whatever it may be, the social media that drives that, or the television, or their whatever they listen to, or their group. And it's still the setup, you know. Pick your side, only two sides, left or right, this or that, always just two. And it's a battle. You've got to be right on your side. I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right. It's a great way to distract so people don't ever look. They don't ever look when they're in a battle to win their side.
Well, I used to be really into politics, but I finally figured it out after Trump got elected. You know, it didn't matter who they would always run on platforms of there being less war and less intervention. And then every single one of them brought more war and more intervention. And it didn't matter Democrat or Republican, you get the exact same policies.
That's right. Right or left, all the same bird, two wings of the same bird. It didn't matter. I love how they told us when I was growing up, well, you always just got to vote the lesser of two evils. Did you guys hear that on your side? Vote the lesser of two evils. So it's just going to get more evil. You just got to pick which evil.
Or the other way is, you know, I listened to Ralph Nader for years say, well, you just have to get the right people in office. If you had the right people in office, then things would change. And, you know, even when you elect somebody that seems like they're the right person, they don't change the system changes them.
Yeah, who's the right people? The drag queens?
Yes, nowadays.
He's going to be the governor of California soon.
Yeah, yeah.
Check.
Yeah, how do you rectify that
Mic
one?
check.
So a Republican trans man who was a Democrat, just like Trump, I
Check
think.
good, check good.
Right? So,
yeah.
I mean, really, is there? I'm just trying to figure out who they're going to run against that. What do you do against that on the other side? What's the other?
The
Will it be two
opposite.
transes? Will it be two transes against each other, or a male one and a female one? One, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what they're going to pull.
Maybe they can marry them and then yeah.
I was gonna bring up Get Beget. I think I talked to you on the chat about this. There's a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com. And that website, I don't know if Elijah has seen it, but if you go on that site, thispersondoesnotexist.com, you will get randomized faces of people that do not exist, but are like computer generated from like a pool of a bunch of different images. And a lot of those, like if you look at news stories, it's actually kind of funny because they are cropped. They're all kind of cropped the same way. And you can, if you go on that site and you train yourself to look at those images and know that they're not real people, you can spot them. You can actually start spotting them. So just throwing it out there to everyone out there.
Yeah, I've seen those. They're a little odd, so you kind of start to notice that they have a certain look. But even, they go
the
along
brain
with the
knows.
news. Yeah,
It's
and well, they
like
go along with the news
Uncanny
story.
Valley.
Exactly.
Sorry. Have you heard of Uncanny Valley? So Gregory was telling me about it. I knew about it, but I didn't know it was called anything. So like animators, they were talking about how, you know, they started making these animations that look really lifelike for real. And children thought it was creepy. Like they started crying. So they tried to dial it back. So, you know, that's why, you know, Shrek, you know, they got the big eyes and stuff just to make them look a little more cartoony. And it's like, holy shit, you know, that stuff does creep me out. You're right. and that's just like a more enhanced version of that. You're right. I did
And
tell that it
they're
wasn't
doing it. Yeah, and they're
normal.
doing it everywhere. They're doing it everywhere. From what I can see is if you think back at 9/11 or those when you see the pictures of like, oh, these people did the terrorist act, like I can see this technology being like used way back. I mean, we don't even know when they started using it, so we have to be really aware of that.
Unfortunately, yeah, even with the 9/11 victims, there's been some pretty good evidence that there aren't. Well, I have a friend that I know that he checked the social security numbers of some of the people they say died. They never existed, or they never filed for their death certificates. And so some of them were AI generated. He could tell from the pictures and started doing evaluations on the pictures, and they were just, there was a lot of anomalies, a lot of them.
And I've done that. I've actually gone on that site and done a lot of random just refresh. And I've downloaded a lot of things that don't add up. So like the AI can't really do certain things, and you can just tell. So I've been analyzing it. It's pretty
Freaky,
interesting.
man. Isn't that
It is
freaky?
really creepy. It's so creepy because we know, and everyone else around us probably thinks that this is insane and it wouldn't happen. And I've shown it to my parents and stuff, and they go, "That's interesting," but it doesn't click. For some reason,
Yeah.
people don't put the dots together. I don't know what it is, but for me, it's just so obvious, and it's so simple for anyone. Like anyone can use this site, go create a website, say, "Oh, this is a review from this person," and they could just create fake people with fake reviews. So this could be used in so many different ways. It actually baffles my mind that people trust so much, like the images that they see online.
Well, it's got to make you wonder if they're doing that. They're faking actual people, putting them in news stories. False flags aren't all real dead people. What else is that doing? Because who else is not real? And does that mean our population numbers aren't what they tell us? I mean, it gets down to, you have to start really thinking about how much could be a complete lie. I mean, everything. How many people are real? How many are really here?
And I think that the
Wow.
network of like the evil people, like we think that it's not that many, but I think that there's a larger group that is hidden around us. I don't know if I'm just being a little bit extra paranoid, but it seems like it's not a small group. That's just me.
You could be right. It's hard to tell. I don't, it's so hidden. It's hard to tell. And, they're recruiting all the time. I mean, even in the military, I already knew they had the anti-terrorism groups that are online, supposedly warring against our enemies across the ocean, but they're also warring against us right now, listening in, doing whatever. How many
Yes.
are they? I mean, I know those units were quite large. We're talking, several
And they talk about
thousand
it.
people, and that
And
was
they talk
only
about
one
I'm
branch.
sorry.
That was one branch.
Yeah,
So how
and
many
if you
more?
watch like even children movies, there's a movie called Pets, and it's just funny that they put it in children movie because they
That's
talk
a
about
very
like the
good one.
underground. If you see the underground where the pets that don't like no one cares about those pets and they go in the underground, that's literally I think what's happening. There's like a crazy underground. I don't know what it is, but they talk about it in all of like the Disney movies, and we know that they put a lot of truth in Disney movies. So if I could suggest watching a movie for people that are awake, it's a movie called Pets. It's an animated movie, and it seems dumb, but it will blow your mind.
Yeah, also that French cathedral was predicted in that cartoon, the burning of the French dome cathedral.
Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Notre
yeah,
Dame. You're
Notre
talking
Dame.
iPet Goat too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I
Ah,
watched that
yeah.
again last night.
Mm.
Crazy thing with that film, I have a feeling we might see something from it again in maybe a couple weeks or even a few days. There's there's eclipse coming up.
Yeah.
A couple other things, the Easter eggs in it, the dates match. and it
They
has
bombed
a
it.
symbolism everywhere. So there's possibility. I mean, I'm kind of keeping my eyes open the next few days because I kind of know something's up, and everybody's kind of feeling it right now. That's the funny part. I've been scanning the channels, and there's people everywhere going, it's like the calm before the storm. Everybody's
Yeah.
kind of feeling it's a little too calm. There's what's coming, what's next.
When they stop making movies, that's where there is a problem.
Yes, sir.
What's with Hollywood doing what right? What are they doing right now? What movies other than The Purge coming out?
Yeah. I mean, Hollywood, I see Hollywood movie production has dropped like very much in comparison to the other years, decade.
You know, there's a lot of people that think that people are disappearing, like all the CEOs, and Biden's not really there, and blah blah blah.
Well, here's what's happened with movies and stuff.
Underground.
People are no longer going to the theaters. It's like the theaters have moved into people's bedrooms because now they premiere things on Netflix or Hulu and those things. So they are shifting their kind of they had this whole system going where you go to the movies and you get programmed there with the huge screen, but now you get programmed from your own home while you go to sleep. So
Yeah, they only want you to leave in your home when they say you can for the few. They want to make themselves do that.
You cut out a bunch, I think.
Oh, I was just saying that people self-regulate themselves at home. They don't go anywhere. They got us, they got people staying indoors, never leaving unless they're told they can for a little while. I mean, it's crazy. I never thought this could happen, really. But the American people, especially,
and
I thought they
it
would
was a very
rebel. It was so quick and easy. I never got
Yeah,
locked down.
they're literally enforcing the own like the attack on their own rights. Like, hey, you should be giving up your rights too. What are you doing walking around without a mask? Oh, shame on you. Oh God.
No, it's just funny that they gave up and gave in so quick and easy. And now they're heroes. Everybody that does the right things and obeys. If you obey, you're a hero. You're a real hero.
Yep, the true hero.
My guess maybe sound a bit far off crazy, but actually I'm talking from my personal experience. These elite people of the world, they are people just like us, inside and outside. But the life they lived, they trained, they been educated in this kind of mentality, so they act being human. But they are not the ones who make all these major big decisions in regards to where the world is heading, the path of the world. They are not at the driving wheel, but actually they are taking their orders and everything from the AI, artificial intelligence. And all this lockdown, like couple years ago, we had these financial crises. A lot of companies and real estates, they sold like overpriced everything, land, houses. They messed up all this economy, fraudulent companies, scam and stuff like that. And these were actually dishonest people, you know, in the business field. And the AI decided that, yeah, mankind reached the point where, yeah, a percentage of like 60% are guilty of some sort of economical fraud schemes and stuff like that. So he decided to imprison everybody, you know, put them in the same pot, because we have this punishment, prison and stuff, these laws. And that's my best guess to explain what is all this means. But we can't tell the whole world you have to stay locked home in a prison mode to the innocent, for example. You know, we have to give them a story, believe it, that it's good for them to stay at home.
Yeah, it's hell. Yeah, I would agree. It's probably AI has been running a lot longer than any of us knew. I have a friend that he worked for NASA, and he says, and some military folks too, that say that it actually started in '68, that it came online, that the first real AI for the military was in about '68. And since then, it has taken over everything, and it's actually running everything. Well, have you ever read some of the stories on just go to your Google and check out the top news stories and just read through how bad the grammar, the stories don't make sense.
Yeah.
The AI, the numbers are all the same on every one. For a while there, you could put in any number, below 1,000, and it would show up on a news story for CV somewhere. And it's all AI, all of it. So I don't know. You gotta wonder how much.
Well, as a ex-evil hacker, because I mean, my hacker friends in the 90s, they were calling me evil because if I saw a hacker with a NASA.gov address or some US military .mil server, I knew that server has vulnerabilities, so I can hack it. I can take it. So I was taking from them, and then I was messing them up, like destroying them, and yeah, there was a lot of data loss. Those people were working on these machines. They were having important data or even backups, and when I was replacing them with pornography and stuff like that, it wasn't good for them. Then these hackers were trying to get it back, and they couldn't because it was like everything destroyed, and those people had to reinstall it, and now maybe they fixed it, so you can't take it back anymore, And they were hating me, for this thing. But to be honest, I've seen that, for example, in the 90s, I could flood Google offline. And I took a script written by a Romanian student called Vadim. And I used his script. It was a nuker.
You could have get the
I was going to say, did he drop?
He couldn't answer if motion was curvature, and he couldn't say yes or no to whether or not he had done his own demonstration.
And how long did that take? And did you ever get any citation?
I got him to admit gravity was just in fact a theory, which is just an idea and not a scientific theory. And then for about 30 minutes after that is where we got into we couldn't get a straight answer out of is curvature motion and a yes or no if he had done his own demonstration. So then he was gone. And that was pretty much it.
I won the bet.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would have I would have gone all in on whatever you were betting.
He said, you know, they used to teach that bumblebees couldn't fly, and I asked him to show me where you got that information from. Then he turtled up again, wouldn't tell me.
Well, he got a small group alone by himself, just like he wanted, and he still couldn't do it.
He was like a cat in the corner with rabies. You can't negotiate with.
What's going on with Discord? I'm cutting out so often.
Get
And then,
sometimes
like,
you
you
gotta
talking
reset.
about hacking.
Too much
Google.
truth.
You talk about hacking Google, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah.
someone new. 700. 700. Anybody talking at the moment?
No, Jamesy, go ahead.
700.
I
Welcome
don't
to
think he
the.
has any roles.
Yeah, but I unmuted him so he can speak. Or she. Or it.
It's a 007.
Yeah, they might be from Washington State.
Nice.
700. Welcome to Flat Earth. What brings you by?
Wait, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
you
Oh.
are.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It's when I joined, it said I was muted, so I was like, oh, they're gonna find out soon that I can't. But yeah, I was just scrolling through and saw this, so I just joined.
Cool.
Welcome, bro. Welcome.
Thanks.
Have you read the server rules when you join?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you agree with them?
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you're just scrolling and you found us? Just by boredom, or you thought, oh, well, I wanted to know more, or?
Yeah, well, I've been in the server for a while.
Okay.
I left I think I lost my login to my account and I joined like a few weeks ago again.
Okay.
But yeah.
So
Welcome
have you
back.
done any research? Have you looked into the topic?
Yeah. A
Okay.
while ago. A few years, like, I don't know how long ago, maybe 2 years ago.
What do you think? What comes up in your mind when you think about flat Earth?
When you hear.
I don't know. I think it's super interesting to me, but at this point, I'm not a flat earther. But
Well, nobody's here to convince you, right? We're not here to convert you like Globus will, right? No. Yeah, we're just here talking about the shape of the Earth and why it's not a globe, right?
Yeah.
I mean, flat is a description of the surface.
Oh, why
It's
not?
Sorry? Who said that? Why not?
I don't know.
Zan? Was that you? No?
Hey, Iggs, check your messages.
Well, why not? Because it measures flat, right? Whenever we walk outside our doors, right, it's observably flat. Nobody has ever experienced the globe, right? We don't see curvature. We don't see the Earth moving. We don't feel the Earth moving. So they're making extraordinary claims that we are on a water ball, right? Hurling through space, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. That needs some extraordinary proofs, evidence.
Yeah, like some sort of tachometer to register all that velocity, distance traveled.
Curvature. That would be nice, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Abe,
700.
bro.
Yeah.
Where are you at though, as far as, you know, trusting your government, morality, the state of, you know, which we live in right now, which is just shambles. Obviously, we live in a destroyed world. Are you happy with the current state of this plane of
No,
existence?
I'm about as near I'm about as near to flat Earth as you can get when it comes to trusting. Like that's one of the
Very
reasons
good.
that I joined, is because I saw videos of quote debunking the flat Earth, and like if it's like I'm not even a flat earther, but they do such a horrible job at trying to debunk it that it's like oh my gosh, you guys
Oh,
don't have
so
anything
you
better.
see that? Yeah.
Of course, I mean the whole like
It means you know what it means?
was that
Quite a good quantity of knowledge of science, like physics, natural science.
right?
That's
Awesome
what it
stuff,
means.
man. 700.
You
Let me
have
ask you a
this,
question
and
that
yeah.
let me ask a question that might seem a little, you know.
Hey, you're coming in low, Elijah.
Can you speak up just a little bit, Elijah?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get my mic out of
Lost one. This is lost two.
Lost one.
There's my mic. Hold on. I'm in.
There we go.
Closer.
You're good.
There, he's coming down the hallway. Here you made it.
So, the question is, well, isn't it? Well, damn. How do you debunk reality? And I guess I'm not expecting you to answer that. What I'm saying is, well, we already experience it the way we do. There are just other people that claim to be smart that say this is what you experience, but this is actually what it is, right? So that being said, how are you going to debunk what you experience?
Yeah.
So, like I was saying earlier, when people say, like, it always starts with these affirming the consequent fallacies or the begging the question fallacies, and it's like, well, how if the Earth is flat, how does this work? If the Earth is flat, how does this work? If the Earth is, I mean, this is basically the main globe earthers retort to everything. And so I asked somebody a question. I'm going to start asking this more often. Well, are you asking that because you know it's flat and so you're curious as to how things work, seeing that what you've been told isn't true? Because if I'm talking about the geometric horizon, something that's supposed to have been measured to be at a specific distance, and I'm saying it's not there, we see the horizon too far, we see things in too far of a distance that we shouldn't see, Therefore, the radius can't be what they claim. Therefore, the entire heliocentric model is wrong. If after that you're asking me how things work, it doesn't make sense that if I don't have the answer, you're going to revert back to before I told you the radius is wrong because A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And here's the information for you to go look at yourself. It makes no sense unless you're truly curious. Like we talk about lunar eclipses, they termed them before flat Earth was even a thing. You can find articles from 2009, 2010. This impossible sight will be happening tonight. It's a rare eclipse. It's called the Selenilian eclipse. This geometrically impossible eclipse is happening tonight. It's called the Selenilian eclipse. Geometrically impossible because it's supposed to be in a syzygy. The sun, earth, and moon are supposed to be in alignment, and the shadow is supposed to be cast by the moon, by the earth itself. But when you're looking at the eclipse, both the sun and the moon are in the sky. The shadow sometimes to the left, sometimes it's at the top. It's like, well, how the fuck could what I'm standing on be causing that? And that's why they call it the geometrically impossible eclipse. And they'll say, okay, so if it's flat, then explain this. Oh, you mean because it's not a globe, or are you just saying that to say, well, you don't have answers for me, so I'm going to revert back to what's more comfortable? And that's all I really got to say because I'm rambling on.
Yeah, do you guys have I'm actually curious, do you guys have like diagrams on why those or what those type of eclipses are supposed to look like on the globe, but why they wouldn't work?
Certainly do.
I mean, yeah.
Because I've
like
seen some of those
to point out.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to point out the solar eclipse is a big one, right? Because they say light comes in parallel 90 degrees, right? And the problem with that is that if it does, then the diagram they show us for the solar eclipse, it's all wrong. And the thing about it is the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, but the shadow that's cast on the Earth in totality is only about 100 miles across. So something funny is going on with that eclipse, for sure, because the shadow should be way bigger. Now, they say that there's like the partial shadow, right, and it's much bigger, right, but I'm talking about the totality where the sun is completely blocked out and it looks nighttime almost, but it does kind of look nighttime during a solar eclipse. And then the other eclipse, they say that the Earth's shadow is on the surface of the moon, and that's why it glows red. I've never seen a shadow glow red. And if you've ever seen the so-called blood moon or lunar eclipse, it looks like it's glowing like red, like if you're striking iron, that last moment of glow before it quits glowing. Or it looks like it's the color of blood. Right? And this is called a shadow, right? But I've never seen a shadow glow red. So yeah, there's definitely some issues with the eclipses with the heliocentric model for sure.
So, are you when you look up one channel above this channel, 700, you have the live stream voice text, right? People are posting stuff. I've posted something that Hank was talking about them claiming so they have a double position, right? Sun rays are coming in parallel, except for the eclipses. Then it doesn't do that.
I just thought of something, and I'll shut up. It's going to be very.
Yeah, you're real low again. Sorry.
I know. I gotta dig my mic back out of my.
Can't really hear you.
Can't hear you, man.
There we go. Okay. Sorry. One thing, Hank, I just realized while you were saying what you were saying, because we always talk about how you can't refract the shadow, and I just thought, no, the blood moon isn't a shadow. Is that what they call it? Because they say is the light that's reaching the moon is actually the red spectrum, like when you see a sunset. But that in
Yeah,
effect is not a shadow. Then it's just it's just light.
right.
But the red
That's right.
wavelength, that's
Yeah,
not a shadow.
you're right.
What's that about? Anyway,
Well,
okay.
you can't have it both ways, but Globers like to, right? Globers like to have it both ways, right? And this is what we call a false dichotomy or a true dichotomy, right? It's either a shadow or it's not. The light is traveling parallel or it's not. It can't be doing both at the same time.
Yeah, and they eat it up because I was watching this live stream, right? From the lunar eclipse that was 2 days ago. And they even showed this funny diagram with the converging light rays. I'm like, what is happening? I just posted it in the live stream.
Only on special occasion eclipses. The rest of the time, it's parallel.
Yeah, and the way that they argue it too, right? When you ask a Glober, the first time I asked them, it took them 30 minutes to answer the question, which, that's how you know they're being honest, right? Because they actually did some research and decided to make sure they were correct before they answered the question, right? And the second time I asked them, they said, well, you got to look at it from the observer, right? From the observer, the apparent angle from the sun, from the top of the sun and the light coming off the bottom of the sun, well, it's only less than 0.5 of a degree. But that's not the actual degree, right? That's the apparent degree. So what it appears like from the observer isn't the actual degree. So they say that I forget, it's like the sun is like so many, over what, 100 times bigger than the Earth? Right? So the actual degree would
400.
be 400, thank you. The actual degree would be much, 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 much higher than less than half a degree. So these people are so dishonest. It's not even worth talking to them, other than letting non-globers hear what non-flat earthers hear what they're saying, because we don't need to convince you that it's flat. They're doing a pretty good job all by themselves invoking Aristophanes, who lived like before Christ. So this is some caveman playing with a stick and shadows, and that proves the Earth is a sphere? I don't get it. That's their best shot.
Well, I still have a problem with them saying that everybody knew it was a sphere starting in the Greek times. Well, then what was Columbus's journey?
Yeah, that's appeal to majority. That's another fallacy.
Oh
So
shit!
they
That
went and
wait
surveyed.
a minute.
Go ahead.
Wait. I know I'm low, but just wait a minute. You're so right. Why? What the fuck is Columbus about if they already knew it was a sphere?
Well, that's what confused me about the whole story. Everybody keeps saying, oh, the Greeks knew, everybody knew, it's only a few people and they were holdouts, blah, blah, blah. What about Columbus? They always told us he was going to prove that you could actually make it all the way around the globe.
So the biggest trading route in that time didn't know it was a globe. Right.
That's what they tell us. that was the original history, was telling us that he didn't know there was a new, he thought he was going to India, remember? So he should have gone around the globe, and they couldn't find a way, and they weren't sure if it was flat, and they still believed that you could fall over the edge. Sea monsters out there, and blah, blah, blah.
And not only that, they went back in time and polled ancient Greece to make sure that everybody thought it was a globe, because they wouldn't want to, dishevel any false information, right? They don't want to share any disinformation.
So I'm sorry. We kind of pulled away from the guy. He wanted to ask a question. You still there?
Yeah, 700. Do you have any questions? Sorry for us rambling about.
Oh, you're good. No, you're good.
Okay.
I can't remember what I was gonna say. It was I think I was just asking about like a diagram of why like an eclipse wouldn't work. I think you guys already sent that.
Yeah, if you follow the live stream, people will
Yeah.
post stuff, right? So.
Yeah, it's stuff like that because I mean I'm about as conspiracy minded as you can get, but like when I saw them try to explain the globe, it sounded, because when I was a kid, the first like conspiracies I got into was like the 9/11 stuff, and the way that they would try to explain that, it sounds really similar to the way they try to explain flat Earth, and it's very like dumbed down, like, oh well, watch, I'll drop a microphone and it hits the ground, that proves it's a ball, and it's like, okay, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, that doesn't prove gravity. It's like, yeah, it's it's funny, and I don't know, it's stuff like that that's like, I don't know, maybe maybe there's more to it than.
We got one that
Okay,
can
so I
see
call that.
here.
Yeah, we got one that can see. I call that the truthism, right? So the best way to lie is to mix the lie with truth, right? Kind of like rat poisoning. It's like 95% food and 5% poisoning, right? And that's not my quote. But yeah, that's what they do, right? They always mix the lie, and the best way to sell a lie is to sell it wrapped in truth. So
Yeah.
they're selling like bullshit sandwiches, and everybody's gobbling them up.
Yeah, funny that you say dropping a mic, because you're, I think, referring to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, he is such a weirdo.
You should have seen him. He said, this is about the moon craters, right? Then he explains that there is a magic speed in which we can let the asteroids or meteorites coming to the moon at any angle, and this magic speed will then make sure that every impact will be a round crater. I mean, it's crazy stuff, man. Magic speed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Gravity,
I'm not, trying to
Coriolis.
disparage the guy, but I think he's been hitting more than the grass. I mean, I think if you say like magic speed, it sounds like he's been hitting the magic meth pipe.
All these topics that are mainstream science: gravity, Coriolis, the geometric curve. They have to double speak on all of them. Refraction. It's like
Deny
gravity
your
is.
senses. Deny your senses. Don't.
I'm gonna watch this video real fast. 1 sec.
Now, they don't want you to feel anything. They don't want you to see anything and observe and go, well, it looks flat, so it could be flat, right? You're supposed to assume that what you see and feel is not proof of anything. It's basically, you can't trust anything that you have senses for. And I don't know why they would want us to feel like we can't. Our eyes, our ears, our noses, our bodies. I don't know.
Well, for a long time, I left the topic alone, and I just said I'm agnostic and I'll leave myself open and not decide one way or the other. and I stumbled across a video of Sleeping Warrior debating with a couple of college students on the street. And after watching that for a couple hours, I was like, wow, they can't really defend the model. Like they have to double speak, they have to lie, they have to make stuff up. Like it just doesn't work.
Yeah, the model's in crisis, right? And this has been a well-known fact for a long time. If you look up the cosmological constant problem, it's also known as the cosmological constant crisis. There's also physics outside the standard model. I mean, this is one of the things that they know about, but they don't like to talk about it, right? And also, they masquerade this stuff as science, but it's actually philosophy. They don't like to talk about that either, right? They like to think, that because they're a PhD in theoretical astrophysics that they're doing science, but Michio Kaku says that no one actually uses the scientific method in this field, and we all know why. It's because you can't manipulate the variables in space, because you're stuck here on Earth.
Yeah, I have never believed the Big Bang. It's been like 20 years that I discovered like the plasma cosmology stuff. And so I've always been skeptical about the Big Bang.
Well, you know that I have a way of talking about the Big Bang. Doesn't
You're
seem
very
to be
low.
Yeah. Crap. Why can't I ever find?
Can't hear you, man.
Yeah, there's a certain way that I always talk about the Big Bang, and doesn't seem like it's catching on just yet, but um I, I say it often enough because I want it to be challenged, because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I don't think I am. So that I say that the Earth is a first law of thermodynamics violation in the context of the creation story that is the Big Bang. And gravity is the ad hoc explanation for it. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with that? What are you gonna do with that? You got matter that's expanding into a frictionless environment. Where's the energy coming to stop it? To change direction?
And to coalesce it.
Where's it coming from? The whole model is wrecked. Like Hank is right. It's I, I can't, I honestly can't believe it.
I always likened it to the Big Bang is like saying you can throw all the ingredients of
You cut out, throw the ingredients.
all the ingredients for your chocolate chip cookies. You can throw them in a dryer. You can turn it on for the next how many millions of years you want. You're never going to get fresh baked chocolate chip cookies out of the dryer. That's kind of what they're saying with the Big Bang, is that you somehow get organization out of disorganization. You just can't get it. It doesn't work. It just doesn't
Right.
happen.
Like they agree that the universe is flat, right? But how do you get a flat universe out of a Big Bang, right? So they come up
Exactly,
with this
but organized.
crazy theory. They come up with this crazy inflation theory where they say the universe expanded faster than the speed of light. And this is what caused it to stretch out and be flat. But the problem with that is that when something goes bang, it goes bang in every direction, right? And then if you think about, they say that 95, 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. So take everything we can see, put it into one spot, and then add 96% for the dark matter and dark energy to be there. How could one single hydrogen molecule escape that gravitational pull? None of it makes sense. And then you got to think what Elijah said about violating the first law, because matter and energy can't be created. only transformed. So
Right.
there's that. And then when you look at the cosmological constant problem, they're not off by a little bit when they compare
Oh, it's
gravity
huge.
to what we observe. It's off by a magnitude of 120. So that's 10 with 120 zeros behind it.
I got really troubled when they tried to tell me that an atmosphere somehow formed in a vacuum. Like, wouldn't
Yeah.
it just get sucked up from the start? It would never spontaneously just be an atmosphere. They just do it wouldn't work at all. Even the way they claim, like, it doesn't even. I don't. I've never heard anybody talk about how that works either. They
Violates which
say
law?
oh,
They
the
violate
second law of thermodynamics. But how
yeah.
do they say that all the gases it needed for the system to work all exploded out all at once? Because that's the only way they could have it. Because if it started oozing out slowly, then they would just keep getting sucked out.
That's why it makes no sense. It doesn't have any rationale to think that you can even have something with no container called a gas next to a vacuum. And every other case, it's a special case though because of gravity. Gravity changes everything magically somehow.
Oh, I'm saying give them gravity, give them all that. How did it even form to begin with? If it would just have kept getting sucked out, did it just have a magic line? That was way out
Yeah.
into whatever imaginary place that they call a Kármán line or wherever it's moved now past the moon.
Well, you did hear about a couple years ago, they did try to claim now that the atmosphere actually stretches out clear to the moon now, 240 some thousand
and it's
miles. So
elliptic.
they're trying to fix this. It's like, it doesn't fix it.
Now they have an elliptical shaped. Well, then it's not an atmosphere anymore, is it? It can't be a sphere because now it's to the moon. And now they say it's more of an ellipse or ecliptic shape, ellipsoid.
That's the problem with this whole thing. It doesn't make easy logical sense. And nature likes to be easy, and it's not a crazy thing that if Occam's razor, they always like to throw at us too. How come theirs is so complicated?
Oh, I wish they would say Occam Razor with me in the room. Oh, I wish they would.
I hear them throwing that around in those, like, McToon and other places, and it's like Occam's razor, and that's complicated. You guys, no container, somehow magical force that you can't even describe, nothing you can feel or see or touch that you can do yourself to, sense your world correctly. Your senses, you cannot trust them. Somehow you magically came together from monkeys, out of a slime. Somehow you got an eyeball that works. They can see at the resolution it does. But Big Bang, yeah.
Yeah, don't let them use Occam's razor. They might cut themselves.
Yeah, because they don't even understand how the Coriolis effect works, right? They keep trying to say that the atmosphere is like somehow like bonded to the surface of the Earth, right? Even though the whole Coriolis effect is talking about two separate reference frames, right? So how could a separate reference frame be attached to the initial non-inertial reference frame? It doesn't make any sense. It's like they say that, the Earth rotates under the pendulum and under bullets. And Neil deGrasse Tyson says even under footballs that are, being kicked in a field goal, right? But when the guy jumped out of the Red Bull jump, Felix Baumgartner, he was up for 3 hours during the ascent. So it took 3 hours. The Earth should have been spinning 700 miles an hour. So that's 2,100 miles away. He should have landed. But guess what? He landed in the opposite direction. So how was, he moving against the spin faster than the spin and gaining on the spin? It doesn't make any sense.
Refraction.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, their other favorite, refraction.
Well, hey,
And then when they claim
if you
refraction,
think of
then how do
how
we know?
amazing it would be. Sorry,
Go
just
ahead,
real
bro.
quick before we move into refraction. Also, check out what I posted in the live stream. I tagged you. Just speak on that a little bit because that's absurd too, since we were talking about atmospheres and whatnot. But wouldn't it be amazing for Neil deGrasse Tyson to be on somebody's show, and then they now you remember this clip, and they played the clip of him saying, uh, they play the clip of him talking about the Coriolis, and he calculated this and how much time it would take, and the Earth rotated this much, and then they ask him, "How long was Felix Baumgartner in there? How much do you expect that the Earth should have rotated underneath him?" Because he can't then say, "No, you're gonna be moving with that." He would be in a gotcha. I would love to see that, but no one's gonna fucking do it. Joe Rogan is not gonna do it to him.
No, Joe won't ever question him. But yeah, if you asked him about that football first, that would be, and showed the clip, that would be pretty cool, actually.
You know, all it's going to take is some famous person to realize what's going on. And what's going on is every time somebody slips up that's really famous, like Katy Perry, who was reading her own text chat and it said the Earth is flat, and then he came like with a mop and a bucket to like clean that shit up the next day, and they had some pseudo intellectual conversation, right, about how the Earth is a globe, like the very next day. And then when Joe Rogan said that the moon landing was fake, same thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson, NASA's janitor, comes and cleans it up. So all it's going to take is for a flat earther to make one of those slip ups on purpose, and then when Neil deGrasse Tyson shows up, have his own camera rolling and get him in a gotcha.
It would be fun to set him up, though. That would be a fun one. Well, I've got to head out, guys. I'm gonna take off. Rest of you have a good morning or an evening wherever you're at.
Be safe.
Peace out.
Yep. Peace out, brothers and sisters. I'll see you later.
Think most people are so brainwashed that even if people in authority were to come out and say tomorrow like the earth is flat, I think they'd have a hard time being able to convince people.
Why? They bought the universe is flat.
Yeah, but their indoctrination is so strong.
If they bought the universe is flat from a Big Bang, they'll buy anything. They'll buy any story after that. Box cutters, anything.
You ain't even.
Well, I think to complete that thought, I'm pretty sure they said something a little different than that, but still equally nonsensical. Universe is two-dimensional, but somehow, some way, we three-dimensional. Which, now that I think about it, seems almost like a potential oddball subliminal message, so that someone in the future might say to you, "The Earth is flat." You're like, I don't know.
It's actually four-dimensional, right? Because space-time, according to the guy that debated Nathan yesterday, space-time is physical.
You know what fascinates me is this whole community of people who are fighting against the flat earth, who come day after day and argue and debate and try to do experiments to prove
They try to hijack
Seems
the word experiment.
it just seems really wacky. Like I can't think of another example of a group that disagrees with one and then spends so much time arguing with them.
Dude, I agree completely.
Oh.
I go on, please.
Yeah, it's the same as the anti-sovereign movement. They're all like atheists, like middle-aged men, right? They don't think that the people are sovereign, right? Obviously, the government is sovereign, even though the people grant the authority to be governed to the government, right? And these anti-sovereigns, they all do the same tactics, right? They all have this, sophistry that they practice. Like you'll
The
be in the middle of
roads. Who'd
you'll be
build
in the
the
middle of,
roads?
right? You'll be in the
Wait.
middle of an argument and they'll go, "Wait a minute, that's not what I'm saying." Like, no shit, dumbass, it came out of my mouth. That's what I'm saying. And they do it over and over and over again.
Wait, hold on 1 minute. Yo, Farming, were you kind of I couldn't tell. I think I get what you mean, but were you kind of hinting towards the fact that like it looks more set up than just having an opposing idea? Because that's kind of what I was picking up.
No, I think that they get a validation from being around other people that think the same way that they do. I think somehow internally, like they really have a lot of doubt, but they fight that doubt by surrounding themselves with people that think the same way that they do.
Okay. What I mean,
Along with
what I'm
posters
kind
of
of thinking,
spaceships.
man, is oh, sorry.
He was talking about surrounding himself with things to reinforce what they believe, and I was going to say, along with posters of spaceships.
Yeah, Star Trek and whatnot. But Farming, what I was getting at, man, is we get a lot of trolls in here that like, and I always say the same shit. It's like, dude, like, wouldn't you have a much better place to troll than here, of all places? Like, when I was their age, man, if I was like 17 or 18, trying to mess with people, this is kind of the last place I would go to mess with people, if you get what I mean. Like, that just, it
Right,
wouldn't seem fun,
Because flat earthers are extremely jaded and have been put through the ringer as far as rotten tomatoes in the face. And we're so callous to trolling that it doesn't really work on us. So you got the best trolls, they come in here and they deploy their best shot, and it's like weak sauce on us because we've been through the ringer.
Yeah, and I think I was kind of more picturing like Gem Panda's server, or the people that always show up on Nathan's server or on Brandon's server. It's the same faces like every day. You just see the same arguments from people, and that's kind of where I was more talking about.
I don't know what Jim Pandas is about.
it's stupid.
I destroyed them, and like I said, I wouldn't talk about this. I wouldn't talk about average people like this, but they're different. I went over there and destroyed them on refraction, just with Andrew Thomas Young's notes. Destroyed, and they had nothing to say other than, "I didn't hear you. Repeat your argument. You don't have an argument." The same shit that they did last night. Last night, all you guys did was just, the guy was like so furious, and the moderators were trying to calm him down. And he was like, "I can't believe you let the flat earthers come in here and just railroad us and railroad the conversation without giving any proof. They didn't have any explanations. They came with absolutely nothing." How could he say that in the face of the conversation that was just had?
At this point, it's absolute despotism. They got nothing, and they're so desperate that it's just eking out of their pores, right? Like females can detect a desperate male, right? They don't like desperate, thirsty beta males, right? And that's what they're acting like. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you were talking about the sovereign government conversation, and last night, we were kind of talking about like anarchy versus having to have a government. And it's funny to me that even so many people that are skeptical, they're like Stockholm syndrome victims, and they have to go back to, oh my God, if there was no government, everybody would just take everything from everybody else, and there's no way it could ever work. And who would build the roads and who would build the infrastructure? And it's like you've just been taught that. It's been reinforced in your mind by the things you've been taught about history and about psychology, and so much so that you can't even just picture like people getting along together like we're all just a family.
Yeah, so what about the movies, right? Mad Max, zombie movies, they all depict a apocalyptic scenario where everybody has to fight for their lives. So this is what people think would happen if there's no government.
And I think when we see real emergencies, it's the opposite, right?
I'm going to tell you guys the truth, right? It's like Ariel says, the people are served that which they deserve, right? The truth is, there is a government protected job, right, called the sheriff, and he has constitutional jurisdiction over the county. There is no police in the Constitution. And the reason that we have police is because they're the policy enforcers, kind of like the slave catchers back in the day. They would catch the slaves and return them when they ran away, right? Well, the thing is that the reason that we need these slave catchers still is because we won't take responsibility for ourselves. And because we won't govern ourselves, right? When people act bad, the sheriffs can't handle all the bad populace. So they need extra enforcers. So if you want more police, don't govern yourself. Drink too much, go driving, get in a fight, stab somebody, right? If you want more police, don't govern yourself. Just let them do it, right? Because if they do it, then they can put the boot on your neck, and when you complain about it, well, they got a complaint form, and meanwhile, at the same time, they also have a blanket impunity, almost completely blanket impunity. And we've seen this with government officials doing bad things and getting caught, like the Fast and the Furious scandal with running guns, Democrats running guns to the Mexicans and American citizens dying, and nobody getting in trouble for that, right? Because the government did it, right? So if we govern ourselves, we do not need to be governed from the outside, right? And we will have a smaller and smaller police force because we are getting served that which we deserve. So the best thing for you to do is to become an independent journalist, become radically self-reliant, and govern yourself like nobody's business.
Yeah, agreed.
Bro, dude, sometimes Hank like cracks jokes and whatnot, and they're funny, but then sometimes he just spits bars and you don't know what to really say after that, you know?
Well, I always hear this argument that, oh, well, if the government wasn't around to keep corporations in line, they would just take over everything. And it's like, wait, they've already done that. They work with the government. They're able to do it because of the government. How can you not recognize that?
Just tell Hank, closed captioning sponsored in part by.
He does it better than me. He does it way better than me. But the thing is, right? The constitutionally protected jobs and rights, right? Those are their rules, not ours, right? So you have the right to the freedom of press. So if you're standing on the right that, hey, I'm just recording, I have the right to record in public, right? They can't really do anything to you, right? And if you stand on your religious freedoms, that makes it even stronger, right? So I don't want you jabbing me, right? And if you do try to jab me, I'm putting you on notice right now that if anything were to happen to me in the future, and of course you got to get a lawyer to write it up because you don't really know how to put people on notice of liability, but you need to look into that. You need to have that written up, and you need to pass it out to all the members of your family, right? When somebody comes at you with a jab because everybody's like, nah, bro, I don't want none of that. I don't know what's in that. I don't want none of that. Well, you're going to have the paperwork and serve them immediately because you're going to carry this around you. That's your papers, right? So if they want to see your papers, oh, you want to see my papers? Here's my papers. You've been served.
Damn, that's a really good idea.
Wisdom, nothing but wisdom comes out of that man's mouth. I sincerely love listening to what you have to say, Hank.
Yeah,
I appreciate your kind words, but I'm just a talented parrot.
Yeah, the convent thing is it's just next level gaslighting. You know, yeah, every time you see these movies, right, where it's like Contagion or this, you know, what do you see? You see these like overrun field hospitals, you see sick people everywhere, you see lines, and how people could be convinced that there's a pandemic when none of that stuff is actually in reality around them. It's incredible.
Now, Hank, I was just listening. Yeah, you're right about the that's what like some of the journalists here was like, yo, what's up with that hospital that is on the news? I'm here. Like, doesn't look like anything's going on. Let me ask the paramedics. But anyway, to what you said about like having these documents printed up or written up or whatever if somebody comes at you with the jab. The problem is, and I thought about a family member that took it, and I'm like, they're not taking it because they have to. They're taking it because they think it's the right thing to do. So they would never say, if anything happens to me, this is what you'll do. Because that's not the mindset they're in. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the truth for now, right? But we were told you're a conspiracy theorist if you think that, Nixon is taking off the gold standard, permanently, right? And you were told that you're a conspiracy theorist if you think the lockdown is going to be longer than 2 weeks. It's only 2 weeks just to flatten the curve. And right, and what they do is they're slowly boiling us, but it has to get to a point to where we say, you see my papers, right? This far, no further. This is my border. You don't have jurisdiction past the 7 layers, right? This is my border. This is my territory. Nobody has jurisdiction but me.
If I can add something about this, I mean, everybody, even the people that aren't really woke, or I mean, like woke enough to know that it's all bullshit. Regardless, like one of the big questions that always comes up in my mind in regards to this is like, why do it in such a manner that's so obvious to most people? It really, really begs that question because I mean, they could have done a much better job um, with the pandemic and everything. They could have really illustrated it better or not made it so blatantly obvious that it was just a giant fucking joke. I think if they wanted to, sneak something into your body, like they could have done it in different ways. They could have found a much sneakier way to do it. So it almost, I don't know, it almost tells me that they're trying to like, I guess like, I don't know what it'd be. Just do it to the people that are willingly like bowing down to, corruption, all that shit.
It was laid out like a marketing scheme. I forget who it was that's really good at explaining it.
Flat Earth Solar.
Yeah, Flat Earth Solar. Ask him about his opinion on the rollout of the.
Now we can move along because
Yeah,
we have new people in the room. Katie, I'm muting you. What's up?
Welcome.
Welcome, Katie. Are you there?
By the way, this is not legal advice. This is for entertainment purposes only.
Hi.
I'm not a lawyer. You should always contact your lawyer.
It's not my sister, Katie, is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute Katie again because she ain't talking. If you wanna have talking privilege, you can move in the VC check-in. We have Mr. Regent on. You're muted, Mr. Regent. Are you there? Yeah, I saw you unmute yourself, so you want to talk?
No.
Okay.
So what'd you come in here for? We're not that interesting.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of nerds in here.
I do have
Go ahead.
I do have a question though.
Spit it.
Well, I don't know if it sounds offensive or anything. I'm not trying to offend anyone. But it's just a question from flat earthers. How do you know how eclipse happen in your form?
Now,
Have you-
are you
How an
asking?
eclipse happen?
Are you asking because you know it's flat, and so you're confused as to how something like this would work?
No, I'm not. Well, I'm a person who believes that the Earth is a globe, and
Right. So
I'm just wondering.
the first thing you need to understand is that the heliocentric model doesn't know how it happens. The second thing you need to understand is we don't have an explanation for it either.
Nobody is.
Cookie.
There's an interesting anomaly called a selenelium eclipse. I think you should look into it.
For any
Yeah,
people,
the reason I asked you this way is because most people come in and they say, "Oh, I'm really curious about the flat earth. How does this happen on the flat earth? How does that happen on the flat earth? If the earth was flat, then how does this happen if the earth was flat, et cetera, et cetera?" Well, the first thing we have to understand is whether or not we live in the paradigm we were given. Because we already don't experience it. They already admit that. Because they say things like, you don't feel the movement because. So we experience no movement. They just have a justification for it. They'll say, what else? Well, yeah, that's a pretty good lead in. You don't feel movement because you don't see curvature because, right? So it's like, okay, so you're telling me that what I experience is a flat plane as far as I can see, but this is because, and then insert justification. So we already experience it one way, which means there needs to be an investigation into these justifications and if they hold any validity by way of experimentation, evidence, or what have you. Is that fair to say?
I think the question was directed to you, new guy.
What?
Was that fair to
Were you
say?
listening?
Yeah, I was listening, but I did not fully understand what you was really saying.
What I was saying is you experience a non-rotating, flat, and motionless plane, but you're told it's something else, and you're given justifications or stories as to why it's something else. So the first thing I would expect someone to do when faced with this knowledge is to confirm that the justifications have validity to them, like uh, either scientific experimentation or somewhere uh, a geometric validation, some form of measurement that proves that what we experience is the opposite. Is that fair to say?
I still don't fully understand what you're
it
really
might be
saying. Can you break it down?
if he's like brand new to the topic, maybe it would help him a lot if he went to go watch Flat Earth in 5 minutes.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I don't want to critique it. But maybe my tact isn't for everyone, but everyone seems to come here with this idea that we're going to explain things to them, and actually we can't, because the questions that they ask, we have no answers for because they're unanswerable. And so I'm trying to get people to understand this first. So, okay, I'll ask you this, and if you and if you don't get it, then I'll give it to someone else. Do you experience movement? Do you feel the earth moving?
No, I do not experience the Earth. Well, I don't feel the Earth moving.
Okay. When you look into the sky, do you see the sun, the moon, and the stars moving?
It's it makes you think that they're moving, but
Because you
well,
experience it,
they
right?
do.
Because that's what you experience, right? But the justification is that it's something
Yeah,
else. But when you look at it, it looks like it's moving, right?
yeah, it looks like it's moving.
Okay. Um, when you look out into the, like, if you've ever been on the beach and you look out into the ocean, the horizon, is it curved or is it level, like sea level?
If it's well, for me, when I look at it, it looks a bit curved. When I use my phone and zoom it in.
Corbin, come on, my man. Come on, my man. Come on, Corbin.
Your hot mic and Hank.
No, I was calling him
Okay.
Corbin Dallas. Please continue.
Oh,
I was gonna
Yeah.
say that had to be a Fifth Element reference.
I'll take that one because we have our very own here. His name is MG42 Pillbox, and he's often stated that when he believed in the globe, like he believed that he did see curvature when he looked out, and
But
he took pictures of it. And it
did,
wasn't until what's that, Roger?
well, he said, I'm using my phone, which has a lens. I don't know which fisheye lens he has on his phone. I mean,
I was on Lake Huron once and I looked to the horizon and it felt like to me like I was seeing the curve, but that was a really super long time ago, like decades.
Yeah, I've never once ever can say that I remember seeing anything like that.
no, me neither, right? The horizon, the word says it, or
Well,
horizontal. It's not curved.
Or even from like a
well,
plane, like I've always looked from planes, and it's just
well,
people
I
say
was
they see it, and I just never did.
I was
Mathematically and
extremely
based on our field, sorry,
I,
mathematically and based on our field of view, they say you can't see curvature from left to right. So it's not really in contention. What you thought you saw, just know that someone in authority would tell you, well, you can't actually see curvature from the surface of the earth. You have to get a little higher. Now
well,
that
it was kind
argument
of for
is
me. I was kind of looking at what I thought I should be seeing as you would expect to see on a globe. That's what happened to me.
right,
Indoctrination.
right, right. But mathematically speaking,
Oh
am
yeah,
I wrong when I
absolutely.
say
No, no, you are.
How does
You're
that
right
make any
on.
sense,
okay?
though?
Okay, so that being said, you understand that you don't experience movement. You understand when you look into the sky, as far as you can tell, things look like they're moving. And people in authority will tell you, well, you can't see curvature from left to right, from the surface of the earth. Given
Hey,
those, given those, given those things, do you understand when I say, since that is your experience, you would need to have evidence for the justifications as to why what you're experiencing isn't actually happening?
Yeah, that doesn't make much sense that they would tell you you can't see it due to the curvature of your eye and numbers and blah blah blah. You can't see it left or right, but you sure can see it straight out in front of you. That doesn't make any sense. It's my opinion, I guess.
Well, Jenny, if you'd like to talk to him,
Oh, hey, you know what?
maybe you
That
can
reminds
do.
me. That reminds me what I was trying to cut in a moment ago. There's a meme where it's a picture from above the clouds. So, and then you see this plume of smoke way above in the sky.
That's a
And it's
cool meme.
perfectly still. And it's perfectly still.
Yeah,
How is
that's a
that
cool picture.
possible if we're supposedly spinning at the equator 1,000 miles an hour? It's really not that complicated.
Nope.
They're not.
Yeah, that picture's always boggled my mind when I see it. It's amazing
Yeah,
how
it's like,
that
wait,
smoke
what?
plume is just sticking right out the top of the cloud deck.
Right. I mean, you have eyes. Most people have some level of logic. It means nothing's moving.
Well, I don't know.
Uncommon sense. I don't know.
I know, but I gotta have that little hope of humanity that they can just
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah,
Well, I think a lot of people are
for 'em.
figuring it out because
But the locomotive and the smoke engine, like you see it right then, like in cartoons in real life, like you see it, like there's no question when you're moving, the smoke is gonna just, you know what I mean?
He said
Yeah,
cartoons. I know. I pictured it exactly what you were saying with the locomotives and the smoke blowing back and.
But yeah, that's why that example right there, you guys, is why I don't go into the real complicated stuff. I go into like the sociology kind of philosophy aspect of flat Earth. I mean, I just don't think
Oh yeah,
it's.
and by the
I
way,
mean, and then
the young sir that's here, I forgot that you said I forgot you were kind of apprehensive about speaking in the first place, and you asked your question. If I sound aggressive or if I'm being aggressive, I apologize. I don't mean to be that way. And I'll lay off you. I'm not trying to force you to talk or anything, because I know that you were just here to listen.
and then so before he maybe comes on the mic, and then a really simple thing that debunks the the old heliocentric model is the solar eclipse. Two anomalies with that one. Shadow's too small, and it was going the wrong direction. So that's something we all saw with our own eyes.
yeah, and it's going to be going in the opposite direction in 2024. So is the moon spinning around the Earth in the opposite direction, or should I say revolving, or is it that the Earth is spinning in the opposite direction? Because if there is a solar eclipse and the shadow's going from west to east, and then a few years later going from east to west, how's that possible?
That just freaks me
Is that
out.
what happened? Well, because we got another. Did you know there was a solar eclipse either 15 days before or after every lunar eclipse?
I didn't know that.
So we're going to be having a solar eclipse on the 10th. Now, the 10th, which is the day after my birthday. Hey, so is it that it only happens some of the time, or do you think it happens all the time? What's up
There's
with that?
solar eclipses happen all over the Earth at different points. I mean,
No, I mean the left right thing and the right. And I do
I
want to
got you.
speak to you guys about that, because I wish I don't know how to I don't know how to see it in my mind, like going the wrong way. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. I do know what it
Yeah,
means, but
no
I
doubt.
can't.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
that indicate? Wouldn't that indicate that there are invisible heavenly luminaries. I mean, quote unquote, invisible, dark, heavenly bodies. Like I think it's Vedic cosmology.
Well,
yeah,
the way I understand it,
left that.
it either means that the spin of the Earth is speeding up or slowing down, or
Oh, come
the
on.
moon going around, revolving around the Earth, is speeding up or slowing down. Because it should be going one way all the time, unless these other factors are being manipulated, which I don't think the Earth speeds up or slows down, and the moon doesn't speed up or slow down. They're constants. So how is the shadow going west to east and then east
I
to
don't
west?
know. I've seen the moon with my own eyes do pretty crazy things. One time it like rotated an entire 90 degrees in one
Yeah,
night.
it almost
I
spins
thought
like a
the
wheel.
same thing, Jenny, and I said maybe that didn't happen because I looked at it and then a
Oh
few
no.
hours later it was in a completely different orientation. I was like,
It
maybe
was
I wasn't facing south. Maybe I
it
was
was
facing west.
it was God Rockin' that saw the very same event I did. I DM'd him the other day. So he's on the other side. I think he's on the west side of the states. I forget. I'm horrible. But
He's at
yeah,
the
he
Salt
saw
Lake
the
City
exact.
area.
Oh, Utah. Okay. So yeah, he saw the very same thing. It's just a shame we can't see the heavenly bodies every evening or with all the
The
clouds.
the invisible heavenly bodies you are talking about are Rahu and Ketu.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. And who knows what else is up there? I mean, who knows? If anyone, not many, that's for sure. The mystery of the world stage. It's funny how it's always been called the world stage. How do you do that on a ball? But don't.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys mind if I went in a little bit further into the notice of liability. Would you guys mind if I added a few things to that?
Sure.
Okay, so
Please.
as far as I understand how it works is you got to do the research, right? And you have to cite your sources to the lawyer. And okay, the known problems with the you know what, right? Now that it's been happening, you got to collect all the, adversary, what's, right? And you got to put that into the notice of liability. If this, or 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 this happens, or anything like that, I'm going to hold you personally liable. And that's going to change people's attitude real fucking fast, I'd imagine. Because if you start shoving the liability down their throat, they're going to change their mind about shoving something down yours, so to speak.
Very interesting. That's very fascinating, Hank. I can appreciate that.
And I have to give a lot of credit where credit is due. Isa Mahalski, also known as Christopher, he's the one that taught me this conditional acceptance thing. So sure, okay, yeah, I'll take it. Hand over your bond. Give me your bond. Yeah, your bond. Yeah, you're bonded, right, with the state? Hand it over. Here's your notice. I'll take it. No problem.
I
If
think I've
only
seen a
it could be
notice
that
typed
easy.
up. I'm gonna find it.
So,
See if I can
is
send
there a
it to you.
blog post for this information by chance?
Yeah, I can show you where I got it from. It's The Last American Vagabond on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I'm
He's
subscribed to him. Does he put
he's
links in his description?
it's hard to find his links. He also has a Discord where I'm pretty sure his links are readily available. But yeah, he's definitely documenting all the adverse, you know what's, right? So
Nice.
you got to get those documented and make that part of the notice, right? So
So is
if I lose one single hair of, on my head, I'm gonna hold you responsible,
so
right?
is Vagabond just a catchy title, or is he actually one?
I don't know. I think that he's retired, so maybe it is
I mean, was he into van
legit.
life or something, or what?
No, he's like full time. Well, I say full time. It seems full time research and independent journalism. Um, I know that he is on Google's blacklist, and as far as I'm concerned, anybody like Flat Earth also made the blacklist. Anybody that made Google's blacklist on Project Veritas is worth looking into. I've always said that we should.
Ooh, I didn't know that. That's good to
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Okay.
I always said that we should look into that blacklist and pay attention to what we're not supposed to see,
No
right? Because
doubt.
this is the opposite of what they say, right? This is the
Right.
censored internet right there, all on one spot. Thank you, Google, for making a list for us of things we're not supposed to look at. But yeah, he made the blacklist, so it's definitely worth
I
looking
just
into.
recently I just recently subscribed to him, and I know I watched one of his videos a couple days ago. Something.
Yeah, he's really good about telling you his bias, reporting with citing a source, and having people on the ground. So those are like three really good things that you'd be interested in independent journalists.
Hmm. The only independent journalist that's not mainstream or sort of mainstream, and that's Luke Radowski. And I don't always listen to him either. He's almost kind of like a Richie from Boston, sort of, kind of to me. Like he hypes stuff up. I don't know. I'm not going to criticize him because I know he's in it a couple years.
Doing what I've seen before. This is the only. It doesn't say notice of liability, but it's along the same lines in the text chat.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things to where you have car insurance, right? And you got to pay it every month. What's it going to cost you to go see a lawyer, right? And then once you get it printed out, it's then your document, right? And you could probably, I don't know the legality, but you could, probably flip that shit like you do a burger, just turn it over on the back, right? And make a little profit, because people who are woke to this plan, right, might be interested in something like that. Or I don't know, be like Jesus and pass it out for free. Whatever floats your boat. Or just have the ace in your back pocket, and when they come to you and yours, and they haven't ever seen one of those before, they might ask some questions. What do you mean you want to see my bond? Why do you need my bond? Well, just in case, something were to happen.
What's the point of this document exactly?
Okay, so in the United States, there's a law passed in 1986. If you don't know about it, I can tell you. Do you know about it?
Yeah, I know the law.
Okay, so basically, there's nothing you can do about it except for go through their kangaroo courts and hope that you meet the criteria. Because if you test, you know what, then you're not even. Then the thing is that you got it. But the criteria on the other end, if you get the and you get I don't know if you follow that. Then you have to like prove it. So it's something you have to prove. And if you do prove it, then the taxpayer fits the bill. Okay, but you got to meet their criteria in their kangaroo court. Well, that doesn't sound like a very fair game to be playing. Kind of sounds a little rigged, right? So what you're doing is you're nipping it at the bud with like, oh, you guys, you don't want to play the liability game? Okay, well, I'm playing the liability game, right? So it's your trump card to them rolling it out mandatorily speaking. I don't know if any of that made sense. I tried to
There's
make sense of the fuck out of
there's
myself.
a really great introductory website called Empower Movement that you can go to,
It made
and it has
sense.
an explanation for a lot of this, and it shows you how to actually apply it, and it shows you other people that have done it, testimonies. It'll even show you like a map of other people in your area that are doing the same thing, and it shows you where they're at in the process. It's pretty cool.
So this document is supposed to make the manufacturer liable.
No, it makes the person trying to force you to doing something you don't want to do. Makes them personally liable.
Well,
So
they
like
can't
if I
force you
came
to
up,
do anything, though. I mean, I would just not take it. Even if they sign
yeah,
this, it
yeah,
means
I
nothing.
know
I understood whatever you,
people
everything
are
you
going to
said,
call
brother.
me a conspiracy theorist, right?
Oh,
And say that I'm
wow.
crazy, right? I know that's going to happen, but it's a slow boiling process, right? How do they cook frogs? Right? So right now I'm crazy, but what if I'm not? Wouldn't you rather have something prepared just in case, you know?
Well,
Well, because
even
here's the
I,
thing, like
but
they
even
already
if
had a
if
conversation about they already had a conversation about making it mandatory for air travel, but then they somehow swatted it down. No, that's unreason. That's against the whatever they said, right? Like, but that's the same thing with the internet. Remember 2 years ago or whatever, everybody was talking about what was the word that they used? I forget about how they were going to be taking away the internet, and they gave you a story about how they would do it, and they did it a completely different way, but the deed still got done anyway. And then when everyone said, "Oh, this shit is gonna happen in November," and then everything is gonna shut down, nobody would have believed anyone if they said that. They would have said you're crazy. And then damn near the whole world shut down. Damn near, because not everywhere, but the main players
Yeah, remember
that
when
matter.
5 years ago we were saying that, oh my God, they censor the internet in China. Like, oh, thank God we live in the United States, right? They don't censor our internet. Then the Google blacklist came out.
I think Elijah, you're referring to the FCC guy, IG or whatever his name is.
I'm not sure, what's the internet thing? What was
They
that?
were gonna change it so they could determine how fast your internet is.
Right, yeah,
They could
that.
throttle you based on however they wanted to. So if you had Netflix, or if your provider didn't like Netflix, they could say your Netflix bandwidth goes down, and if you use Hulu, you get better Hulu coverage because you're covered with our CenturyLink. But if you get Comcast, we give you free Disney Plus bandwidth, and you get higher bandwidth. That was the basics of it, and it passed. They can do that if they want to.
All right, so who posted that thing that shows where other people are doing it and give you like spreadsheets?
I
Who
posted that.
B. Carl's? Good man.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
banned. Oh no. I just gave away all the info. Yeah, you have to sign up though. Some of it does require a subscription. I did go into it. They go like really heavy into detail. And they tell you specifically not to go off course and use paperwork that they don't give you, otherwise they won't help you. So you have to like
Yeah,
follow their rules.
they don't want you cocking it up because that's what most people try to do. They try to insert 5,000 pages that doesn't really belong when it could be done with, a couple of sentences. It's definitely worth looking into. If anything, you've compiled a list of reasons why, you know, you shouldn't and your family shouldn't. And because here's the thing, not enough people are willingly signing up.
Oh,
I
did
think,
you see the BitChute link I put in here earlier?
no.
Oh,
Post it.
no, I gotta go back and get it. Oh, I think I have it right here. Watch this. This is great.
They're tempting you with what?
Just gotta watch it. It's a trip. Way better than the burgers.
Oh my God.
Way
Yeah,
better than the
I tried to
burgers.
tell a young man about this, and he was like, "Oh yeah, my boss offered me like $100." I was like, "Dude, you'd be better off letting me, do that to you, because at least you could sue me." Right? That's what I told him. I was like, "I'll give you 200." He was like, "No, I'll go with these guys." I was like, "Oh, the guys that you can't sue? Okay, sure."
California's giving away like $16.5 million.
And I guarantee it's part of the infrastructure bill. That's what I heard they were doing. They were putting these stimulus checks on the infrastructure bill, right? Because communism is infrastructure now. Oh, and people that were alive during the Civil War got their stimulus checks. It's a good thing they're still alive.
Hey, Hank.
Hey, what's up, bro? Good to hear your voice.
Hey, what's up? Just long as you just saying the other guy won't name the company, but the shopper app that I use to make money where I go shopping for people, they offered me $100 to get the Fauci ouchie. I declined. End of talk about it.
Good for you.
Yeah. Yeah, good, man. So Rand Paul just recently called out Fauci on funding the you know what, and Fauci was like, "Nuh-uh," and he was like, "Bro, we proved it." And he was like, "Oh well, if it did happen, then we did it correctly." So I really want to see somebody like hold that dude accountable if he did do this, because if he caused this, right? I kind of feel like he's the guy that Will Smith played in New York City, right? That zombie movie, right? I feel like he's the one that started all this shit.
You talking
But
about
what do I know?
iRobot?
No,
All
the
the other
one where
one.
he,
Saying I Am Legend.
yeah,
I
I'm
Am
Legend.
Legend.
Yeah, I think Will
one.
Smith is playing Fauci.
Yeah, it's an interesting movie.
So you tell me he's gonna cure everybody in the end.
No, he was the guy that cocked it up in the beginning.
Yeah, but then he's gonna cure everybody in the end, right?
What was that movie called?
I Am
Yeah,
Legend.
cure him of children. Cure him of the ability to reproduce.
Yeah, somebody said it's I Am Legend. I got cut out, sorry.
There you go. I think I have someone muted on accident. Is someone else talking and I'm talking over him?
You got me
I don't think
muted,
so.
Ryan?
No, I got you, Hinkle.
All right.
I'll go through the list.
We have any spinning oblate paroid dwellers on here right now? No. Just Hank Hill.
Yeah, it's just us shooting the shit.
Ain't nobody here but us chickens.
Speaking of chickens, I was guaranteed. I picked some chickens months back. from a guaranteed to be all hen bin, you know. I get it. Now I got this rooster in my backyard getting ready to start crowing. I want my money back.
Just get a sex change on their chicken. There you go. Done.
There you go. Have his vocal cords cut. That's horrible.
With some hormone blockers in your chicken?
Take them down to the kosher plant. Circumcision's half off.
I'm thinking about it. They say rooster's not as good as chicken, but I'm thinking about waiting for him to get nice and plump. Get a couple more hens to replace him.
If you wait that long, you'll probably like them and want to keep them.
Yeah, my son's already there.
Well, if you're planning on raising a population, don't you have to have a rooster or two around, or I don't know.
Yeah. That's one thing we got that floating up in the air is whether or not we want to raise them and eat them as food, or if we just like to have a few on hand for eggs.
Is there such thing as a bark collar for like a rooster?
We've
Or
also
if they-
considered rabbits, but if you eat too much rabbit, you can get, not enough fat in the rabbit.
How many chickens do you have?
Only have 3 at the moment. We'll probably end up getting a goat. We're still working on our homestead.
Right on.
A lot of work, man. You don't think about it until you start, getting in the thick of it.
Goats have to be one of the most entertaining animals. My grandpa had a goat on his farm for a while.
They're smart animals, man.
Yeah, dingo goats are cool.
They'll eat anything, obviously.
You ever seen those scapegoats? I'm using the wrong word, but the ones that faint when they get too scared. I think that's where the whole the saying scapegoat came from, because when that goat, they bred supposedly specific goats to faint when they get scared. So when the flock takes off running from a predator, that one that faints is a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Save
That's
the
a
rest
cool
of the
story,
flock.
but how would you breed an animal to faint? How does that happen?
I have no idea, man. It's just something I was told. I know they're out there. I've seen them do it. They turn stiff and just fall to their back, and really weird.
It's in the live stream for you.
Thank you. That's crazy.
Something off my chest real quick, since it's dead air. My mic working.
Check good.
All right, thanks. I'm not preface this. I don't tell anybody what to do with their money. I just checked last night this GoFundMe these legitimate guys are doing to try to build a structure of at least 2 miles to prove that this curvature is non-existent. For a solid structure we can point to and all that. I donated to it, and I looked yesterday. It's been out for like a month. Only 140 people have donated. How many flat earthers are there? And I just find that disappointing, and I wanted to get that off my chest. And like I said, I'm not telling anybody what to do with their money. But to me, that would be valuable to have a structure I could point somebody to and say, Where is the fucking curvature? I'll shut up now.
No, don't. You cut out a couple of times for me. What were you referring to? I know you spoke for a while there, but
I was talking about Forest the Line. Did I cut out all the way?
no,
It's a
I think
It's a GoFundMe that some legitimate people are doing. You know, it's not a scam or nothing. They're legitimately going to do something to have at least a structure 2 miles long above a water line or something. You know, I don't know all the details, but you can check it out at GoFundMe.com, Force the Line. And I was just saying it's been out for a month and they've raised like $4,000 and only 140 people have donated. I'm not telling anybody what to do with their money, but I just find it disappointing. There's got to be more than that. Flat earthers that have $5 or $10 here. Now, did all that come through?
Yes, for sure. I'll go check it out.
All right, I'll shut up now.
Do you have a link or something for it?
I don't. I'm driving. It's GoFundMe.com and then type in search for Force the Line by Chris Watson. This guy's name.
Force the Line?
Force the Line. FORCETHELINE.
Gotcha.
All right. I just wanted to put that out there. Get it off my chest. You guys continue with goat farming or wherever we were. I don't know. I've been in this, listening to these arguments for 6 years, and I listen to these Globers bullshit all the time. If we could have somebody to shut them up, at least get rid of refraction. You know.
Okay, I gotta report this to you guys. They calculated Smaug's wealth, right? And they compared it to the billionaires, right? So they calculated like the Smaug's treasure hoard, how much the gold and the diamonds and the gems and everything was worth. And they compared it to people like Jeff Bezos. So there are 19 people on Earth that have more of a treasure hoard than Smaug from Lord of the Rings. Facts.
More than all the gold and gems in the Hall of the Mountain Kings.
Yes. Yes.
What?
Oh, yes.
19.
It's a TikTok. It was a TikTok. Smaug is 20. He's 20 on the list of treasure hoarders when you compare him to real life.
Wow. Who's the real number 20 on the list? It's not the Queen, is it?
I don't know. It was a TikTok. My wife showed me. She does that from time to time.
Wow. That's scary.
We do have a person in here with no roles, Renteo. If anybody wants to try to unmute them, or if you want to go to the BC check-ins, well, check in. It's the only one I see. Got Zan, but he's mute. He's deaf.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Hinkle. I just had to
Oh, you
share
didn't
that before I
interrupt me.
forgot it.
I was done. I got it off my chest. just disappointing that we got a chance for something to happen in real life. We can permanent structure, and it's, nobody gives a shit. That same way. Anyway.
You know, Dave, I'm going to give you a chance to repeat yourself because my wife was showing me videos and I missed what you said. Could you say it one more time, please?
Oh, I was just talking about Force the Line. It's been out for like a month, fundraiser, where it's a legitimate group of people that are going to make sure at least the 2-mile structure gets done, showing the lack of curvature of this ball that we don't live on. And it's been out for a month and only 140 people have donated to it. And how many flat earthers are there? You know, like I said, I'm not telling people what to do with their money. I donated to it. But it's just disappointing to me that we have a chance to have a permanent structure that we can point Jim Panda and all his clowns to. Where's the fucking curvature? You know, that would seem like it'd be worth it to me. Am I wrong?
So where are they building this at?
I don't know all the details on it. I just know that they're planning on legitimately constructing something similar to Force the Line, you know, somewhere above a body of water. So I wish I had more details, but I don't. I think they're going to kind of plan it and do it as they get the funds to be available, you know. And right now it's been out for a month and there's $4,000 in there. Anyway, I'll shut up about it. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I appreciate you repeating it. I know it must have been kind of redundant the third time.
You got a link? You got a link or something for that?
It's GoFundMe, and then look up Force the Line on GoFundMe.
It's in the text chat.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll check it out when I pull over.
11 a.m.
That dragon thing fucked me up, man. Because he was talking about being dragon hunters. Like, is a scary, like, white dude with a beard, you know, those privileged ones. And he was like talking about dragons, and he said the German ones are where we get the idea, the lore with the hoarding of the wealth. And after he said all that shit about Bezos and the billionaires, he said, I was taught to be a dragon hunter or a dragon killer. And I was like, whoa. Like, wow. The scary white people.
Just for clarification, Smog was from The Hobbit.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
You are correct, by the way. I did pronounce his name right, though, right?
You did. I just didn't want you to lose any nerd points with the geeks out there.
Hank can't
Thanks.
lose any nerd points.
I got to keep my street cred with the nerds out there.
So I'm reading this GoFundMe, and it says he's going to build a structure that's going to put the debate to bed. So like what? Like he's going to put something in the middle of the ocean, something far away that people could do tests with. I'm not
I
understanding.
don't think there's anything set in stone. At least I haven't heard of. They're trying to get the funds together, and then, you know, the people over in that Chris Watson guy, if you email him, he'll probably give you more detail if you're really interested. He's Flatty McFlatface, I think, on YouTube.
Yeah, he's put out a
been in his
couple of
argument.
videos. He's been like talking to some engineering company.
Yeah,
Nothing's really not too much has happened yet though.
I know that they're
He has-
gonna dot every T and cross every I, if you know what I mean, and make sure Globers can get involved if they want to, which they won't, but you know they're welcome. Make sure it's all done correctly, and just force a horizontal line straight across, and the curvature should be there if we're on this globe, right? It's pretty simple, unless I'm thinking of it wrong.
It is. It is pretty simple. It's a noble idea. It's just that there's so many structures that people could test against already. There's no need to build them, you know?
Exactly. That's the point. But nobody says, well, they look at a bridge or whatever. Well, they didn't take curvature into account for that bridge, but people just walk right past that. This will be something hanging in the air, and you'll see there's not a deviation between the water and the structure that should be deviating if it's a ball. Correct?
Yeah. But trust me, it ain't gonna put the debate to rest. Somebody's gonna come up with some bullshit, and there's so many things that could put the debate to rest.
The debate's over. All they got is tactics, dishonest tactics. You know, I think the first time I ever went on Red's Rhetoric, he was telling me about these dishonest tactics because I wasn't aware of all of them. And we talked about like logical fallacies and stultification and other stuff like that. But yeah, Red's Rhetoric knew all the logical fallacies, but they weren't using them against me. They were actually educating me because I was a young flat earther. Or maybe I was a geocentrist at the time.
Flight over Antarctica would do it, right?
You mean north and south circumnavigation? It would prove the globe, or if it's not a globe, then it would kill some flat earthers.
NASA should have ended the debate years ago.
It's not about evidence anyway. It's about a mindset or a program, right? And once you unravel that and show it to them, they either want to accept it or they don't. People don't hide from truth because there's not evidence. They just hide.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I heard a glober give like evidence for curvature. I remember R.C. Meisty said he said the word 16 terabytes of GPS data.
Yeah, he never would point to a specific part of that 16 terabytes that proved curvature, though.
Well, he cited a source, right? 16 terabytes of global positioning system data. Right, but I suppose you could wrap that around whatever model you like. And I guess if Robert Simmons could take the flat map and wrap it around a globe, I suppose that could be done in the opposite direction with the GPS data.
Are you saying they could reverse engineer it? I ain't no way.
That's what they do.
They wouldn't do that with things like human eyesight or anything like that.
No, they would just hijack it. Without the box cutters.
What Pillbox said there is correct, though. I agree. For some people, there's no amount of evidence showing. They're in la la fantasy land. They ain't coming back.
The truth is not in them. That's just it.
Correct.
They don't look for it. They don't search for it. Like I always wanted it. It excited me to search for the truth. But most people, I think, it scares them, and they don't want to be scared. I don't know.
They don't want to be uncomfortable in their known paradigm. They don't want to learn something else. You know.
I just tried explaining it to my mom the other day. We got into a big fight. She ended up calling me a cocaine dealer. I don't even do cocaine.
That's random.
Even if you
It's
were
just
a
like
cocaine dealer, that wouldn't mean necessarily that you do cocaine.
Right.
Well, it's just like all of the thousands of people that you've talked to about the subject. You know, we experience their first reaction is, well, how do you explain something else, right? They don't want to talk about the shape of the earth. They want you to tell them all these other things that they're already imagining because they're not interested in learning. They're interested in trying to catch you in a mistake so they can say, ha ha, see, I told you so. So it's not about searching for truth. It's most people come in here trying to make themselves feel better. You know, the small, tiny 1% or less will convert, right? But that's not why they originally came in here. You know, you can change a troll's mind if they don't really want to be a troll, but if they want to be a troll, there's no helping them.
Yeah, I don't
I
get
mean,
those guys who just wander in here. I just don't get those guys who are globies and just wander in here. They must be some serious extroverts, you know, who have nothing better to do in their time, and that must be it. Extroverts.
remember, these people are raised as we were all raised to know that people were stupid back then because they thought the earth was flat. So this paradigm, this brainwashing technique has worked for, you know, whatever, so many decades now. So all of these people are going in there saying, oh, look at these really stupid people. That's their first assertion. It's called a proud look, as mentioned in the Bible. So they come in here to either make fun or to say, look what I did. I talked to these dumb people and, you know, try to get a ruse.
Yeah. By the way, I think you meant to say introvert, not extrovert.
Right. For
Who's
example,
that?
I'm a heavy introvert, meaning like I am very comfortable being alone by myself. Extroverts are people who are not comfortable being by themselves. Um, and so they must have interactions with other people, continuous. So those are the kinds of people that come in here, I think, mostly that need to talk to someone. They're globies and stuff, and they just get their ass handed to them, you know.
Wait, but I mean, can't you kind of define that both ways? I mean, I would call them introverts because when they're looking for people to talk to, they use the internet as opposed to walking outside.
Yeah, but you can't walk outside much during the COVID times, right?
What are you talking about? I did that all last year.
Right, but for those guys,
Well, I mean, I guess you're right. They're scared shitless from the TV. You got a point there.
yeah. So I mean, they come. I mean, that's my thing. And then there's other people who are just extroverts and don't have their own friends to hang out with, so they'll come on Discord, right, and come and chat. So introverts generally, I think, like to stay to themselves most of the time. I I didn't even want. I didn't even know about Discord. I just played Call of Duty one day, and I joined a flat Earth group because I wanted to be amongst people like myself rather than the normies. And then the next thing you know, they're telling me about Discord, and I'm here. I don't even speak much, but I'm really happy to hear you guys. So.
Yeah, I'm an introvert. I've been trying to do better. I've been trying to do social things. Actually, here lately I haven't. I suck at trying to be extroverted, but I'm on here talking to you guys because I could just turn you guys off at any time. But I should work on that. I should really work on, like, I don't know, going to see a live show or a party or something. I'm still
Yeah,
on?
by default. Go ahead, Hank.
No, I just thought I lost signal. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, by default, the one thing that I realized over half a decade ago, and I hope most people in here realize that if you can determine that the Earth is not a ball in space, you don't have to explain anything else. And my biggest problem is like when David Weiss did that interview a couple days ago, and he's well versed in the topic. These gentlemen on the channel, I think their name was Kill or something, I can't remember. They started asking me all these questions, of course, about the sun, moon, and stars, everything to avoid the shape of the floor. And Dave is desperately trying to answer them. And that's actually a mistake because you can't answer them. You don't know how the sun, moon, and stars work because we're not God. And they have convinced people that are normies that they can be as gods as they are literally claiming David Weiss as a god, because David Weiss is now going to tell me how the sun works. So it is such a weird stretch in the imagination of what happens to these people. They don't even know what they're doing. They're just doing that to avoid what we can test and observe. And I'm not mad at David, but to try to answer questions that are not answerable is foolish, and you're just giving in to their escape mechanism. Because my first response, why are you already hiding from what I can prove? For one, and number two, I'm not God. So there's a lot of work to do as far as this topic is concerned, as far as both sides are going to continue talking about it, because both sides have a hard time understanding there are certain things you shouldn't even try to answer because it's fallacious.
I don't think there's any harm in that as long as he says that this is a speculation. This is something that I'm speculating about. If he says it's definitive, this is how it works. This is what I don't think he's doing that. I think he's just offering an alternative theory.
Well, there's a problem because it was much worse than that. David said a few things, and I don't want to misquote him, so I'll just make it very loose, that he was saying that the center of the earth is moving and it didn't used to be here. That's a big problem.
What he said, the center of the earth is moving.
Yes, it's a new one for me. I've never heard it before, and I'm not mad at him. Again, I'm saying, but it is if any of you guys do that to people, it is going to be a problem for you, not me. But that's just, I'm sorry, but you can't. You know what I mean? There's certain things it would be ridiculous for me to make a claim like that. I would never say it.
Yeah, I've never heard that one, but he was on high
it's like it's a 5-hour video, Wolfgang. There's like 3 hours of conversation. It's a long.
He was on High Impact Flicks, and he was doing a good job flat smacking them in just like not a debate format, but just like a interview format. He was just asking questions, and I think it's not going to be easy. Someone's not just going to take the big flat Earth red pill with one bite. It's going to take lots of small bites. So even though it's a lot of different pieces, one of those pieces might connect. Like, aha, that's how it might work. Like something. Some people do. They ask a bunch of questions. No one asks just one question about flat Earth. They machine gun you. So yeah, some stuff you do got to punt. You just say, you know what? I don't know. Just punt. There's enough evidence to prove it's flat.
Right. And with that, I don't know. I'd tell them, listen, I'm not going to make a. I'll wait till he's robotic.
Somebody roboted in.
In and out.
Hey, I think your mic, something's wrong with your connection.
I mean, I turn around, Wolfgang, to questions like, do you know how your fingernails grow? And they're going to look at me weird, and I'm going to go, so you don't know how your fingernails grow, but you think you know how the moon phases work and how stars align and things like that. You see, we don't know a lot of things. You know, we don't know how water works. We can demonstrate it, we can see it, but we don't know how it works. So to claim we know how the sun, moon, and stars do anything is fallacious. And that's the thing, is that we're taking away, not, again, I'm not trying to beat anybody up, but there are terminologies that interrupt the psyche of the people that are in the cartoon religion. If I use the term universe or orbits or things like that, I either have to redefine the term so that they know what I'm talking about, or I have to remove the term because it's fictitious anyway. There's no such thing as a universe. There's no such thing. And even flat earthers will argue with me about that because they don't understand what that means. Because when we say universe, we know that they are thinking of this vastness, amazingly infinitely expanding vacuum with magical, sets and organizations of stars within that. That thing does not exist at all, right? So, and then, when it comes to orbits, that means to wheel. Yes, I believe things go around in a circle, right? But when they think of orbits, they think of balls going around each other, just magical balls. That's not an orbit. An orbit requires a stationary surface with something going around it, just things like that we have to unravel. We have to relearn things, right? People still think
isn't it technically called a circuit? Like, wouldn't you say they're in transit above our heads and that they make a circuit above our heads?
Yeah,
that's an even better term. That's a
No
better
one
term,
even-
right? But I just want to point out that orbit means the same thing. They don't know that. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
A lot of people do say that the sun travels in a circuit, so does the moon. It's just circling us, yeah. So it does make more sense. I'm just saying, in layman's terms, if you're just having a conversation and it's not a debate forum, you're not going to pin someone down on stuff on minutia. It's just terms that people can easily understand. They say, well, what's your model? Well, it's not necessarily a model, right?
That's
but
terrible.
just in vague terms that they understand. That there's no, you're explaining it to someone. Pretend you're explaining it to a 10-year-old in terms he would understand, and he wouldn't pick it apart. Like, oh, that's orbit versus circuit, like general terms that they would understand. And
Well, they're going to bring up the term first.
First
right?
grade.
If they bring up the term
graders.
first, I have to define it. So if they bring up the term, I have to go, okay, well, since that's not being used correctly, I have to let you know this is what that word means, right? I can't completely change. There are certain things that should be removed. It has no basis behind it anyway, and it's an assumed, imagined religious belief system. Of gravity, came to be. So they have to be shocked with that realization, like, oh, wait a minute, people did do things before gravity. We haven't been around for just 500 years. People have existed for thousands of years and never knew of these concepts, and not only did find, their technology was far more advanced than ours. My 15-year-old cousin said this last week because I let him, I don't really talk to him, obviously, how I talk to these guys, but I mentioned gravity. And then he even said, yeah, do they think nothing fell before gravity? I go, oh my gosh, you're 15 years old. You say the exact same that I do. So I'm not the only one.
Not everything falls too. Water vapor goes up. I've even seen this. Someone showed a video where spiders actually go up. They let out a little strand of silk and they levitate. It lifts them off the ground. Some kind of electrostatic or something.
Baby spiders can fly for miles. Yeah, where's the gravity? They don't have wings, do they? So there's something there. Yeah, when something gets very small, my dad told me this. He was a skydiver. When I was a child, I remember him explaining to me, if you drop an ant from an airplane, it's not going to hit the ground fast enough to die, to reach a velocity that's going to kill it. And I always wondered, why is that? But now we know, because that's not what they told us. Things don't fall at the rate they told us things fall. There is no 9.8 meters average. It's all pseudoscience. It's all lies.
You want to know something else? Different metals with different densities, if you drop them in like a tube, there was this experiment where they all dropped, and some of the more heavy ones didn't even move. They were all falling at a different rate. They were inside this cylinder in a controlled environment. There was a camera. It was like I think it was a vacuum tube or something. Inside the thing was an evacuated chamber, like inside the vessel that they dropped. And they levitated. You had like lead, aluminum, copper, all these different iron, different things. Let me see if I can find the video. It was UAP had it on his channel. It was part of a bigger video.
Yeah, I've kind of started to see that flat Earth is first and foremost a falsification of something that's well, of the globe model. So it's not like we're trying to replace. It's not that we're trying to replace the globe model or heliocentrism. The whole thing. People come in with a lot of questions like, well, what about this? What about that? What about gravity? What about the stars? Is the if the other planets are spheres? Why, what about the Earth? No, it's first and foremost like the falsification of curvature, and that's like really, really narrow.
You know what I think it is? I think it's an exposure of the educational system and the many flaws within. It exposes, how they've twisted science, and it's basically a scientific revival, right? A renaissance. Because what we've been told science is actually nothing like science. And what we've done is we've completely torn down all the compartmentalization, right? And we've kind of created our own college, right? And what is a college other than a group of people who get together and share information and learning, right? So I think it's quite profound, if I could use such a hoity-toity phrase.
Yeah, what the Renaissance is called, isn't even accurate.
Well, what would you call it?
Well, no, what is described as having happened during the Renaissance is not what history actually more or less is very not accurate. I mean, you think that? I mean, I don't know. I probably believe in
Okay,
a lot
what's
of
the
that
scientific
history.
reformation? How about that?
I like that. I like that.
Because we're supposed to ask questions. We're supposed to go. Because I remember being like 2 or 3 years old and like asking my dad, "What's that light in the sky?" Right, and he was like, "Oh, it's the moon." Right, once he figured out what I was talking about. And I don't think we're ever supposed to lose that. I don't think that's something we're supposed to, get brainwashed out of our heads. I think we're supposed to constantly be asking, "What is that? What causes that? Why does that happen?"
Yeah, and we've been given a bunch of stories that prevents us from seeing. Like if you're just told like some pat answer, even when it doesn't have any, relationship to what actually exists, well, you just stop asking questions. And yeah, I agree. I think a renaissance, a revival, it allows you to see the world again, and it's really refreshing to be able to say, I don't know about that. What is the moon? What exactly is the sun? It's a good place to be in.
The other day I heard, I don't know if it was a normie or a globie, but he said, "That's why I can't kick it with," I'm loosely quoting him, "That's why I can't kick it with flat earthers, because when they don't know something, they'll just tell you that they don't know." Right? And globe earthers, well, if they don't know what it is, they'll tell you, right, what they think it is, and that's better than nothing.
Yeah. I mean, Yeah, that it's the opposite for me. You want to be able to say I'm not really sure, because that in that space of not knowing is when the truth can actually manifest itself.
A logical fallacy is better than nothing.
Right.
So that's what's wrong with these people. They're afraid of nothing.
Yeah, they're fear motivated because the other day, now they're talking about climate change, my friends. Some of my friends, we get on a call every Friday night. Now they're worried about climate change, and I had to get into that. Climate change is a hoax. And they're like, oh, you're crazy. Oh, gosh.
See, the climate change thing is so simple, right? So the government says that we can't have hemp and marijuana because of reasons, right? It's a Schedule 1 narcotic, has 0 medicinal benefits, right? Like heroin. But at the same time, the greenhouse gases are running away. And if we were to make a law making it mandatory for every person to have at least 25 hemp plants, that would cut down the carbon. But instead, what we're going to do is we're going to tax them for the pot, right? And then we're going to tax them for the carbon. But not all the countries, not like China or India, the ones that really do the most pollution. We're going to tax the first world countries and redistribute the wealth. Because that'll save the planet, right?
They started off calling it global cooling, and then they realized it wasn't. People said it wasn't cooling. Then they called it global warming. It wasn't warming. So now they called it climate change because now you can't argue with them. It's cooling. It's warming. Yeah, it's climate change. Oh, okay. And they keep them in perpetual state of fear. These people are in perpetual state of fear on many subjects: viruses, global warming, the end of the world, meaning like the globe is spinning and there's asteroids coming and bullshit. Oh gosh, they're just in perpetual state of fear all the time.
Do you know that people are saying that Bitcoin is dirty because people are mining it and using electricity and coal?
Meanwhile, there's kids digging out cobalt out of the ground in Africa so they can have smartphones.
Yeah, they just found a whole bunch of technology rocks, lithium, I believe, in Mexico. And Mexico started making a deal with China, which China has a kind of a monopoly on the technology rocks for the most part, or at least a majority of them. There is technology rocks in places like Afghanistan, which we do have access to, but for the most part, this portion of Earth doesn't have a whole lot of lithium and technology rocks. But what they won't tell you is that digging the lithium out of the Earth is far more hazardous to the ecosystem and everything than actual like burning fossil fuel. And it's actually worse to have like the green cars that run like off of batteries, like the hybrids. Except for my green car. My green car is a 1.2 liter Mitsubishi Mirage. It's not too bad.
Forget technology rocks. Kids are slavery just to dig up chocolate, just to get chocolate to people.
Dinosaur juice has been a good scam. It's been a good long running scam.
Should I feel guilty, Hank? I bought an electric car. It's got the gas powered motor and the gas tank in it too. It's one of those ones that is the plug in, but it works pretty well. I got it because I like electric cars, not because I believe in any of that global warming horse shit.
You know what I usually try to point out to people about global warming is just look at everybody that's on the global warming side of the argument. You have the Department of Defense, you have, government agencies like NASA and NOAA, you have all of the Hollywood celebrities, you have all the tech companies and the oligarchs, you have Wall Street banks, even the energy companies themselves are all on board with global warming. So, you just have to point to that and say, if all of these people are pushing this idea, can it really be a good thing?
Yeah, and on that topic, I think we should do everything we possibly can in regular day life to not say climate change. Just keep saying global warming or global cooling. Because if we keep saying climate change, then it seems like we're just playing their game.
Yeah, I like anthropogenic global warming as the specific term.
Are we talking about seasons? I
No, they
just
say
call it.
anthropogenic is just that it's caused by man. So that's the argument that burning fossil fuels is causing global warming. So that's anthropogenic global warming. They
I
hate it
just
when you use
look
that
them
term.
straight in the face and go, "Oh, you mean winter?" Or "Oh, you mean summer?"
Yeah. Or
There's
or just say that's weather.
my favorite one I like to bring up is, "Oh, it was this hot and this hot," and I said, "Well, in Australia, they hit the record high in like the 1900s. It was over I think it was 118 degrees, documented in all the newspapers." And they go, "Oh, well," and they can't really say anything after that because how do you have two record highs? That doesn't make any sense. Can't have
Yeah.
a high of 118 and then a record high in the current year, whatever it was, 115, the record high can't go lower.
I'll tell you one benefit of electric cars, though. They're more fun to drive than gas-powered cars, especially when you're either at a low speed or stopped and you just slam on the accelerator. The acceleration rate is pretty good. Makes like my car. It honestly makes me feel like I wish I had an excuse to be in a high-speed chase, just so I could kick someone's ass in a high-speed chase.
I like getting 40 plus miles to the gallon sometimes.
Yeah, I think mine gets somewhere between 40 and 50. I'm not sure exactly what.
Sounds about right.
All I know is it can go about 300 miles on a full tank of gas and then 44 miles on the charge. But when it was brand new, it could go 53 miles on a charge.
So did anybody else listen to the discussion on Chatterbox last night? I think our reps did a very good job there. Anybody else heard it on that?
Yep.
I
Yeah, definitely.
participated towards the end. I think my tone of voice might have offended somebody there.
Yeah, those guys were typical Glover behavior, you know. I think everybody handled it pretty well, getting the information to them as best they could. To an independent person listening to that, or listening with an open mind, I could hear one side trying to present evidence and ask real questions, and the other side obfuscate. For lack of a better term, y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. I mean, Indio and a Dandelion did awesome. I mean, everybody who participated did a great job. I mean, fortunately for the Globe side, they really didn't have any substance.
They had feelings. Girls
That's
with
constantly the
feelings.
Glober's problem when you're dealing with non-reality. Sorry, I just run to somebody.
No
Just run to
problem,
somebody.
man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they didn't have any substance, but I think the trick is somehow, some way, if you can, get them to realize that they don't have any substance.
I think that's like trying to get a leftist log or
It's like
You're
trying to get a
breaking up,
left.
Hank.
Yeah, you're trying to get a leftist, then you roboted.
Hank is robotic is repeat.
logical argument.
Logical argument.
I heard logical argument. That's
Me
all I
too.
heard.
It's like making a leftist make a logical argument. Probably what he was trying to say. Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it. And, it got a little hot, but kind of how it goes. Indio tore it up, man.
When you join a server where the word retard is a banned word, that's a question and alarm mark.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
Yeah. Because those kind of people, they promote being retard. And if you call them retards, that's an insult, like the worst kind of insult for them. So they want to be like that.
Even worse than that, they promote censorship or
Yeah.
encourage it.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have an alien tacos the same as Globers? No, just
You need to charge your batteries, Hank. You're roboting.
Oh my God, who is using all of my ping bongs? One ping bong per customer, please.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth run. Goes down and make a flat line curve. And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Yo, it's Chocolate saying it's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe.
Oh my gosh.
Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations, secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Global's always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the dark of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe tards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. We end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe tarts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FP, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hear through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Talk tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. I about the speed of sound. 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hey guys, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can I dig through the earth if it's flat?
Well, the furthest we've been is 8 miles.
Huh?
There's no such thing in digging anymore.
There's what?
You can't dig. That's impossible.
You can't dig?
Shovels don't exist.
Oh, okay.
No.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
Yeah.
Shovels are a conspiracy?
Yep. You know.
Got
shovels,
it, man. Thanks, bro.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, me neither. What's a shovel?
Bulldozers? Huge conspiracy.
Yeah, those are like, they're fake. I've only ever seen them going down the streets.
Yeah. Yep.
That's all.
I don't think they scoop anything. I don't.
Yeah, they're just props.
Dirt might not even be real. You know. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I can't remember if I've ever seen them going down the street.
Yep.
All right, makes sense.
I have a question for you too.
Huh?
I have a question for you too, if you don't mind. Can I ask
Yeah,
you?
sure.
Okay. Have you ever been to a funeral?
Have I ever been to a funeral?
Yeah.
Yeah, several. Why?
Was there a hole dug in the ground?
Nah, man. They just burnt the people. Stuck them in the oven and, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Didn't really work too well because, like, the flesh burnt and shit. So, like, yeah.
Come on, ban this idiot clown.
1 sec. Let me get my Doritos.
Yeah.
Shit. All right, bye, guys.
Can you dig?
Yeah.
Maybe you should try.
I've been to a handful of funerals. Most of them, people have been cremated. Also, actually, I've seen an open casket once when a friend died. That was the only open casket I ever saw. When my grandpa died when I was a kid, I'm sorry, no, he was cremated. So yeah, one time with a hole in the ground and all that.
Has anyone
Seems like-
been to a traditional wake?
A what?
A traditional wake where the body is kept in the house, or rather, sorry, where the person is kept at home until the funeral service starts. And
Yeah.
you celebrate it. Yeah, that's an interesting scenario, Lou.
Well, yeah, no, I think you can have a wake without it being at the home too. Like they'll do like a wake service at like a funeral home type thing where they and that's what I saw with my buddy when he wasn't a really close friend, but a friend from high school back in the day that he took his own life and blah 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 blah. But yeah, it was like, the open casket sitting there at the funeral home for like that service, but didn't see him actually get buried.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. I heard a couple of years back that somewhere in Compton there's a drive-through viewing on your family member?
Drive-through viewing?
What?
Due to COVID or what?
No.
Drive
This
through
was
death.
a couple of years back. There's a drive-through where you can view your family member in the casket. I'll go looking for it. It might have been a complete wind-up, but I'll find it.
Recently they were talking about, in my state, they're talking about making Viking funerals legal. So like where they put you on a raft and send you out into a lake or whatever and light it on fire.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's how I want to go. I'm part Viking. I'll take that.
Yeah, that I could. I mean, it was weird. Like the radio DJs and stuff were talking about it, like kind of an interesting topic piece. You know, like it makes you like. So, how many people are really interested, or like how many people have been begging to do Viking funerals? You know, and been told no, that's illegal, and where now they're making it legal. Like, I don't. Is it just a trend, like some company some funeral home that they specialize in Viking funerals and they're getting it passed or what? But I think it's a neat way to, if that's what you want your funeral to be, I think that's neat.
The only I can think of is someone finding a half-burned body somewhere. I don't really know how that would work.
I thought
it just doesn't quite burn up all the way, and it just finds itself on the other shore. Some kid finds it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure if you have like, it would still be done through like a funeral service, and they would, have that all worked out, where the pyre, makes sure to burn it all the way up and whatever.
I know.
But I could see, like, definitely if somebody was of like Nordic, like some of these people, from these Norwegian and Iceland or whatever, like the Viking kind of heritage, these guys, they'll take pride in the fact that they were, like throughout life, they'll be like, I'm a Viking. Like, okay. And I could totally see them wanting that funeral. I think it would be neat. It's a little more, I could see it'd be more of a celebration almost than some just somber funeral, right?
Yeah, it's a celebration because, for
You get to
example,
go
even
sailing.
in Romania, people on funerals, they were envious on the dead because he got rid of all the problems and suffering and pain,
Yeah, well, I mean,
They
and I don't
were
know.
saying, this bastard got rid of them all. He left us here.
Yeah, to suffer on our own.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
same back in my country too. He's gone now,
Yeah.
and now we have to suffer here without him.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly the same, bro.
And when
It's
a
a different way
baby
of
was
looking at it.
born, they were crying, Oh, you stupid fool, you came into this world. You have no idea what's expecting you.
Exactly the same.
Yeah. Exactly the opposite what we're doing today.
Yeah. They do that in back home too. They're happy, and then like after the baby gets born, it's like, oh, you poor thing, why did you come here?
Yeah.
You're in for a world of hurt.
You come in this world clean with all the gifts, and all is gonna happen is nothing else than losing everything. Health, mind, heart, everything you lose, even the body.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They have a new corporation, something in USA, where they take the human bodies and they use them as fertilizer.
Cannon fodder.
They make, yeah, they
Oh
make
yeah, that was
compost.
one that I heard of recently. Also, yeah, they're it started in like I want to say Seattle or something. They've been working
Yeah,
on this and composting human remains.
yeah,
They've been doing
yeah.
it for
Yeah.
years with cows, like cattle and stuff. And now they're doing it with people where they compost you and then they can and I believe the weirdest part about that then is because there's a lot of worry about what they do with the compost. And I believe they've made it legal for them to like spread human remains compost in like farmers' fields and like
Oh,
like for
fuck.
food and stuff. Literally like feeding you to everybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's where it gets kind of messed up. There's gonna be a lot of people who don't want to eat stuff that was grown from the compost of dead people, but I mean,
Well, you see, when they were burying the men in the ground, we know that the worms will be eating you. You know, so that's the
yeah,
natural
you get
process.
composted either way. Like if you want to
Well,
get
it's not like what they do, like what these guys are doing, you know.
right, because they're spreading the
Yeah.
compost as fertilizer right on top of a crop, whereas otherwise it would be like broken down way deeper in the earth and so on and so forth. Like I think you'd yeah, you're getting a little bit more of a direct contact with
Yeah,
with the human.
when
Yeah.
it's eaten by worms or like a ferment process or this putrefaction bacteria, you know, it's very different from what these guys are doing. They take the human bodies and they put them in these machines, make like a paste,
Mincemeat.
you know, and yeah, use that organic matter to fertilize the ground.
Well, what I saw about it, it was no paste. It was like it literally looked um like a mix that you might buy in like a bag at the like lawn and
Yeah.
garden center. It looked like compost. Like it looked
Dehydrated, yeah, dehydrated, but it still has a lot of body oils and stuff, you know,
yeah.
organic matter.
Wow.
Uh,
Oh, some people want to get buried like Vikings, and some people want to be composted.
Not to mention the plethora of pharmaceutical drugs that we all, or a lot of people having them.
See, the composting thing doesn't make all that. It doesn't really make any sense to me though. Like we've been doing cremation forever, and ash is actually like really good for fertilizer too. Like if you wanted to spread it across a crop or where you're planting a tree or like it I don't think it's serving any actual purpose, and the amount of energy you input into composting a human body is probably far more than just incinerating it.
they are definitely doing some wicked, defiled thing.
What kind of a brain do you need to have to think of an idea like that and implement it, like, seriously? Yeah, just
Well,
You're
compost
saying
the
the
body.
composting?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're dealing with. I think you're dealing with these ultra left, um, environmentalist types that they think that I think that's what they're doing. I think that's all it is.
Yeah, it's a special kind of mentality, eh?
The same people that tell us we got to get rid of all cows because they fart too much, and you know.
Well, I saw that the Chinese actually made a synthetic meal, cow meal, but it's not from cows.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a while. Oh boy.
Maybe they make it from bat.
Uh, oh, I've got no words, bro. They've been doing it for a while. It's
Dude, so it's a little change of subject, but for over a year, if you guys have been listening to me, you probably heard me bitching and complaining about all the new phones and like me needing to upgrade, but not knowing if I should just go all out and get a top of the line phone or just say fuck it. Do I even need a phone? It was one or the other. Well, I finally broke down and bought like the top of the line phone in the world right now. The Galaxy S21 Ultra. Thing's a beast. It's big, powerful, does a ton of shit. But I'm pissed off. I knew going into
Why?
buying it. Just all of these phone companies, they're following Apple. I hate Apple. The way that they've removed, extra ports and stuff like that. You get one charging port, and that's it. So if you want to connect anything to your phone, you've got to buy an adapter. Like, there's no headphone jack. If you want to use headphones, you have to buy a USB-C to 3.5 millimeter adapter. Now you can only use your headphones. You can't charge unless you buy the adapter that also has a charge port. And then, these phones are supposed to, they're powerful, so they can do a ton of things. But then you have to buy all these adapters to actually connect most things to them. Unless you buy, proprietary, stuff that's made to all connect wirelessly and this and that. But then it's not, universal. Like, if I want to take this thing over to my dad's house and plug it into his system or whatever, I have to have the right adapters and shit.
Yeah.
So I'm like I bought whatever. I just found one though. I'm looking at this hub that looks really nice. I wish I would have seen it before I ordered one of my other adapters. Well, yeah, they're on the 21. Actually, I just saw a thing on YouTube about the 22. So there's already been the 22 is not out, but the S22 is. They've at least shown a prototype of it.
Is that the one that folds? You got the one that folds?
No, that's the Z Flip. There's the Z Flip and the Z Fold. Those are the folding ones.
I got the what is it, S10 Note, and just after I got that, your one came out. I think one mate got the foldy one, and he said that he stuffed up on him straight away.
Yeah, the folding one is a gimmicky thing. Everybody knew that. Nobody should have ever been suckered into buying a folding phone. Unless a folding screen. It just looks like problems. But this thing, they don't have expandable storage, no SD cards anymore. They don't have a phone jack. They don't have a microphone jack. They don't include earbuds because there's no jack. They want you to buy their Buds Plus or whatever it is the Galaxy Buds. They don't include a charger brick. And so to get the ultra fast charging, you have to buy separately your own charger brick. And this is all stuff Apple did. Now Galaxy copied and everybody else is copying. So you pay a shit ton for these phones nowadays, and they don't even give you what you need to charge the thing properly.
But they just thought everything else was extra card, the jack to charge and all that. It's just a headache.
But this thing has the it's got 5 cameras on the backside of it. So it's got the what they call moon zoom. So just with the phone, like it takes not quite P900 pictures, but you can see some pretty good detail on the moon with just a phone like camera. It's pretty wild. We can take
5 cameras.
5 cameras on the back, 1 on the front.
Well,
it takes I can take 8K video at 24 frames per second, or 4K at 60, or I can take 4K at 120, or I think 60 frames, or maybe it's 120. And 1080p for sure, it takes at 120 frames per second. The 10 times zoom is beautiful. The one they call moon zoom, you lose a lot of the resolution on it, but you still like it doesn't look as high a quality, but you can still for proof of seeing something at a long distance, like you can still see it. It's good. Yeah, it's got the ultra high definition screen, like at super wide. Things wild. But it is it's a hungry beast though. Sorry, what's that?
Okay, you can run Windows and stuff on that,
Probably. The thing's got, if I wanted to root it or something, I probably could. Because I've got 256 gigabytes of internal storage on it, and it's got 12 gigabytes of RAM on a phone. Yeah, that's plenty to run. That's plenty to run Windows.
Yeah. How cheap is this phone?
How cheap? $1,300.
Not fair.
Oh my god.
Well, $1,300.
You say 12 gigs of RAM in a phone?
Yeah.
What the heck? What do you do with that? What?
Yeah.
Like it's future forward. You thinking, like this thing's ready. My last phone I had for 5 years. This thing's gonna be ready for the next 5.
But what kind of GPU or CPU you have to run on a phone to even use anything with 12 gigs of RAM?
That RAM for the virtual reality. Is virtual reality ready?
It's got an octa-core Snapdragon or something like that, or like an 8-core Snapdragon.
I thought AMD was gonna start put like little GPUs in phones, but I don't know if they're actually gonna start doing that to a full extent like I thought they would have.
Yeah, it runs Call of Duty Mobile pretty freaking seamlessly, which is a really heavy game for mobile gaming. But like, yeah, see, like, I mean, I've got my drone and everything, and bought less than last fall, and that takes 8K, along with this phone taking 8K. So like, the reason for these really high, the storage amounts, like 256 on board. There's, like I said, there's no expandable storage, so there's no SD card if I want to add to it. I've got a huge movie collection and music collection and stuff. Like I could easily take up the 256 gigs. I can see it, happening. Like when I bought it, my boss, he's like, what are you? Because we went into the store and they only had the 120. I'm like, so do you only have the 120 gig here? Or can you only get the 120? He's like, well, we could order the 256. I'm like, well, let's order it then. And my boss, he's like, what are you going to need 256 gigabytes for? You'll never use that. You'll never use the 120. I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? That's That's what I said when I bought the 8 gig. That's what I said when I bought the 16 gig. That's what I said on the 32 gig. That's what I said on the 64 gig. That's what. Yeah.
Well, you have to hurry up and scrutinize the videos on the internet, download and save them, because they're gonna be gone soon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got a Samsung external solid state drive, also a 2 terabyte, just 2 terabyte SSD, which is really small and compact. So like that's another thing is like that's where I keep my huge movie collection and music and stuff, and some backups for a lot of like YouTube videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can plug that. It's good for flat smacking or truth telling, red pilling. Like I can take it to the family reunion with that, grab that SSD, and if I get in a conversation with one of my cousins, I can be like, "Here, you need to watch this." Or you need, like, there it is. Even if YouTube took it, because I've got it.
Well, for home storage, I recommend something that has 1 petabyte or something like that.
Yeah.
Because
petabyte.
nowadays, even people, I mean, with how much people can save, nowadays, 2 terabytes is quite small,
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not backing up nearly as much as some people are. 2 terabytes has been good enough for me so far.
Yeah.
I mean, a 2 terabyte solid state external is a pretty expensive external. Like the solid state drives are way like they're more than double the price of an
Those are very
like
expensive.
HHD.
It's not worth. I mean, yeah, you can find SATA hard drives, disk, with high speed transfer, and they are much more cheaper.
Yeah, they're at least half the price.
Yeah.
But are they as reliable? That especially if you're going to use it as like a on the go kind of a thing. They don't take the bangs and the bumps and the bangs and or the heat or as well. They're not as good for if you're trying to actually play a game or play a movie or something straight off of it. They're more for like a backup to transfer.
Yes. For storage.
Yeah. Yeah, with the SSD, you can use it like it's an internal. You can just plug it in and go.
Yeah. On laptops and computers, you can use this SSD hard drive as extra memory.
Yeah. Anyway, though, so it's like, yeah, there's really we just touched on a whole bunch of them. There's a ton of things you can do with these new top of the line phones, but then they limit you. Like, you got one fucking port, and you have to buy all the adapters or whatever to be able to do all those things. Whereas when the Android phones first came out, every time like the new feature would be, well, this is why you should buy this phone because this phone includes an HDMI port and this phone includes and you could do all that stuff straight off the phone when you bought it, and it came with a charger and it came with earbuds and it,
Well, you just have to make sure that now everything you buy is like wireless, Bluetooth, headphones, everything wireless.
Yeah, well, and most things are nowadays. You can't, but like, let's say you're going on a vacation or whatever, and you're going to be staying at a relative's house or something.
Well, you're gonna be a bubble.
They're not gonna necessarily have all the stuff that's compatible with your shit. So you either got to bring all your own freaking other technology, or you could just bring some wired adapters and stuff like that, and you can plug into anything.
True.
Because your relative or wherever you're going might have 10-year-old a 10-year-old stereo and a 10-year-old TV, right? Like
How long did you test the battery? Like how long does it stays on?
I still have to do some optimizing for it, but it's supposed to have, what is it? I forget. It lasts pretty good. It's got a, what is it, 20,000? No. Sorry, 5,000 microamp. But it lasts the day for sure. And then with the super fast charging, I can go from 0 to 100 in about an hour.
I think they implemented a lot of this low power microchip. So the voltage they are operating is very, very low.
Yeah, no, oh, dude, I'm
below
getting
1 volt.
for the super fast charging. Like, that's like another thing. Also, is like you see a lot of these fast chargers and stuff like that that have like 60, 80, 100 watt, chargers to get the fast charge. In order to get the fast charge on this phone, it has to be 25 watts. And really the magic with these phones nowadays, the batteries haven't improved that much. It's more about power management, how they
yeah. Well, you need now to buy those Google glasses casket, so have a virtual reality experience.
I'm surprised that Google Glass didn't take off more. Maybe it just wasn't ready. I think if they keep putting R&D into that technology, that I would have guessed 10 years ago. It was about 10 years ago, probably, that Google Glass first brought up.
No, I think it's more of the public adopting it. The technology is probably there. It's the adoption of public saying, because people see that and they're like, those people are dumb, as opposed to, hey, maybe I want one of those.
Yeah, I would have guessed that would have taken off by now, 10 years ago. I thought that was the next thing.
Well, your phone.
Well, once the technology gets really good. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say real quick that once the technology gets really, really good, where you can have the augmented stuff and where it can be super crazy whiz bang, as opposed to just the very beginning of it, it might be more adopted.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the problem is going to be getting the amount of life and the amount of power and technology or whatever into something that looks good, that looks stylish. Because, to do all the stuff that your phone does in a pair of glasses and then more because of the augmented reality, like, the user interface will have to be perfected and it's got to look good if people are going to be wearing it on their face all over the place, and it can't be bulky. It can't be heavy.
It's got to be like Iron Man's glasses,
like a mask.
And it's got to last all day. It's got to last all day because people are going to be addicted to the darn things. They're not going to want to take them off to charge them.
Yeah.
Just like a mask.
If they wear a mask, they'll put anything on their face.
One for wearing outside and about public while the home one is charging, and when you get home, you switch to your home glasses, and the other one can charge. Or, and then you could have one that's while you sleep, you could have like ones that block out, you get darkness and they get little,
Well, dude, and to the point where who knows what they're putting in these jabs and all that, and how they're you can see a lot of technology R&D going in right now to utilizing the human body, like blending with technology. I could see them turning us into batteries for our glasses. Somehow the glasses charge off of us. Our movements are, that kind of a thing.
Now, the next iteration will just come in with a built-in, new Google, glasses with built-in face shield and mask. Get them now before they're sold out.
Well, and see that now the thing is does the technology make it there for the glass before something like an Elon Musk neural laced thing that it's just in your head and you don't even need the glasses? Because that's, if it's just in you, then the glasses
they
thing
might
is
just
already.
they'll skip the glasses and put it right in your eyeball.
Yeah.
No, they don't go there to implanting a chip in your head because that is a very invasive method, and they know that vast majority of people will never accept that.
I don't know about that.
What they are actually
The whole world
researching.
getting injected with stuff right now, willingly, lining
but
up for it. So maybe, I don't know.
I'm telling you, when it's about a chip implant into your brain skull, not everyone is going easy for that.
I don't know. Everyone I know, like all the younger people around me, not saying they're young or old, but just here around seeing everybody talk about Elon Musk, they want everything he's selling, including the brain chip. They openly talk about it, and I hear
that
all
sounds
different
good.
walks of
Yeah,
life.
it's
They want it.
older people don't want it.
You
Unless it's
hit the
mandatory and it's going to save lives, then they have to get it.
you hit like the 25 and under, all of them want it. That's all they talk about is I want the chip. I want
And
this. I
the
want that.
way I see it, this is why they pushed this tattoo and body tattoo and piercing things, So after generations, when this becomes a normality, a chip implant into the brain doesn't sound that crazy,
But also, this new generation has grown up with the internet and phones. We didn't. So we don't see it as a cumbersome device we have to carry. We're like, wow, we get to carry this device and it has all the stuff on it. As opposed to kids now, they've no idea, not having access to that kind of information or tools or whatever with you at all times.
What they have no idea is that kind of world where when these things did not exist, they don't know how that world looks like, like the world in the 80s. It was very different.
All this stuff is
I've seen
all these
they have-
cyberpunk games and cyberpunk type movies. Your sci-fi, like all this stuff has been talking for a while. Looking basically, you can see with augmented reality and shit like that. Like that's the future we're headed into right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm partial. Like maybe I'm like a Gemini on this, right? I see the benefit and the double-edged sword of it. Like, who's in charge of that technology ultimately? That's a problem. Ease of use and how cool it could be. When I think, wow, that's another whole different rabbit hole. Because I think maybe they're creating technology which should be freely, abundantly capable within our human body already. We're just taught not to use it, to pay for their version of it. But that's.
No, like people used to be able to just use telepathy to communicate wirelessly at any distance, and now we have to do it electronically. We've been dumbed down and taught not to use that part of our brain.
Well, right. Everyone knows that they've all been dialing someone's number and that person calls them. We've all done that so many times. What are the statistical likelihood of that happening that many times? Come on.
The fingerprint reading sensor is now on the screen of your phone. right?
Yeah, you just have to look at
no,
stuff.
yeah, I know. That's how my phone is too. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not like an extra button. It's
Good,
right there in
good.
the screen.
Now, let me tell you something. They have a technology where they put some sensors on the head of a cat. They show an image to that cat, and those sensors are reading the image which the cat sees with her eyes. Those sensors are reading the cat's brain, and they show it on a computer screen.
Well, that's got to be the same technology that they've already talked
Yeah.
about being able to take
Well,
pictures
this
of your
this
pictures of
kind
your
of
dreams.
sensors, yeah, this kind of sensors, they already have them in the mobile phone.
Sounds like Westworld.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've because I never take selfies, or I never ever on any phone. I'm just not that kind of person. I never use the camera that faces me, on the forward facing camera, or so I taped that thing, but I'm like, I'm guessing this thing's looking at me through the screen, not through that little fucking hole.
Yeah, through the screen.
No, you know what I mean? That hole right there that I
know,
taped,
yeah,
that's the one
yeah,
that's the one that's for me. The one that's for them looks straight through the screen.
Yeah. It has something with electrostatics and this kind of stuff, because the phone detects your finger when it approaches the screen, and it has also pressure sensors. It's crazy.
Well, ever since a couple of phones ago, all the new Android phones or the Google phones, they went to like where they have to use gesture navigation. Like you can turn off gesture navigation and use buttons, but it has to be in the phone, which means the one forward facing lens, I have it taped, but gestures still work. So
That
clearly
gesture stuff is
clearly
old.
watching through the screen.
You know that gesture stuff, that's old stuff.
Yeah.
I remember I had a phone that had that, and that's like, I don't know how many years ago. All the new gesture stuff they're talking about, that's been
Well,
out
I'm
for a
not saying
while.
that that's brand new. Like I said, that's been a few phones ago, but ever since then, they have to
But
have that.
what I guess what I'm saying is, think about, they didn't really release it in all the phones until they could get what they wanted from it. Because it's
Right.
not like that stuff wasn't there. They just didn't. They wanted to get something out of it for them.
Yeah.
So they had to go back in there and fine tune it, find what they could take from you.
Well, it's really smart.
Apparently
When I saw that a few years ago, that Google was doing that, making that mandatory, right away, the thing that came into my mind, because like I said, I tape lenses. I was like, does that mean if I tape my lens, it's going to make me have like no control over my phone? Like you can only use it if it's allowed to stare at you?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently they don't need to read your addresses or read your data. They can apparently read the pixels off your screen and then compare those pixels to other known databases of other things that can bring up a website or bring up whatever. They don't need the actual website address. They can literally read the pixels on your screen. So while everyone's talking about securing the camera and taping the camera, that's fine. You're not protecting the pixels on your monitor that can be read.
I don't know. I just when it comes to like the cover case that I bought has a lens cover for the other side also. I just always try to keep that shit covered unless I'm using it for something that I want. When I do tape, when I do tape, I use like painter's tape, so it really easily peels off. I can use it. I can stick it back on.
The fact that gestures still work has been blowing my mind for the past 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's all over. Like, again, they're not going to basically give out these phones for not free, but for a monthly fee. But it's cheap enough that everyone has one. They're all black boxes and do mostly the same thing. They're not going to be releasing that unless they have something to gain for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they had that gesture stuff for a while. I don't think they had it dialed in right where they could get what they wanted out of you. So just imagine all the because what we type and what the screen says, that's all fine and who really cares? But when you can set your phone down and it who knows how far out it can read for all these gestures that it supposedly senses.
Yeah, right.
If you want the best experience from your phone, Lou, you have to buy that head gasket where you put your phone inside it and you will use it as a virtual reality helmet.
Yeah, just tape it to just
try that one. And you'll see that the phone screen is focusing the light, is adapting the light and everything to project inside your eye. It's reading your eye movements and stuff like that, and the way your eye is focusing.
Yeah. No, oh, dude, like since the beginning of Galaxy phones, they've had like the Retina sensor and stuff like that, where it knows if you're looking at the screen and keeps the screen on. Like that always creeped me out. I'm like, this thing is literally reading your Retina from, like, and if you know anything like about gambling, it knows you can get a lot of tells from somebody's eyes.
Oh yes, yeah.
So they could like, for example, if some kind of news company sets out some article, would they be able to? Well, of course they would, but they could sell the data of what caught your eye in the article, and where you looked it at the most, or they could use it even in a video.
That's part of it. Like, okay, so instead of an article, let's say you're advertising a product, right? Like they've shown you an advertisement, and they can see right away if it's something that you like or dislike based off of how your eyes react. If and so now they know that this is something you're interested in, and then they can direct more things like that to you. And yeah, they're selling that. That's what these things are made for, basically, is for advertising, collecting data, directly advertise. It's a way for companies to make money off of you, and to be more efficient in their advertising and directing their sales.
Have you tried that with just your thoughts before?
Yeah, it works. It works. They read your thoughts. Yeah,
dude, I
I
swear
had it happen. This one, yes, very long time ago. Yeah.
Dude, happened to me like 2 weeks ago. Like I didn't type anything in. Well, I guess I did buy something, but right after I bought it, it showed up on my phone. But my phone's not attached to anything that could read a transaction, so I have no clue how it knew I bought this item, and it just showed up.
I just talked about this.
What I hate is why. Oh no! Why do they send you ads for something you just bought? That happens to me all the time. I hate it.
How does it know I bought it?
I think it has something to do with the Wi-Fi resonance frequencies. They can read somehow the brain waves, alpha brain waves, and stuff like that.
No, okay. Just about a month ago, maybe some of you were here.
Yeah.
I dropped my daughter off and at her mom's, and on my way home, I was driving behind a Jeep because I've been thinking about possibly getting a new car, and this one Jeep, I was like, yeah, that looks pretty nice. It's all-wheel drive. I live in like a snowy climate. I was thinking in my head, like maybe just that might be a good car for me. I was looking at its height, because I got a low overhead door on my garage. I was like, that looks low enough that it would still fit. And I was just thinking that in my head. Less than I don't know, I want to say 2 hours later, not even. I got a text message on my phone for a Carfax report for the same Jeep that I was looking at and considering buying.
Oh my God! Yeah, it's
That's
no coincidence. Yeah,
It's crazy.
Like the same car or the
Same car, the same
Yeah,
car with a Carfax report and a price on it.
Holy crap, that's crazy. I've had some weird stuff like very close to that, but nothing that is like max level.
Talking about a YouTube video suggestion. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about a text message with an actual fucking Carfax report for a car that's being sold. The price, you know, the price of it and its history. Blah 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 blah. Freaked me out. And I came in here and I told people about it, and they're like, and half the people were saying that I was just paranoid, and it's just because that's how good AI is. I'm that predictable. Fuck you. Fuck, you know, like I didn't say anything out loud. I didn't search anything. You know, my phone couldn't see the car in front of me even. Okay, like, you know, it like how the hell did it do that?
Yeah,
also the fact that it's a text message and not some like suggestion, suggestion for something. A text message? That's next level.
Well, I've seen this documentary about Predpol in USA, and they showed how the AI instructed the police officers to patrol on certain streets at certain hours and legitimate certain person, you know. And they sent some police officers on a residential area at like 12 o'clock. And there was a guy, like some black Jamaican guy with Rasta hair and stuff, you know, like obviously not from that kind of neighborhood, you know. He didn't belong there. And when they legitimate him, they found he was wearing a stolen Rolex. He had some drugs on him, and I think a knife or something like that. And when they check him up, he was released on parole, you know. So, and when the police were searching him, he started crying like, "Oh, come on, man! I got some little weed on me. You're gonna put me back in?" You know, he knew he got in trouble. But yeah, how did the AI knew to send those policemen right at that time? And they were instructed at 12 o'clock to be there on the street, you know. Yeah. And there was nobody else on the street, only that guy and the police.
Wasn't there a recent court case that exonerates Snowden and Assange to say that the NSA had been spying on people, breaking the law? They break the law when they do that. When they just fish and trawl through metadata.
No, they want us to believe that they are breaking the law and that nobody has the right to surveil on us and stuff like that. Actually, that's not true.
So it's in the small print of your when you buy your phone that they can use all your information.
Yes. This is what the corporations are pushing, you know, because these businesses are based on secrecy, like intellectual property, you know. You have to pay to use that IP and you commercialize it. So you are in this business program. But if you just do it by yourself, then you're a pirate.
Okay, so I've got an app that will not allow my phone to go to Twitter or to YouTube or to any of these sites. It goes to it takes the data and gives it to me, but my phone is not connecting to that. My phone is quite unique, I think. It's a contract phone, so I'll be getting rid of it in September. Then I'm getting the Linux phone, the Pine phone. And I've got an app that tells me if, because my phone is so locked down, I've got an app that tells me when the microphone gets activated. It actually alerts me immediately, or when my camera is in use.
Yeah.
And you know,
Which phone is that?
I've got a Sony Xperia.
Oh.
So last year, I mean, before that, I was kind of aware. But last year, when all these things started happening, I got so angry at everything. You know, I just thought, well, enough is enough. When YouTube banned me, they said I could make an appeal. And I think the message that in my appeal, telling them exactly what they can go and do, I suppose they never read it, because now I was already banned. Why would they bother? Yeah. I just think it's ludicrous that somebody should know what you're doing in every minute of the day, even when you're sleeping.
Yeah. Well, what's even more ludicrous about that is their data, not yours. You do not have the right to ask for what information they collected on you.
Yeah.
So you do have a right, though, to have your information scrubbed, or is that just a fallacy as well? Because
you can ask for them to delete data and stuff like that. All they do is delete it for your ability to see it. They still have it.
Yeah.
But what traction does that give them?
If you hack your ISP, you will find all your data in their server.
Still, what
all the logs. Yeah.
What does that allow them to? You know, what can they do with that?
They're building basically an artificial intelligence you inside of a simulation is basically what they're doing.
So they can target better ads to you.
That's like the reason they tell you. There's more than it's more what's the right word? Well, it's dangerous basically. That's not the right one, but it's
insidious.
It's more insidious than that, yeah.
It's so they know what conditioning responses are going to work on you the best. What you're going to be most susceptible to. So they know how to control your mind and make you decide what they want you to decide.
I don't have ads on my computer. I don't have ads on my phone. I have ad blocker. I have never
They don't just use ads.
No, I don't see ads.
That means you actually cannot look any kind of websites, because some websites do not allow you to visit if you have an ad blocker, so you can't visualize those websites.
Then that is the price that I pay.
Yeah,
I
but
realize
these kind of websites are actually websites where you find like hacker forums, piracy stuff, things that are free, but they are flooded with a lot of advertising also because, these are like individual people. He's trying to make some information accessible, like movies, music, everything, you just go and download from them, but they must put all these ads on their website because they get money to keep all this server up online,
To get clicks.
So yeah, it's a compromise,
So I buy stuff from Wayfair. I bought things for my garden and other things, and there is a. If you go on there, they say you don't have to pay cash for whatever you're buying. You can split the payment, and there's a company called Klarna. And so a Swedish friend was telling me a few days ago that the Klarna data got so messed up that when people went in to see their data, they saw somebody else's data, but not their own. And it was a massive scandal in Sweden. I've been looking to see if there's any news of that, because now I've noticed that Klarna on other websites as well. So they're offering you, credit, basically.
Yeah.
And nobody even talks about that, and I think that is so prevalent. Like data getting lost or exposed or stolen.
Yeah. Well, I bankrupted a airline company. I bankrupted, there was a company in the early 2000s that you register and you make all sort of, you become like an affiliate, promote all sort of websites and products and stuff, and they give you a percentage. Yeah, I them and I bankrupt them too. Like I took quite a lot of money from them. I mean, yeah, I just got into their server and I play with the numbers. So I put all those numbers in my account, and they sent me the money after that. Like, yeah, like I did all that work,
It's probably a good thing I never learned to code or hack. It's probably a good thing.
Yes. I mean, it steals your soul very quickly, like these financial powers, I mean, money are very, very seducing to people. You fall down that pit very quickly because, yeah, everybody, I mean, money in this world, they don't better your life, but it affects your lifestyle a little better. Gives
I just want a simple life. I just want to be a hermit, grow some carrots, talk to the bunny rabbits. I am quite misanthropic. I don't really like people. Yes, I can do fine with my own company. So
when my city football team had a soccer match with an Italian soccer team, they had to go to Italy to fly. I sold them all the tickets to all those players and the whole plane. Like the company got no money for that, like the airline for those.
I mean, the majority of crime today in the world is actually electronic. It's not. Yeah. It's not a robber running into a bank with a balaclava with a gun in his hand, saying, "Hand over the money." It's these, Nigerian princes and these Romanian bad boys.
PCUSA.com. I mean,
it's printing money and loaning it back to the people that they give it to at interest. Oh, wait, that's the Federal Reserve.
Mm-hmm.
I would say there's plenty of crimes happening in Congress, but that's another story.
Those criminals get off while the small-time crooks get the bag. They're the ones that get pinned while the big kingpins at the top get off scot-free.
And NSA, actually, they are hackers, they are scammers, they are all of these things. But at a governmental level, they are like legal doing it. NSA, I don't see it like some sort of what its abbreviation means, National Security Agency. It has nothing to do with that.
No, so when this court case came to its conclusion, they said that Snowden should be given a hero's welcome, and he should be allowed to come back into the country.
NSA, I think, about
country
a governmental program to fight against any private company that manages to write some sort of new code, create some sort of platform which they cannot control it. Like, they have to know everything.
So about the Edward Snowden thing, when he left, I saw politicians on the TV saying how they would hang him for treason. They wanted his head.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the thing is that whole Edward Snowden thing, think about it. You know how hindsight makes things a little more clear. And I thought of this a long time ago, but it's just what really came out of that whole Snowden thing? Nothing changed. The NSA it came out that the NSA was spying on their girlfriends and on you.
Yeah.
Illegally, right? Nothing happened. They didn't say you have to stop doing that. All they did when Congress or whatever it was, they made it so that was now legal. Okay, so everything that Snowden said that they were doing that was illegal is just now legal. It was their way of. It was their way of.
And I wouldn't say nothing happened. Didn't they get a budget increase?
Yeah. Right. Because now it was legal. Because now they had to spy on millions of more people because it was now legal to spy on Americans.
I heard someone else talk about it. It was it's just a way for them to get it off their chest, and for people to go, yeah, they're spying on me. Who cares? I'll just let them do it. It's a way to for us to accept it and just
for
move on.
decades before. Yeah,
it's like, okay, they told me. I don't really care now. Who really cares about this? As long as they don't take my guns, whatever. They just keep moving the line over and over and over.
The thing is also when it happened, like I said, the politicians, especially the conservatives, were talking about hanging this dude, like wanting him dead. And if you really think he could have just escaped and gone and done all these interviews and shit without the United States catching up with him, if they wanted him dead, he'd fucking be dead. This stuff wouldn't be out there with him doing YouTube videos and freaking videos on who knows what, like with news companies, freaking Al Jazeera and whoever else, right?
We can chase Osama bin Laden in a pickup truck across the desert, but we can't find Edward Snowden.
Yes, exactly. They did 10 years finding that guy, if he was even real, right? 10 years finding bin Laden. Come on, man.
Easy
Come on, man.
Yeah, and then they went into his compound and found him on the very top floor with only women and children in the house, and they had to shoot him in the head.
And they couldn't show you the video because it's too graphic, but just trust us,
Yeah, and they threw him out in the ocean because why would we take him
but they'll
with
show
us?
you massacres apparently on TV, but they won't show you The biggest terrorist getting shot in the head. Yeah.
The sharks ate him.
Or the body, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Okay, but didn't a lot of those special ops who went that night in that helicopter, didn't they end up killing themselves?
They died, right? They died in a helicopter
Like
crash.
a high rate of accidents and stuff.
It's a really weird story after all that.
Yeah, like that SEAL Team
Yeah.
6, a high rate of
Of course, it was
suicide,
SEAL Team 6.
accidents, all kinds of. There's a helicopter that killed like half of them, like a helicopter crash.
Mm-hmm.
High rate of sacrifice, suicide, you meant?
Yeah.
It's a good story.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were just the SEAL team, apparently the most trained men to take abuse in the world. They just, kill themselves.
I wonder how much of a threat lone wolves are. I know the pipeline shutdown was very sus, and they did say afterwards that they paid a ransom of millions to get the pipeline hack removed. That's what happened, isn't it?
Lies.
The
They paid
manual
each other a
pipes.
couple of million.
Yeah, there was there's so much going on in the world, but they did say afterwards that I think it was 3, maybe 5 million. They were held to ransom. And I see in Florida there's people showing their cars are on like a quarter tank.
That's like a hacker trying to hold you up for 5 million and saying they're taking your microwave captive when all you gotta do is just open it. Like that was the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. All the
It's a manual
controls are
thing.
manual.
Yeah, what the are people like
pipeline.
mentally? Well, yeah, I was gonna say they're mentally ill. Yes, they are.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And I live next to a lumber yard. Well, not a lumber yard, but it turned into one. It's I don't know what it is. It's like kind of like a shipping area where they just offload all the lumber and put them onto trucks. And it's plain as day. It's out in the open. Everyone can see it. It's higher than the rest of the buildings at this point. I don't understand how people just don't see it.
Yeah, well, but when you go to get some water, you put your hands underneath the tap, and you just pray for the water to come out instead of turning the nozzle. That's how it usually works, isn't it? God. Oh, we're in the world ahead, bro. Terrorists controlling the actual nozzle.
I don't know, but my work involves me logging into a national database, and this database that I work with, it's got physical and mental health data, all in one easy, accessible place. Not only that, the social services departments can all look at the data on there, no restriction, and the police can do the same. So, I mean, a couple of years ago when people were talking about that, there was a lot of talk and people were quite outraged. So in the UK, you are opted in automatically for data sharing across, all these services. So everything is integrated. And if you don't specifically, opt out, and nobody tells you, they don't come and knock on your door and say, oh, hey, by the way. So if you don't go through the process of opting out, it's the same with organ donation. They've gotten around in the UK now to legislating that when you die, your body is no longer your property. So they can remove your organs.
Take it.
And you have opted in unless you opt out.
That's the same here. That's the way it's always been. Like for organ donor, when you go get your driver's license, you can get that organ donor stickers the way it used to be. Nowadays, it's not a sticker. It's just you check the box or not, and then it goes into there. If you don't, except for I think here it's an opt-in, not an opt-out, I believe. Yeah, but yeah, they're see, a lot of people don't fill it out at all. Actually, I'm sorry. You can opt in or out when you first get your license. You can also change it when you renew your license. But if you don't fill it out at all, which you can do when you originally get your license, if you don't fill it in at all, then they do whatever they want with you. Yeah, they can harvest anything they want.
Fertilizer.
There was, I know when I got my license, they had the sticker, right? And that was, even with normies that back then, think of how times have changed. Normies, when I first got my license, high school age, 16 years old, said don't ever opt in as a donor or be for organ donor, because if you do, they'll just let you die if something happens. That was normies.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit from, like, they don't give you certain medical treatments that would extend your life if you're on your deathbed. They just cut you off.
But look at people today. The shit that they're letting them get away with. Normies would tell you, when you get your license, make sure not to do this. Because if you get into a car accident, they'll let you die.
Yeah, well, that's also how the fiscal budget is structured. I think the cutoff here is something like £30,000. If it's not going to prolong your life with at least 15 years, chances are you won't make it. As far as like some major surgery and like post-op treatment, if it exceeds a certain amount and the payoff it doesn't exceed something like 15 years, then it's just like, oh well, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, we have whether people think it or not, there's like a price on our heads. Not like someone is trying to kill us in a sense, but we have an estimated price above our heads, and all this data that these things gather, that it also tells them, what we're going to contribute to their system. So they weigh all these risks and, how much should we help this person? How long should this person live? What kind of, poison should I be feeding this person? And they just keep running that over and over again. I think that's how they got to determining all these factors of when you live, when you die, when you should receive this.
It's a game. They already have insurance on your death as soon as you're born. People should look that up.
Also, corporations, companies can take out. There's a special type of insurance plan policy that they can take out on their employees without their employees even knowing about it. They don't have to sign anything, but they can take out life insurance policies on their employees and collect benefits on the death.
And gamble on it too. There's they've got these special people that determine,
It's clearly
when people should die. It's fucking real awesome and twisted in the head.
There's clearly something. You hear all the different conspiracy theories when it comes to things like about, like sex trafficking or human trafficking, I guess, or like organ harvesting, or when it comes to abortion, stem cell research, like all of this. There's something clearly going on when you put all of this stuff together. Number of missing people. The government's interest in or corporations' interest in like what happens with your body, like all this stuff somehow fits together, and you get all kinds of conspiracy theories that I think they're dancing around the truth, and then they're filling in a whole bunch of blanks with these wild stories, so they sound like lunatics, but they're close to something. Like they're just not putting it all together.
They made it matter too much for us to ignore it.
I was going to say, you can check it out. As soon as you're born, you have insurance policy for your death. This is not me making it up. You can check it out. Anybody can.
As far as I'm concerned, economies they are like an organic thing. So economies must be allowed to contract at some point. That's just the way nature works. And if everything wasn't so rigged, and if we didn't have these thieves, these robbers who were robbing us day in and day out, they tax us while we sleep. Then because they are looking at demographics, they are saying, well, we've got this many in this age bracket and this many in that age bracket. Oh, God, we've got too many old people. They all have to die. Because they must be making their projections like 10, 20, 30, whatever years ahead. And so now we've reached that critical mass where the demographics just aren't right anymore. So, Soylent Green, if you're over X age.
I forget what the actual technical term is, but when you said there's people making predictions about when and what demographics are going to go, there's a special name for them. I forget what the technical name is, but yeah.
So they are so pernicious that they will not allow these economies to. I mean, look at Europe, the superstate. That is such a complete clusterfuck. Excuse my French. In terms of the economy of it, in terms of how they regulate everything and over-regulate and steal and rob their people, and they will not let their economies contract. So if you have that many older people in your demographic, and not that many people are adding to the tax coffers, then your economy has to contract, and that can be like, it can shift your economic activity. It can happen in so many ways, but they don't want that. They just want things to continue because it's what they want. That's the way it has to be for them, for their ease and for their comfort. So this whole invasion of Middle Eastern people into Europe, to augment the workforce, that is all about economics. It's got nothing to do with bleeding liberal, bleeding heart liberals. It's all follow the money.
Yep.
They are basically saying that older people have no value to society. That is how evil they are.
Well, it did have value, but they don't have enough money to pay them anymore. So that's why you get what we have now. Is pretty much just killing it. If you look at some of the reports of the things going on, I read like the average age of all the death was, I think it was about 60 to 70. So they're just killing off people that the government owes money to. They don't have the money to give them.
They do, they just don't want to give it.
Well, in the 50s when it was the era when people were recovering from the war and the world was returning to a semblance of normalcy, the phrase, the American dream, I don't know if that American dream, was like a thing before then, but mothers didn't used to work. It wasn't like now mom and dad in a family, they both have to work. The children are raised virtually by strangers. Family time is like so at a premium. And now it's been further eroded by this invasion of technology, where people would rather spend time, staring at a screen instead of talking to each other. So, and now I remember a German woman saying that there was a massive influx of foreigners into the country who were given, money, housing, education, and this was taxpayer funded. And her husband couldn't even think of having a child because in their situation, even though they both held down full-time jobs, they just didn't see their way clear to her stopping work to have a baby. That would have such a huge financial impact on them. So it's destroyed, it's destroyed the nuclear family. And the world is not a better place for it.
Yeah, they do that. They create hate as well. You just see somebody come in. They did the same thing here. See, like, dudes that have been here for like 6 months, can't even say hello, hi in English, how's your day? Driving $100,000 car. I'm like, what the it doesn't work. Okay. That's how they do it. They just chop here, chop there.
Yeah, it's all very dystopian. I mean, if you... My brother is one of those people, and he's got a very high IQ. I was always in his shadow as a child. My very smart elder brother. And, he's got this view that one day we will be driving like flying cars, and he thinks the system will just carry on and things will become more dystopian and advanced, like some science fiction story.
The Jetsons.
Yeah. And I don't see humanity surviving this. It's an unnatural state that we find ourselves in. That is my contention.
It's a bad state of affairs.
Yeah, I growing up in Africa, I'm used to when I was a kid, I'm used to open spaces, not a lot of people surrounding, and now I'm living in Babylon, and I have to say it's a trash life in this rat race. It really is.
Anything goes in Babylon, as I say.
It's just such a treadmill, that you don't really have time to enjoy the simple things. People are so far removed from the natural world, from sitting under a tree in the sunshine, staring up at the clouds.
They don't really find joy in that anymore as well, which is the other thing. The system's crap as it is, but people don't find joy in, as you said, sitting down, looking at the sky, or going out for a picnic, whatever, for a walk or something like that,
Yeah.
It's like they need their own personal chord gesture or something like that. I don't know.
I went on the Gutenberg Library and I read some of Socrates' stuff. It's a long time ago. But they describe Socrates where he lived. The men would come and they would sit, and Socrates had this vine, so there was some shadow there for them to sit and talk, talk stuff, talk about stuff. And when I came to this server, I thought it was so amazing to hear men talking about this, that, and the other. And it's sort of I had this impression, that's like how it used to be in the day of Socrates.
They managed to pervert that and take it away.
I don't know. Was it inevitable that we would reach this point where these evil people are telling us the world is overpopulated and we are staring, at a situation that resembles a coal? People said after the First and Second World War, oh, we must remember what happened here so that it could never happen again. But what the hell exactly is going on here right now?
Well, the remembering part is not really functioning. Even from their point of view, even the ones that are not very kind, they're just some are blatantly evil. They call this the sort of the, what do they call it? It's like the omega point. So they're gonna find out if they can get away with it or not.
But do you think they have the wherewithal to orchestrate this on the level that they are doing? Did they all get the blueprints like 10 years ago and they all maneuvered themselves into position and they're all singing from the same hymn book, so to speak?
Yeah, well, as far as I know, they operate around 500 to 600 years ahead. And that's from what I know, documentation that I have.
But so then,
not the 50 or 100 years, 500-600 years, the plan.
so then these are not the plans of man.
Well, it's kind of both. They've got their, sort of out their view of whatever this place is meant to be like, and their own way that they perceive, the creator or God, whatever you want to call him. The ones up the top just are kind of, they're just like the ones up the top. Some are good, some are bad, some of them are just laughing. But the ones that are like perpetrating this, they have plans with like 500 to 600 years of worth of planning ahead.
Yes, but considering that they are just mere mortals, just like everybody else, a bus can run them over. What is it with the world? Is it because we have strayed so far from the good book that people don't even consider that there might be, this another plan that's also in action? Are they so? What do they think they are immortal?
No, they just stick to I say it on here a lot, like a few people do things and they can control 80%, the 10% us like us, and the other 10% are them. The problem is the other side, that's 80%. Most people don't put anything into motion. That's the problem. These people put things into motion physically and metaphysically, and they know how to do it properly. So, we sort of dissuade from doing something, just say physically, whether it's intellectually or going out and just saying no with our voices, whatnot, because somebody upstairs has got a plan and they'll leave it to him. But the other thing is, the guy upstairs has let you be here so you can make up your mind what you're going to do. If you're going to do something, what you're going to do. And when they say, oh, we wrestle not, against flesh and blood, but, it's a spiritual battle. People don't know how to engage in that. Very few people. And they do. When they get together, they put energy into it. This is the thing that people don't realize. That
I watched that The Creature from Jekyll Island this morning about the formation of the Federal Exchange.
Oh, yeah. That was just, I don't know. So nobody did anything, even when they found out.
Well, it's a bit late now.
Oh, yeah, I know, but even back then, like, it's kind of every generation sort of has a little bit of a glimpse. So when they did that in 13 or whatever, and then in 33, they told everybody give their gold in. Everybody went and did it. It said every person, so everybody didn't say every man or woman. Everybody's a person. Everybody went and did it. Why did everybody go do it? This is the thing. Back then, so in that time, they got told to give something in, and with just somebody saying something, they went and gave up their wealth. You can keep a couple of coins, but do this. It's just like now. We'll let you go outside, if the wind doesn't blow and there's no strains, this or that. But we'll keep you safe. With just a word, they're doing this. This is a problem. I don't know how it's, yeah. Most of the things that they've done, if one is honest, they have done it with just speaking words, and we have the public at large have been silly enough to buy the meal ticket and not have anything to eat when said meal ticket is given to them, and cause trouble for themselves and for other people like themselves from a different nation or whatever concept you want to buy into.
Yeah, but when when the pains really starts getting unbearable, I mean, people have been talking for last 2 or 3 years now about an impending food shortage due to various weather patterns and whatnot. Then what are they going to be left with? A lot of dead people and a lot of people that have just like woken up suddenly and seen what's going on.
They won't do that. They can't have that happen because that's a major incident and a cleanup task, and even as retarded as they are, they know they are they can't escape. The cosmic law that that initiates on them. You know what I mean? You can't. Yeah, you can't stop food for the world and expect to be to obfuscate and say we did our karmic thing, blah 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 blah. They can do it with propaganda and with lying about this and that, but with blatant stuff like that, they can't do it.
Yeah, but they haven't really leaned on us that hard, They can still go a long, long way, like reduce us all to bread and water.
Have you heard of this thing called Holodomor? I don't know. I'm not even trying to say this right. Holodomor? I've never heard about it until I looked it up like a couple days ago. In the Ukraine, that's such a bad food shortage that the adults were eating their own children. And this was in the 1930s.
Yes, I have heard about that.
I've never taught this to me at any point in time. But I don't think anything would keep them from doing that because it's not on them. It's like it's not their duty to feed us. So I don't think they would accept any kind of moral
No, it's not them
whatever
feeding
they
us.
say.
If they're stopping food trade, and if they are telling farmers you cannot do your farming, then it's not going to be on the ones up the top saying giving
if they
the
own
orders.
the
It's going
farm, then why does that matter? If it's theirs and they own the land and they own the farmland, we didn't pick this.
Nobody owns the farmland here.
Well, I'm saying
you're a
Gates
tenant.
owns the
You're a
farmland, he
tenant.
owns the
Listen,
seed.
listen. On the title deed, you're a tenant on your own land.
I'm not talking about
That
our
means
land. I'm talking about Bill Gates. Like, let's say he owns the seed, he owns the farm that it's grown on, because most of the farmers lease the property. Who's to say that it's their responsibility to keep that there? It's theirs. They can do it as they please. If they just take that all away, well, it's on us to get our own food.
Well, so how do you lose control of the land then when you don't produce a son who will come after you and farm? If you're just a tenant.
It's because people haven't got their their papers in order and contracts and all the rest of it. But yeah, what I wanted to say before is, if they are going up to people, even if you're a tenant and whatnot, and they're coming up to you and they're scaring you, they're telling you have to close your farm or you can't grow crops or this or that, that they are enforcing their will on you. That's that goes back on them. You cannot.
Well,
if you're enforcing
the thing
will,
is, I'm sorry. The thing is, we need to take back
gonna
our right, and that's what I'm learning how to do myself. So, everybody in the U.S., I suggest you start studying Title 42, Section 1983, violation of rights under the color of law. I'm preparing to file federal lawsuits against these ruthless gangsters in these pseudo agencies.
Yep. Well done, Sonny.
That's what I'll be doing.
God bless you.
So I get up and study it every morning, and see, people need to start studying, because the reason they pulled the wool over our eyes is because we were ignorant. We didn't know the language they were using. We didn't know they were doing these contracts without against our will, without being given full disclosure of the agreement. They what is it called? Tacit. No, they consider what implicit. No, they consider us as having given them implicit right, like to do these things, like that. Our consent was implicit consent. So in all these contracts, they assume that we consented to all of it because we didn't say no to the contract or demand to see the entire contract or know all of the functions of the contract. Right?
Yep, because it's
Doesn't
just
that
an instrument,
void
so.
a contract if you were duped into it?
Yep. Any a lie in a contract mitigates, vitiates the whole thing. But this is the thing. They tell people this system is like this, is like a don't go and file a suit, whatever. I would say you can go do it and it costs you like, a couple of dollars to do it. You have the right to do it, and even those guys that sit up there will have to obviously, if you just ask the correct questions, they'll rule in your favor. But nobody's doing it. This is the thing. Nobody does these things. It's again that they scare you with whatever it is. Oh, if you go there, the judges like this and like that, blah blah blah. I used to work in the court.
Yeah, so once these people realize that they are human beings, natural persons, just like I am a living spirit, that they can actually be held liable as a natural person. And in a contract, if they're saying, like, if they cause damages, this is my take on it. If they cause you damages, like of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and your property, then they can be held liable for the same amount, because in a contract, if they're saying you owe them something, there needs to be collateral to back up what they're saying. So that means if they're saying I owe them $100,000, then I can hold that individual, actually every single human being that touched that case can be taken to task personally as a human being. And when they realize that they will have to put up the collateral of that $100,000 and give over title to their house and their car, then they'll start acting a little bit differently, won't they? Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be doing.
Good.
That's what I'm doing. And they started treating me a lot better, even though I know they're not filing the papers I request to be filed, because they assume, like, if you're giving them paperwork, you have to do the same thing a lawyer does. But if I'm not a lawyer, I'm not held to the same accountability.
You're not a
So
part of the...
I'm going to start demanding receipts and all of this stuff until I take them to court, in federal court. And I have the precedents in the federal court cases from the 9th Circuit District that cases were won against these types of organizations for the same thing I'm going to be doing.
So the main thing is, bro, just hold them in their individual capacity and they cannot run. You go after the man or the woman. You put their name in proper and you go after them. You cannot, it's like trying to sue McDonald's.
Yeah, so it's all under duress. Like, what they're doing to people is they're extorting money. They're threatening people.
Yep.
Yeah, they're threatening. So you're under coercion to do what they say. Their authority is only imaginary. They don't have the authority only because we go, if we agree to their authority, then they have it. So it's such a racket, man. It's such a racket.
So law and policing is done by consent. And this is written down in their law. good on you, Sonny, for changing your tune, bro. Like, God bless you. Like, you sound like proper. Yeah, fired up, bro. It's good.
Yeah, I have to be because, you know, literally my life is like they're trying to take my life from me. Literally. You know, like take almost everything I have.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know, brother.
if I have to spend my last waking hours up until the end, I know what my purpose is now. And I may just be one person, but I'm going to do everything I can do. And I'm going to study. I'm going to learn how to do these things. And then I'm going to help other people to do it.
Straight away, when you put that in, you put in what you want your compensation to be. And for your time and effort and all the rest of it. Bills of the lady. But as I said, bro, if you need any help, let me know.
Yeah, it's mostly just watching people who have done it before. There's plenty of videos. There's people that, you know, so yeah, I'm going to be getting some help here and there to how to do the research, how to get the materials to show the precedent, how, you know, it's mostly about clearly defining what the damages to me were. And so that's probably going to take the most amount of time in the documents. But yeah, we'll see. I'll keep you posted.
Hey, could you go back to the farmer? I was interested to hear more about what you were going to say on that.
You should say, we will forcefully stopping people to produce, and as they were doing before, like stopping people by force, you know, going to work. Like over here in Australia, they had the military, the police, you know, except if you stood up for your few people, few and far between actually said something. And if you did, you could be on your merry way. But most people were actually stopped, and these guys would be physical with them too. So when you do that kind of stuff forcefully, it has an opposite effect to them. If they didn't do it like this, and they just went a bit of a different way without that force at the start, they probably would have been a lot further ahead.
What if they did it the other way around, where they paid them to do it and they agreed to it, as in paid to destroy their crops?
Yeah, destroy the crops. Yeah. Well, not really agree. You're making the choice under threat. You know, it's like the mobsters coming around to your place telling you,
they're going to pay
do
them to
this
do it. Not threaten, but they're going to give them something
they
for
pay
it.
them. That's exactly what happens. They pay them to
I've heard
leave.
stories where they will burn their crops and
or
they
leave
will
them
get
sitting.
more for what they should have got.
I'm sorry. Or leave them sitting in the train cars. You know, just let them all sit there to rot.
So would that work different?
So they're paying them full amount, and these pricks are saying, "Yeah, all right, I'd rather throw this all in the bin and not feed people or do my job." And is that what's happening?
Well, when they locked down, I saw farmers who were plowing, you know, crops that could have gone to market and just plowing it back into the ground.
I haven't personally seen them destroy crops or burn their crops, but that's just a rumor that I've heard. So I'm wondering, like, 'cause I don't know any of the legal stuff regarding it. All I know is that most of the farmers don't even. I don't know what the technical term is, where they lease their own.
I heard the same thing. I just want to see. Did you pick that up from the Crow House?
No, oddly enough, my sister told me, and she's a normie, so I don't. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I saw it on the Crow House about a farmer who, or the son of a farmer, sorry, who was talking about they're giving, like most farmers, they require subsidy money from the government to stay afloat, right? They buy the crops at a certain price, like and all that. The government send out a notice that they are to destroy their crops, and the government will pay them 1.5 times market price for their crop if they destroy their crops. If they do not destroy their crops, they will get nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's under them. So they're basically telling you, here, I'll give you more money, but if you don't, I'll make sure you're basically with your jocks and socks on on the street. That's like might as well being thrown in a war camp, POW.
See, well, for me, I want more information on that though. Like, I've just got one hearsay person who says this, right? Like, I want to know of actual farmers. He's the son of a farmer. I want to know actual farmers who can show that letter, and I want to know what crops they grow. I want to know like what they're trying to tell them to destroy, because not all farmers are getting this clearly, or we'd be hearing about it. It might be nothing. There might, who knows, like I don't have enough details, basically.
Me neither. I don't state that it's true or false. I don't know.
If we as a people just whatchamacallit, I don't know, throwing shit away or kind of not doing what we would normally be doing, then I think we would have been further down the line than we are now.
Yes, but X, they are clearly trying to destroy the dollar.
They will. That's going to go. I've already stated this on here. If people listen, that's going to go down the tube. I said,
and now there's talk that the Facebook coin is going to become the new Fed coin. And then they will bring in universal basic income. But you will only get that if you sign up to their debt forgiveness.
You do understand that Facebook coin is not at all crypto, right? It's not. It's central bank e-currency. It's not crypto.
Yeah, I understand.
So they don't have to waste money on printing paper. They're going to take it away, I know.
If you think of who owns everything and who runs the Fed, I mean, that's the people and that's their plan. I was offered a free ebook on Amazon because I have a Kindle, and it's by Klaus Schwab, and it's the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I'm thinking I'm going to download it now and read it.
Yeah, I would read it. Like, they tell you straight up what they want to do. I say to people, why are people using other people's stuff? Is anybody here part of the Federal Reserve, part of that secret society? Is anybody here part of the government? If you're not, why the F are you using their fucking toilet paper for money?
It's like Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
Well,
except for using them everywhere except for Chuck E. Cheese.
You can't blame
And
people.
something else I can pay my bills with.
There are people making fortunes off of this, and if you're smart, you get in and you get out at the right times. You can make a lot of money and do really good for yourself, your family, and if you want, a lot of other people too. But yeah, you're investing in the new beast system. You're giving them money to help to build the infrastructure they need.
Yeah. And when they devalue, what you make, you'll be left with what? Your jocks and your socks again.
Your jocks and your socks. But
yep, nowhere to put your hands.
Isn't one of the big
No pockets.
isn't one of the big things that they want to achieve is to take away people's autonomy? They don't want people with independent means. We must all be enslaved to the system.
Yeah, they want to do that, but this is what I'll keep on kind of. I don't know. I reckon somebody's gonna like strangle me through Discord if we do not come together as people and stand up for one another, help each other out. We have no way in
Iggs, what
combating this.
percentage of people in this world do you think are awake at this point? It's less than 1/5. Do you agree?
Yeah, correct.
Is it 1/50th?
I've heard 5%.
I'm sorry. What percentage are we talking? I missed the question. What was that again?
So, what percentage of people at this point in time are actually awake to what is going on?
Yeah, I would actually say we're in fractions of percents there if we're actually awake, and even still, they're more woke. They're more woke, but probably still misled in so many ways.
I say, even if people were to be greedy for themselves, yeah, even take it as like just a basic greed. Be greedy for yourself. Don't let them take your house and your job. And even though it's shit, do not let them do that. But people can't even have lost the ability, even though they're greedy have lost the ability to be greedy for themselves. I really can't understand.
Like if you were to say, that the type of people that we attract, not just everybody in this server, but or that considers himself a flat earther, or maybe they're not a flat earther, but they're woke to 9/11 or whatever. Everybody has their thing that they don't trust, and they're woke to that. Like, how many people really see the full picture? There's that would literally be like
0.000.
Yeah, so who's really woke,
Yeah, that's the thing. So
The flat earthers are the really woke people. There are no other people that compares to us. I don't think there are.
There still can be a change made if people actually just get up, stand up.
We're not allowed to keep using that word woke. They hijacked that from us, and now if you say the word woke, your normal normie thinks that you're talking about like some transgender, like LGBTQ freaking thing. So, that's woke.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that legal stuff is kind of the next step that people need to understand. I kind of read a little bit about it, but it's so much to wrap your head around. It's so hard to go through it all.
No, but my point is right. They are playing a psychological game, like Ig said earlier. It is, it's not as if they are already bashing our doors down and dragging us out and like doing whatever, jabs and whatnot. But they are going to have to make it seem so impossible for people to stand on their own feet that they will welcome the state intervention into every nook and cranny of their lives, to actually perceive that as their savior.
Yep. Up the top, they say fear is what regulates and what.
And I mean, we're nowhere near that yet, are we? Are we?
Nah. But they're planning to do this till 2025. Just saying. 2025.
A strain that continues to
Yeah, constant lockdown.
yeah.
So 5
And
years
then
of
a new one.
lockdown.
That's not even how germs and things work.
Yep, exactly. But can I just want people to imagine 5 years of, because they'll shut everything down. They already did here again. So next time it's winter in the US, it will just go around again. Imagine 5 years of this, if people don't snap out of it, and what it's going to do to the children and all the rest of it.
Yeah, but at the
Can
moment,
anybody
Fauci,
picture 5 years of this?
at the moment, Fauci, the CDC, Bill Gates, they're all getting some stick. You know, their plans are not going really smoothly at the moment.
Yeah,
So,
because they took their foot off the thing. They, as I said, they pushed it way too far, and they just got, for lack of better terms, cocky.
or desperate.
Yeah. So now the thing is, after doing that to somebody, you're gonna sit there and just do nothing. What's it called? Has anybody heard of the I lost it. The Russian
Navalny.
No, the Russian Tsar, communist, the communist, not Lenin. Have you guys heard about Lenin and the chicken?
No, tell.
Okay, so this is only in a few psychology books. So Lenin had he was obviously he knew how to manipulate people. So he used to do this experiment to this chicken. He'd grab the chicken and he'd start plucking its feathers, and the chicken would be flapping and screaming and all the rest of it. He'd let it go, and then he'd get some corn, put it on the ground. The chicken would come, pick up the corn, and then he'd pick it up again, and then pluck it again, pluck its feathers away, and the chicken again would be screaming, yelling, flapping, and let it go. Then he'd grab some corn, hold it in his hand, and the chicken would come again, and keep on doing this thing to it. So that's Lenin and the chicken. I think that people should be a bit more intelligent than that, but if it was anybody else, like somebody went up to you and said, a stranger said, you can't go to work, or you have to wear this whatever on your face or whatnot, nobody would consider doing it. But for some reason, the TV is regulating everybody because there's no actual proper government in place. To me, I find it like disturbing on a whole another level.
Yes, yes. But if you have to go and sit down with some normie and try and talk these things through, I mean, we've literally taken years to get to this point where we know all this stuff, and there are people that are so pig ignorant.
Well, I try to think about it from their perspective. Like, if you put yourself where they're at, they've been wearing a diaper for a year, and they don't want to figure it out that they wore a diaper for a year for no reason. So they want to hold on to every reason that they think they wore a diaper for a year. So they don't want to let it go. That's why even when given the choice, they still wear the diaper because they don't want it to be for nothing.
But
Yeah, dude. Okay, so at the gas station near my house, it took a little while after. It's been now a couple of months since the mask mandate in my state like went away, and it took, up until recently, like in the last few days, where the gas station near my house, even the workers, like this is a big corporation too. It's Speedway, like SA Super America, like they're all Speedway Super America, big corporation. The workers in there are not wearing the masks. Even like the gay guy that's a clerk, like he's a liberal, right? Like he's not wearing a fucking mask. But I still see customers once in a while. Like most customers aren't wearing them, but some are going in. And I'm just like, I'm seeing this, and I really, really was tempted today just to be like, why are you wearing that? Like, the CDC said you don't have to. The state said you don't have to. This company right here said you don't have to. Like, why are you still wearing that?
Yeah, that's a good thing. What about if they start just say pumping the propaganda again, bro? Do you think people will start wearing it? Honestly,
100%. They'll go right back in a instant. Like it. I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, because I know here I don't watch TV, and after that full moon, I went out to the shops, and as soon as I drove out, people walking by themselves around nobody with a diaper on their face, and I couldn't believe it. And I asked somebody at the counter, I'm like, when did they start making you wear masks? And they're like, oh, apparently, there's cases, a couple of cases here or something, this, that, and apparently they might, do another lockdown and mandate masks. I'm like, So they freed us up. They said, go about your business, whatever. And now again, and everybody, even the pets that they're walking are wearing masks. It's ridiculous. So this is what I'm asking. I know in America, it's, I hear some places are,
Yeah, it just feels to me like the next few months are going to be absolutely critical.
I think they have too strong of a grip. It sounds like I sound like a doomer, but from what I've seen so far and how lost people are and how much of a grip that these people have, that they're just gonna flip right back on a dime. Just it's not really gonna matter.
Oh yeah,
I wish it did, but I just know it doesn't.
This what we're seeing right now is kind of like the calm before the storm. Like the fact that they've laxed all kinds of shit. Like it, there's two things about it. It's part of conditioning. They tighten and they loosen their grip.
Yeah.
And so right now they're loosening it, spring and summer, blah, blah, blah. But they loosen the grip and then wait and you'll see these second strains. And the fact that we were too relaxed, you're going to see that being called, and we're going to have like some huge outbreak again soon. They're going to keep doing this for years.
It was all out.
Oh my gosh, and all these people have no idea how to look and see if any of it stands on anything substantial, that it's that they won't even look for any kind of proof, like, is this thing real in the first place? They'll forget all about it and they'll just keep, don't you think? They'll just keep
they've
going
committed
along
to
with
the lie. If you've committed to it, they've got something to lose in that fight. It's like an emotional conditioning.
Yeah, dude,
it
either
makes
real,
them literally lose their mind.
either real or imagined. Yeah, like what they think, it could be real or it could be imagined. It'll have the same effect.
What's crazy is how your body can manifest just thoughts, just not even physical things, just the thoughts of what you perceive.
They know up the top that a virus is only mental. That's why you have Bill Gates promoting it. Do you guys not see the irony?
Well, he's
No,
been
I
mean
don't.
too now, sir.
To me,
That's the whole
listen,
code behind it.
listen,
You've
Iggs,
got this dude that programs computer. Oh, yeah, go, bro.
Iggs, to me, it doesn't seem like you said. You know, it doesn't seem. I don't know. What was the word you used?
Irony.
Irony. Yeah, I don't see irony in it. I don't need. No, I don't see it as irony. I see it as like almost exactly like how I figured it was several years ago.
Yeah.
Well, all I can say is I have read about the antidote, and I've heard what seem to be reputable scientists who are speaking about the fallout from this shit. They will be shed. And if you just come into someone's proximity, and that it is actually going to cause a total collapse of your organ, you'll be. It's pretty much like Ebola symptoms, where your pores will be leaking blood.
Yeah, great. So
Eye.
try not to be so cheerful.
Say what? What's going on now?
No, I will DM you the article. I mean, you know, I do not consume any mainstream media shit. I'm aware of what they're doing because I want to know my enemy and what he's up to, so that I don't interrupt him when I shouldn't. But the only news site that I basically visit is Zero Head, and it's only because of the commentary, you know, where people are like offering up like their points of view. I find that quite helpful for me. That's the last thing I always do every night before I sleep. I'm reading like the articles that have been posted during the day, and so I think the stuff that I have seen is, it sounds to me highly credible. That the antidote is the thing that is going to bring the havoc.
Yes, yes. And they've been doing this for a while. It just really hasn't worked. Like since the 80s, since that whole debacle, that big lie that happened in the 80s with health about something that wasn't true. Anyway, yeah. Interesting. I like what Lou said though earlier about like the larger plan, because it's not like these individual things that are happening. That's what they want us to be struggling with, is these little things that are happening like all around us. They create all this havoc and chaos. Yeah, and then we are missing the entire big picture. But I get a feeling of the bigger picture, like what they're like, and it's still elusive, obviously. But I just get a sense there's some kind of energy that is pushing this thing, and it's bizarre. Like, what would do that? You know,
Dude, you're right on. It's the AI though. The AI is taking a life of its own. We're serving the AI. That's what it is. The AI is making the decisions. The AI is asking for the information it needs, and we're giving it to them.
I know that kind of sucks. I don't like that.
Sorry, bro, just quickly. Me personally, I know that AI hit singularity in the mid 1980s.
I noticed it. You guys have noticed this, like, right? Like when interactions with like things online, like questionnaires or something.
They've had chatbots since like practically the beginning of the internet. People didn't know they were talking to bots. These things have been. This whole thing has been to freaking build up an AI. We're part of, like Ariel was saying, it's a big beta test. This whole thing is in a constant beta. When it actually goes to alpha, we're fucked.
So, actually,
Turn off your shit at night is what I would suggest. Turn off all the Wi-Fi. Turn off all the Wi-Fi. That's what I did on mine. I learned how to do it, and I just went in there and turned off the Wi-Fi inside the router, and then only use a hard wire. So
I would say one thing that I would say that would hurry up and change things. If there is in one place a major city, so it doesn't matter if it's in the US, England, Spain, whatever, if there is one massive shitstorm by the people, it will catch on.
What do they say? It only takes 500,000 to start a revolution of like millions and millions.
No,
of
no. Well, maybe to start one, but no. I think I've heard like 10% of the population. 10% of the population is really all you need to have and like win a revolution.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
I
it doesn't
believe that.
even need to be physical.
It doesn't. I believe that because like I was in the military, and I know that 10 to 15% of the population did 90% of the work. That's the way it's always been.
The rest will just follow. They're trying to stay out of it. They don't really care. They'll fall in line, whatever side wins.
Yeah, they're actually trying to stay out of everything. They don't want. They're like just walking straight and narrow. What they think, it's like they're not going outside the bounds at all. Let me tell you,
Population. 3% of the population. Are you listening? 3% of the population. That's why they're called the 3%ers.
So what I don't understand is how because they can see it and they know where it leads. It's like they're looking at a cliff and they know they're headed for a cliff, but they just look down. Like that's the part I don't understand.
Yeah,
because they know there's a cliff. It's there. They know what the things that are happening now. They know what it means in the future, but they just look down at the ground. Like that part that strikes me weird.
Oh, check it out. I think it's even worse than that because I see more and more. Here's what I notice about general people outside. Like I see that they're not even looking forward. They're looking every different direction, mostly on a device, but they're not looking around at their surroundings. They're just walking in a daze connected to this thing. And they don't even know they're there because they're basically almost like walk in front of me as I'm writing. Every day without looking. They're not even looking where they're going. Yeah, it's astonishing.
Yep, no eye contact. They're looking everywhere except at the other person.
I call them evacuated humans.
So I try to be helpful and I say, look in front sometimes.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out because here is just retarded. In one day, this whole place here is turned upside down.
I want to ask another question, and it follows on from what one of you said about how people in power seem to be driven by something, like they have an energy. They, I look at the politicians here in the UK, and our health minister. He is such a despised creature. But when you see him, he is literally beaming. He gives himself accolades. He tells the public that he has done a wonderful job and that he's saving their lives.
Wow.
And no, seriously, Sonny.
Yeah, this is the same in the Netherlands. Exactly the same. It's like all these health ministers are power crazy. But go ahead, Ariel.
I know for a fact from because of where I work, the fallout, the collateral damage amongst the general population, people who have really suffered because of this shit.
Oh yeah,
Even
worse
if
than
those
that.
people are not
No,
awake, they have grievances.
no, literally, people have jumped off buildings here
Yeah.
and killed other people that they landed on.
I checked my. I said this a while ago, but I just checked like the governor's state orders, his executive orders, and here in Washington, he put out one for mental health. And I was going through and reading it, and the most troubling one on there was child suicide was up 68%, and it said like how they would see almost no patients, and then every single night they had a child in that attempted suicide. And now from like here on out, if I see people like backlashing at me, I'll straight up tell them, I was like, yeah, I really do support child suicide. I'm glad you
Yeah, good.
support it too. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
dish
good
it to
for.
them. Like I don't even
Yeah.
care.
Good for
Wow.
you for supporting, for being in favor of child suicide. Good for you. That's great. That's sad.
Funny.
Do you see the way that they use just words to make people do things that they're not meant to do?
Yeah, just words. You're right. Not laws, but guidelines that are take more precedent over our laws, like or rights.
Even man-made law. Yep, correct.
I'm an imaginary enemy that we demand you take action against, even though we didn't show you anything at all.
Yep.
We don't have to. Yeah, with a smile on their face, you're right. Like the politicians, same with all of the bullshit. They're just smiling. Yes, we're like everything's great and we're awesome. We're so awesome. We're protecting you against nothing and telling you it's freaking life-threatening, scaring the shit out of people. Terrorism. That's what it is. Absolute terrorism. So
that's the textbook
they got
definition.
it wrong. The people claiming there's terrorists, they are the terrorists. They always were.
That's why I feel bad for Marines or anybody in the military. Like, just to think, like, I don't know who's military here, but just to think how you went somewhere, fought for, freedom in another country, whatever the intention may be there, just to come back home and realize you're fighting the wrong enemy. Like that's got to be crushing.
Or that it's even worse than that because since I don't know, probably since the 70s, that presidents are going beyond their constitutional limits to declare war. There's a six-stage process that has to occur before they can
That was
declare.
Nixon.
They don't even care about that anymore. They just do it anytime they want, even without us knowing. They'll announce it the next day on the news. They do it all the time.
Yeah,
Declare
but you know
all
what?
these fucking wars. All these wars.
At the moment, they are really ramping up the Chinese and what they're doing, and Russia. That's ongoing at the moment.
Yeah, like
massive,
to make a new war. Yeah, to like do this, stir it up all over again and spin the same yarn, which is totally amazing. Anybody that's looking at things would never believe this bullshit anymore. Like
China's still China, Russia's still Russia. They don't give a the people there are the people there, and the politicians will still lie. How much times does somebody need to lie to you for them to be a liar?
Yeah, I've seen it like in 3 different major wars in my lifetime since the Vietnam War. Like I've seen all this since I was a little kid, So I've seen this happen like as a child living at the end of the Cold War,
Sunny.
And then then Vietnam, and then like how Russia and the U.S. are supposed to be such mortal enemies. It's all been a lie. All of that. It's all been created.
So Sunny, you know that big explosion in Lebanon?
Yeah.
Was supposedly caused by some bags of fertilizer.
What a fish story
Do you think that was like a trial for.
Yeah.
Because you just said, that many things have to happen before they can openly declare war.
Mm-hmm.
But one event,
they don't even care anymore.
One event like that will just be their excuse, right?
Yeah, they don't even care anymore. That was just a show of like what it is possible they can do. And fertilizer my ass.
Yeah, that's because the US actually has like a how do I put it? A law control over Lebanon. It's called the Caesar Act. Caesar Act.
Wow, and they're right over there in Baalbek.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're going to have to make sure they get rid of all the rest of those megaliths so people stop asking those darned questions that people... What is their problem asking questions?
Well,
about huge megalithic cities all over Earth.
I just think of these world leaders that all got together and wore those Masonic gowns. That that they're probably in talks saying, "Okay, we'll bomb this city of yours, and then you'll bomb this city of ours."
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what
I've been saying.
That's what they call peace agreements.
That's a big peace agreements. Good one. Helio.
It's called a treaty.
What's up, guys?
But that's only between the chieftains.
Sorry that I talk about these things. I just need to sometimes. I just need to talk it out.
I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Did you guys see that post I just did? I found it on Facebook. It's like Jeffrey Epstein looks exactly like Andrew Jackson.
Andrew
Holy
Jackson.
Shit.
He's a freaking clone.
He could have come back.
He looks exactly like Andrew Jackson.
It does. You're right.
Are you fucking crazy? Holy shit!
I mean, he's probably not even dead. I mean, what did we see? We saw a body on a gurney that was like covered with blankets.
Yeah, but listen to this. Maybe it really is actually still Andrew Jackson, and he only looks like that.
He hung himself. I saw it on TV. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah, how dare you question that? Why would anybody question the news?
I think it's a far stretch to say he could have come back. That could be his new lifetime.
It's reincarnated or something. I don't know.
I mean, Joan Rivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's also walking around.
Maybe. I don't
because
know about
she
that
told
one.
the world. Yeah, because she told the world that Michelle Obama's a tranny.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty unlikely she's still walking around that.
So then she either had to retire or was retired.
Or the guy the day after David Bowie died.
Retirement is a different thing for those kind of people, right? Retirement means that you still continue, but you're retired, meaning in the public you're dead, but you still
out of public life.
They live.
Of course they do.
Was that David Bowie, right? What's up, Ilya? Yep. Yeah, the guy that was like a day after David Bowie died. It was a guy that was being interviewed. It was exactly David Bowie.
Holy crap. I think I did see that.
I can look it up.
I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, these people do.
Dude, I'm gonna watch They Live again tonight. I'm gonna watch They Live again tonight.
I think that's why they killed off Bill Hicks. Had him switch roles because he was pretty controversial.
Yeah.
On that point, do you think that the young Alex Jones is the same Alex Jones that is out there now?
I don't know.
No.
I don't pay enough
attention. Just rocked up.
I don't necessarily pay
like
enough
33.
To that. But I mean, a lot of people say that the modern Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. But when you watch some videos of young Alex Jones, He really doesn't look like.
And Bill Hicks is Jim Morrison.
Yeah, no, but
no.
They do plastic surgery, bro. That's the thing.
No, Jim Morrison is Rush Limbaugh.
Oh, that's right. My bad. I got
You got your shit. You got your shit.
my conspiracies crossed up.
You got to go consult Dallas Goldbug, man.
Ask the question.
What you got, Dave?
That's one of the most ridiculous shit I've ever.
Go ahead, Dave. Dave Hinkle. I want to hear from Dave Hinkle.
Right? You know that, right? You guys are getting way out there. So,
no. I want to hear what Dave has to say.
Time to come back home, please.
We'll bring it back. Wait a minute. Hold on.
The shit anyone ever heard was that it's round and it's spinning.
Wait a second. Before we wrap it up, I want to just say that Rush Limbaugh, you went to either college or high school in a city in Missouri that I lived in. The same city.
Did you get to meet him?
Say what?
Did you get to
meet him?
I never
met him. No, I never met him. I was a little kid. I was 11 years old. So.
Are we done?
Done.
I was just going to ask if anybody's tried to talk to Doo-Doo in here, BC Verified. Welcome to the server, Doo-Doo.
Welcome to
saying it right.
It do what it do. What you got, Doo-Doo?
Doo-Doo. What do you do?
Poo-poo.
Guess they're not going to talk. Y'all can go back to Jim Morrison and whatever.
No,
I think you need conversations needs to be more black pilled. Y'all are not depressing people enough.
I wanted to ask Dudu if he by chance knows about the dodo bird.
Dodo?
Dodo might be a girl if you look at the picture. Might be.
Well, might be cool. Should I?
Hey, should we use the pronoun they? When we start to refer to people, or them.
It's the internet. On the internet, everyone's a man until proven a woman.
There are no women on the internet.
Yeah, that's a good one. Everybody's a guy.
Always gotta see it. Yeah, they're always a man until proven a woman.
That's old school internet rules.
So I guess Doodoo's not going to talk. I appreciate you bringing that up, bringing attention. Doodoo, I mean, you obviously went to the VC check-in and you wanted to talk about Flat Earth. Why aren't you speaking up now? We're here. Okay, we put you on the spot. Okay. You just want to listen. Dude, Miguel.
Drezhki is right up above Doodoo. Has anyone spoken to Drezhki?
Hey man, that's me. I think you're talking about me, right?
Yeah, how do you
Dreke.
Dreke, yeah.
Dreke? Dreke? Is it like a roll the R kind of like Dreke?
Drake.
So
Drake.
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
What's up?
Yeah, we just want to know what's up with you. What about the flat Earth or the globe?
Oh yeah. Well, a couple of days have gone by that I've been visiting this channel, and I'm convinced that you guys are right. But yeah, I've been talking to a lot of my friends, and everyone thinks I'm crazy, man.
They hate flat Earth, don't they?
It's insane.
You might be in the right. You could be in the right place then. That's good.
Yeah,
if
I might
they
have
think
some friends here.
It's actually really funny how a lot of people do come to flat Earth based off of how repulsive it is to people they can already tell are freaking like just idiots. Like they buy everything, you know.
Yeah.
And how they are just so turned off by it, and how adamantly they defend their ball. Like if flat Earth didn't have truth to it, it was so crazy as they like to pretend it is, then they would have nothing to fear. You would see flat Earth still out there, like you see pictures of Bigfoot and shit like that. Like they wouldn't hide it, they wouldn't suppress it. they'd let you laugh at it if it wouldn't be a threat in in any way whatsoever. But it is apparently because
right, lunatic, isn't Bigfoot real?
Well, you know what? I don't want to offend people who are sure that it is because I could be wrong, but in my opinion, yeah, Bigfoot's not real.
Wait, I saw pictures.
Oh,
Bro, I am Bigfoot.
My brother and sister have been into Bigfoot for like a couple of years now, and they keep showing me all of these videos. Okay, and there's structures and there's weird bendy trees up in these areas where it looks like somebody's doing it. Maybe like they're building little huts and little weird like places to sleep, and it's really strange fucking shit with the trees. And so there might be somebody building those that's like trying to make it look like there's Bigfoots, because I don't know if I buy into that shit at all. I mean, they got all these videos and they show these dark shadows in the trees and say, "Look, there's one there and there's one." They don't have any like clear cut pictures of Bigfoot standing in the open.
Yeah, after all these years, like the most famous picture was proven to be faked. So
right.
So that's all we got.
Yeah, look at it in that light. They just don't have any real fucking pictures. Just like
So my theory is that what they were doing with that Bigfoot is to create more TV shows. Like now they have that crap on the History Channel, as if that's history.
Right.
Like it's like having
I've got a bit of a joke.
Pawn store wars or something.
I've got a bit of a subtle joke for Bigfoot, and you usually say it to somebody that that's for the same team. You go up to them and you say, "I know where Bigfoot's hiding," and they go, "Where?" And they say, "Turn around. He'd be hiding right up there." At least one person got it.
Oh shit!
Better one than none. Continue, or you can think about the joke still. Wow, that just killed like the whole buzz in the room.
What did you do, Iggs?
That's rattled your head. That
Yeah, way to go, Iggs. Good job.
Anyway, who could possibly use photographs as substantial evidence for anything? We have truly reverted back to some primitive way of thinking if we think that. What happened? What happened to humanity?
all right. Kind of.
I mean, if we were to actually try to explain how people were manipulated into thinking the Earth is a globe third rock from the sun, we can easily explain that, right? We all used to believe it, right? We can easily explain.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now having gone through this process, we can easily explain how they've manipulated everyone's mind into actually thinking this is a concept. But whether or not people will accept it, that's the hardest part about it. I mean, we're dealing with psychology, different psychological things. And it's like, hey, we're trying to break a paradigm that you're in. I mean, we were in that paradigm at one time. So yeah, it's very difficult to actually break through the wall of that. So,
well, they've been lied to, and they won't admit it. They won't admit that they've been fooled. That's a hard thing to admit, man. To admit that you were stupid enough to buy into their garbage and you were actually a fucking moron. Yeah, that's pretty tough.
No, I mean that's cognitive dissonance, right? So, but at the same time, here's the hard part for them. They think they have science on their side. They actually don't.
Right.
And that's where I think that's where we are right now, in this argument.
But see, they don't. The normies, they don't believe that. They believe they do have science on their side. They believe pseudoscience is real. They believe that whatever those idiots tell them, they believe. And so it's going to be a hard one to break. I'm telling you, these people just do not want to believe they've been lied to and they've been made a fool of, because that's what it is. They're actually the fools. Everyone out there that believes anything from NASA or any of this science bullshit or any of it, basically, all of it. I'd say 99% of it is all complete fucking lies and bullshit. And if you believe in all of that your entire life, you're a damn fool. And that's the end of it right there. You're a damn fool. And it's hard to get that across to people.
That's like that I've had this song in my brain for so long now. It's a Stick song. You're fooling yourself, but you don't believe it. You're killing yourself, but you don't believe it. Get up.
Your dog poop is righteous. You
Get
don't
back on your
believe it.
feet. You're the one they can't beat, and you know it. Come on.
I know.
Let's see what you got. Just take your best shot and don't blow it.
I'm about to
Stay
pull out
off the blow.
I'm about to pull out the 6 string on the flat earth.
You know what I'm saying, Sonny. I mean, it's like that song has been in my head for a month. I can't. It's like it just keeps coming back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to it. I think that's
dude, it's freaking badass.
Yeah, that's a good song. If you could get people motivated
Do
on
you guys
that
know
level.
statistically all the bad things happen on a globe?
All the good things happen on a flat earth.
Right?
No.
Yeah.
They know all the bad things happen on a globe.
Yeah,
You mean like threats of asteroids, and all
Yes.
this kind of shit.
We got to fix that shit. Rape, plunder, slavery, pillaging, all that comes from a globe.
Yeah, it
Nice
does.
one,
Think about it.
Dandelion. She said,
Absolutely. Totally
"Sticks
right.
make me want to roller skate."
What?
All history from the globe has brought you back to a caged globe. See the globe in all its wonder. Rape, plunder, pillage, lie, steal, cheat,
Witch burning,
science,
public hangings, and
slugs.
guillotines.
Go to jail and love the globe. That's the only right you get on a globe.
And get your jab.
Well, what
we
does this
can't
all
use
mean?
listen, hold on. We can't use a battle axe anymore, so we're just going to give you a little prick.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you'll grow a little prick.
It's not proper to use a guillotine in a public square, so instead we're going to do this. And see, that was done nicely.
Yeah, motherfuckers almost.
Yeah, they volunteered.
I mean, what has the globe brought us that's good? Anything?
No.
Oh, no, it really actually brings destruction, and it's like this idea of a ball spinning. And now, when you apply the laws of thermodynamics to this solar system that we're supposed to have, it's breaking down in every sense.
Yeah, falls to pieces, bro. With the second law of thermodynamics, the entire solar system just folds into nothingness, dude.
See, I mean, but if you want to talk about it if you want to start with the first law, where did this solar system come from? It actually doesn't even match up with the first law of thermodynamics. So it's busted from the beginning.
Yep.
And I think Eli was bringing that shit up about 4 or 5 hours ago. I heard him talking about it. So.
Well, I was looking into the second part where, okay, even if you gave him that, it formed. Well, how did the atmosphere get here? And they said it had multiple atmospheres. In the first one, it all got sucked away. But then they turned off the second law of thermodynamics and all the volcanoes turned on.
You can't turn off those natural laws. You can't turn them off. That's what's so fucking
crazy
great
how
about.
We're not in
That's
Texas,
so crazy. That's what's so great about the natural laws. nothing.
Turn it off.
First law: nothing can not come from, or something cannot come from nothing. That's the first law. I mean, you can't freaking
The best part was they admitted that they only had the first atmosphere wouldn't work, so they had to have a second atmosphere. That one worked because that one didn't obey the second law of thermodynamics.
You can't have balance without it already existing in the first place. And that's what the first, second, and third laws describe about reality. You cannot have balance the way that we experience it. Nothing came first. It all happened in an instant. Must have. That's what the natural laws of thermodynamics prove without a doubt. You can't have one before the other.
I don't know, Hilo, about that one. Once this place is a sealed system.
Why don't you look up the definition of first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics? You'll find out. All right, cool. And so
I'm just saying this one scenario here. Just going to give you one scenario. If this place was created like we believe it is, if it has a dome over it, the atmosphere inside that dome, the atmosphere inside could have been produced by the plant life and the animal life and the vegetation and the decomposition of the vegetation and the natural effects that take place. That could have been part of the plan as well.
You're actually proving my point.
What I'm saying is it didn't all happen at once. That's my point. That's my only point.
There's only not only one place that this instantaneous existence of humanity. The first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics are set, right? And I don't know how one could exist without the other. Now, what you just said, you can't have one before the other, or the third without the second, and the first without the third. I mean, what are you talking about?
I didn't say you couldn't have them without the other.
It has to actually. It describes how it has to happen. Have been a spontaneous, just like the Bible says, instantaneous.
So you think that the trees and the atmosphere were all created simultaneously with the rest of it instantly? Already grown, already produced oxygen, produced oxygen for the dome, already created the atmosphere that's within the dome. You believe that all happened instantly?
Now they speak of the Garden of Eden being on.
I would say yes.
Well, sure. I mean, and a lot of people will talk about the in Genesis, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Right, earth was without form and void, and then everything else. Within the next 6 days, all that.
And the face of God moved along the face of the deep, the great deep.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not saying I take all of that literally, because that actually, the way the Bible describes it, doesn't follow the first, second, and third laws of thermodynamics. So it had to actually be spontaneous. It has to be, all of it occurred instantly. Now, I'm not saying God can't do whatever God does, but I'm just saying,
take his time.
For several days.
Yeah.
I mean, God can do whatever God wants to do, but I'm just saying, for the way that we've observed Earth as scientists, and I'll consider every one of you guys and everyone here a scientist, right? Because this astrophysics and all that kind of shit, that's not science. But I'm just saying this creation was a spontaneous thing, because you can't have days where this thing doesn't exist the way that it actually does. It has to all work together, and I don't know where it came from, but it works the way that it works. And it's a realm. We're living in a level stationary realm, and we've been lied to about the history of this place and manipulated by religions and all that kind of shit. But I love the Bible. Yep. I'm not saying, I'm not saying the Bible's wrong. I'm just saying it had to be a very spontaneous, boom, now we exist.
And he said, let there be light. And everything was.
Yep. There it is. That. Yes. That. Yep.
I agree with you, bro.
All right. Anyone else? I'll shut up.
Hey, Helio, was that song you were doing Fooling Yourself?
You're
Yes.
fooling yourself.
Yeah.
You're
globing yourself.
Yeah.
You
It's
don't believe it.
Tommy Shaw. He's the singer in Styx.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
it's really great. There's a thing he did with an
Balling
orchestra
yourself.
that I'll send you a link to this freaking really good song. I was about to play, since nobody was talking, I was about to play "It's Golden, but my eyes still see." This shit is freaking, it's like the old school shit is freaking good, right? Check this out.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Check this out.
To see someone cry, especially when someone is love. Silence is golden,
but my eyes to see. Anyway, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, Tommy Shaw, Rick, and I'll send you the link, Sonny. It's like the only way that the Earth can exist is through a very spontaneous event. Now, this is where the Big Bang idea comes from, but they attribute trillions of years or billions of years or whatever. They say it's 14.5 billion years old, and balls spinning around the universe, gases accumulating, all this kind of stuff. That violates every natural law that we have available to us. It can only exist through a very spontaneous event, which is I mean, you can say God, whatever, spoke it into existence. First, second, third law of thermodynamics exist at the exact same same time. They cannot evolve into 1, 2, 3, right? They have to exist at the exact same time that Earth was created. So I mean, there is no, in my opinion, there as far as like the 6-day creation story, I'm down with that, but at the same time, it's like it doesn't take time to make creation. It has to exist all at the same time.
Every single place. Not just this one.
Everywhere, every thought, everything has to be happening at the same time. I mean, it's like even God can't just be like putting his finger, and I'll make this part. Since we know the laws of thermodynamics, you can't just pick and choose what happened when and where.
God's like, I'm gonna go get a bottle of vodka. Gonna keep it for a bit.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it doesn't take 6 days to make this place happen, because when you understand the laws of thermodynamics, it has to happen instantly. Anyway,
we can only just comprehend what he can do, and
yeah, sure.
He doesn't even need to utter.
And like I'm saying, like I said, I don't disbelieve in God necessarily, but
yeah, I get you, bro.
Yeah, the creation story is brilliant. I mean, and the Bible's brilliant, and there are other stories about history that I also get along with. But as far as what we've discovered about,
I can disprove it doesn't have to happen simultaneously.
All right, how you gonna do that, Radlin? Go ahead.
Have you ever seen the Giants, or do you think everybody is our size?
I've never seen a.
I think we're all.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I saw.
You think everything is
I've seen pictures of people about 8. Yeah,
they live in the same place, bro.
Seen midgets.
You know what? I usually don't like.
Talk.
Hold on a second. I just wanted to make this pretty quick. My statements don't usually take a lot of time. I think like the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, right? I think there is some truth behind that. I think that there's a chance that there were giants and that we did kill them off. Now, like I tend to be very skeptical about a lot of the claims that are made about giants when they get too big, stuff like that, like titans, when they talk about these petrified mountains being giants and shit like that. I think you're way off base, but I think there is truth to the story.
So you've never seen Devil's Tower? You never seen Devil's Tower? You think that's sprang up out of the ground?
I think there was giants. I don't think they were, a mile high or 2 miles high. I don't think no. Like 12, 16, 32 foot even, possibly.
Hey, Rad,
why would you think they can't be taller?
I think that's a tree stump.
Why would you think that can't? Why would you think that? Yeah, well, why would you think they can't be taller? Because gravity would pull them to the ground.
No, it's just there's no evidence to it other than
the giant pictures that we have of things
you take a picture of a mountain or you look at a picture in the sky of clouds.
Coincidentally,
I can take a picture of clouds that look like an elephant.
Correct.
You know, like does that mean there's an elephant in the clouds?
Yeah. Have you ever seen an elephant?
Not
would you like to see it? Would you like to see a rock that's an elephant?
It's not pareidolia, not the mountains. No, sorry,
dude. This freaking Devil's Tower. Why do they call it Devil's Tower? Right? I mean, look at this fucking
Devil's Tower, for fuck's sakes. Why else would they?
It's a fucking tree stump, bro.
I thought you didn't have big things like that. What are you talking about?
So you can't have both. You can't have giant trees that were cut straight off by a person that's 16 foot tall.
No, that's right.
The Bible says people are 4,500 feet tall.
So if you imagine that's a tree stump and that's probably a 1 foot tree stump to us.
Maybe it's backwards.
Now put your size to that 1 foot tree stump.
Maybe you guys are thinking wrong. Not about the trees. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the people. Maybe guy ants were the little bitty guys. Little bitty motherfuckers. Maybe they were 45.
Like
small. No, I'm saying maybe they were small.
Like, yeah, what is the guys? What's that story with the giant and the little people that like tied him down to the ground?
Gulliver's Travel.
Gulliver, yeah. It's like he's
so
the
maybe
giant,
there were some
right?
little people, like pygmies and smaller, and now they're best.
Cut all these trees down all across the earth. I mean, there's shitloads of these.
And since
there's shitloads of what they call mesas across the earth that look like tree stumps, but they're not. They're gross
what
from
would
the
they
ground.
change?
Erosion caused it, or something like that.
Well, if a big group of giants, ask yourself this question: if a big group of giants went and cut all the trees down, wouldn't it, in return, take the oxygen level down to where they couldn't suffice now?
Well, who the fuck knows what really happened in history by now? You know,
how the fuck? And like,
do you know the founding fathers were as big as Mount Rushmore?
We're the apples that are bigger than our heads and bodies, so we're Smurfs.
And
we might as well be.
The founding fathers are Mount Rushmore. They just got petrified.
We might have pygmy people that are in little villages, and they might be smaller. There might be pygmies to the pygmies. I don't fucking know. We could be the giants. We could be it.
All I hear is stories of big people, though. I never hear stories of little people.
Well, that's that. Well, what better to hide it? So
what about all the hold the phone? We hear stories of little people on public television every single day. They have like a TV shows based on the little people.
What about the buildings with the big doorways?
Okay, I see.
What about all these old ancient buildings with all the big doorways? Tall doorways.
Those are for boats. Because you got your water's got to be so high, and then your boat's got to be so big to carry. It's all got to be to magnitude to scale for shipping, trading, export, import, prisoners, everything. Travel.
Boats on land? Is that what you're saying?
Do what? Boats on water?
Yeah, there's. I'm talking about a building inside the continent.
How are you going to take horses and carriage through a little doorway?
Right. I didn't say you were. I just wanted
to take anything through a little doorway. Listen, if I'm a smart guy, I'm going to make a huge doorway. That way I ain't got to redo the motherfucker every time I want to bring a couch in. Come on. Work with me now. Come on. Have you ever tried to get a couch in a one-size door after you bought the motherfucker? It sucks.
You need a 25-foot tall door, though?
Well, you got to imagine what they want to bring in. If the size of their shit's 10 times the size of what we're working with, then we need
they want to bring in giant chairs and shit,
I'm just saying the founding fathers are still stuck in Mount Rushmore. They've just been petrified.
Founding fathers of what?
The Native Americans called it the Six Grandfathers. There's 4
No, I'm
faces
just
on
saying the Mount
See,
Rushmore
see,
carving.
they give us
That's
this
really the
story.
founding
And
fathers.
you
They
can't
give us
control
this
the water
story. Hold
100
on,
million percent. The
hold
rain's
on,
bad.
Dimog. They give us this story about, hey, North America discovered. It's like, do you think that ancient
Right.
ancient
No.
people didn't know this place was over here? Holy fucking shit! I mean, it's insane. If you believe that this is the new land, you know, that would just never existed for people in the
They
in the
were already
East.
trading, Helio.
They
No,
knew about this place. You
They
know,
were already trading with this land.
They
this
were already
is a
here.
complete bullshit story. All of that is bullshit.
Hey,
They knew
I'm
about
sorry.
this
I know this is sort of unrelated, but going back to the whole Titans that are 2 miles tall, you ever heard of the saying, "You got your head in the clouds"?
Ooh, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, that is a good one. Because the idea that you could have a 2 mile tall Titan would mean that you would always have your head in the motherfucking clouds. Come back to the fucking earth. Seriously.
The sky's the limit, boys.
You wouldn't be able to see anything on the ground either.
Hold on, Lou. Are you saying that we should talk about the planar thing?
I'm saying that 2 mile tall Titans it could be fun if you just want laughs. Go ahead, but yeah, it's complete
doesn't make
fantasy.
sense.
It's complete fantasy.
I get that, but at the same time,
I mean, where's the Jack and the Beanstalk?
We've been fucked, dude. All of us agree we've been fucked on history, though, right? So, you know, as far as like, yeah, of course, 2 mile tall Titans. I don't necessarily, buy into that, but there's like the, like we were talking about Devil's Tower. Holy shit, it looks like a fucking tree stump.
Mount Rushmore with the founding
What
fathers
do you
still
think
there.
is the tallest we can have structurally right today? A man.
Bible talks about the giant cedar trees in Lebanon.
No, think about this, guys. What's the tallest guy do you think we can literally have, like on a basketball court, anywhere? Like, do you think we can have a 20-foot tall guy and he'd be fine walking around and everything?
No.
666 feet.
In a train station.
No, what I'm saying is, do you think his bones would be fine? Do you think his legs, his arms, do you think he would be okay and everything would work fine and everything?
Come on, man. Yeah.
Yeah, if it was
The guy's 20 foot tall? Hell no. So you're telling me that the differences in gradients that we realize, if you get 20 foot tall, those aren't going to affect that person?
Right.
I mean, certain things, I don't know. I'm just saying, can we structurally support ourselves at that tall? That's my only question. I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just asking.
What if it's two naturally already big people?
You think gravity's going to pull them to the ground?
No,
Is that
no,
what you're
that's not what I'm
thinking?
saying.
I got to know this because I want to go over gravity.
No,
with
it's
you
nothing
real
to do with
quick.
gravity. No.
So
If
why
it's two
wouldn't that
naturally
work?
big people.
So why wouldn't that work? Muscles would be that big. Skin would be that big. Why wouldn't that work?
I don't know. Where are they at?
They're gone.
Yeah, but there's
What?
people we got that
They're
really can't lift the weight as it
gone.
is when they get
Yeah, but who are the
They're
parents?
gone.
Who are the
They're
parents?
not related
wipe
to
their ass
us.
and eat
They're not
right.
related to us. They're gone now.
No,
What
there's
I'm saying
bodybuilders
is,
that can't
who's
even
their
wipe their ass
parents?
these days, right now today. Their arms are so big they cannot wipe their own ass. There's fat guys that can't even wipe their own butt and can't do certain
What's that
things.
got to do with
or skinny
anything?
guys. I'm saying we have structural abilities sometimes and we go to a certain extent. So I'm just wondering, like, is there an extent of tallness? Is there an extent of wideness? Is there an extent? I'm saying, is there something that would stop us from being that big, or would it be great?
Dude, I know for a fact I can talk to you about dinosaurs, and you'll tell me how ridiculous it is that some dinosaur existed that was fucking 4 stories tall. And then you're gonna tell me that some human would have made that fucking dinosaur look like an ant. Okay? And you could squash that motherfucker. Because that's what it would be if you had 2 mile tall Titans.
I didn't say 2 miles. I said 20 foot, man.
I'm just
I'm
saying,
only at 20 foot, bro.
when people say that mountains that are sleeping mountains and shit like that, where they say they're people. Those motherfuckers are miles long. If they were standing, they'd be miles tall.
That. I'm just asking, what do you think today can structurally be supported by a human? Do you think? I mean, if it's 20 foot, then cool. I mean, we see 7 foot people, right? 8 foot, 9 foot at the most, maybe 10. Somewhere, maybe somewhere, maybe somehow. I mean, is there anybody any bigger than that? I mean, do
But
kneecaps, are they good at that or what?
what I'm trying to say is they usually have defects because usually their parents aren't as tall as them. So if you have like, what if there's two naturally already big people, like 2 people that are 10 feet tall?
And then I can meet you.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to wonder, like, yeah, if we have the 2 people that are naturally that big, they're supported and they're good to go. So if that's the case, then we know, hey, we can get that big. So would that really be considered some crazy phenomenon, you know?
I mean, they dug up skeletons admitted by Smithsonian, at least, what, I think it's 7 foot 8 inches. But that's just the book.
Oh,
I
no,
haven't dug it
I
up.
think we can get bigger. I think we can get to about 10 foot or so. I just don't think we're going to get too much more than that. Why? I don't fucking know. I'm not saying, yeah, if it's possible and the guys were that big, just like he said, your muscles would be that big, your bones would be that big. In my
It
mind,
has
you
to
should be
do
able to
with
do it.
it has to do with the Atmos, you know, from back then and now, why tall people now have such a hard time.
Well, those people weren't even related to us, like someone said a minute ago. They were fallen angels that were bred with the women on Earth, and
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm with you guys.
Completely different breed.
Yeah.
And
They were on big ones.
Think about the food too,
So-
guys.
So
It's
you're
a
referring to
metaphysical with the physical.
the serpent seed theory. I contend with that.
Have you seen the giant leaf that's bigger than the guy's garage? Just a picture, but that's legit. Oh man.
Sorry.
Can something that's not physical be with something that's physical? Violates every natural law.
A little musical break from Sunny on the Plane. You're welcome. Entering the Sunny on the Plane 24/7 Flat Earth radio show.
Hold on, man. Yeah, something
Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to say. What do you mean something not physical blended with something that was physical?
Big fruit. Think about a 2 foot apple, a 4 foot pineapple,
I was asking whoever said that something
a
physical.
5 foot high watermelon.
Holy shit! It might not be, and I'm not coming in.
Not really
You're not coming in very well. Yeah, it's
Well,
kind
I
of
mean, if everybody stops talking over me, then probably you'll probably hear me.
okie doke.
Okay.
We're not supposed to talk openly. What now? Explain that to me.
My question was, somebody said something not physical blended with something physical. What was the not physical?
I just want to say that your mic is shit. Please speak louder.
I think they was talking about the fallen angels maybe not have been entirely of this physical realm.
Well, how do you know that?
Wait, I don't know that. I'm just assuming that may have been possible. That may be possible. I think also that they might be metaphysically different than we are, and part of come from heaven and didn't come from earth. Weren't
Yeah, they
created on
probably had a better pineal gland for sure. It's probably bigger or something. Who knows?
Yeah, nothing with
Maybe their whole head was a pineal gland. Who knows?
They were able to take
Sorry.
form. That's the thing, though, right? I mean, if you go to Sodoma and Gomorrah, were the people that was trying to rape the angels, were they not? Didn't they have to see a physical person to think they could rape them?
Well, I don't know exactly what took place because maybe they didn't rape them. Maybe they did something else to make them pregnant.
No. When in
Semination.
Sodom and Gomorrah, when the angels went to take out Lot from in there, the people saw them that they were beautiful and wanted to rape them.
Well, they didn't say it like that, but yeah.
Right. They wanted to have sexual relations with them. So that means that they are able to take physical form. And of course, in the scriptures, where I'm bringing this up, where it says we were made in their image.
Well, there's two creation stories. Two
There were
separate
some sick
creation
bastards
stories.
living in Sodom and Gomorrah. They wanted, if you had a guest come to your house that came from a different city, they would surround your door until you